instead of being better. I can't take the credit, yeah, wait. Yeah, been on fire, boy, that's flambe. Only time you see my head down is when I'm praying. When my back is turned, the only time they wanna see it. Water on me, floor is cold as ice, I'm finna trade, yeah. And serve it to the people, they need hope, it's no delay, yeah.
The odds against me, back against the wall, my strength beat, yeah. I can't let it break. Everything I've been through, it made me better. Ooh, a little hate, it just made me better. Yeah, been through everything, it just made me better. Yeah, I can't waste the pain, it just made me better. Yeah, working every day, it just made me better.
Hold up, what they finna say? Tell it to your mammy, it don't matter, I ain't listening anyway. They just mad to see decide to drop, they look like ocean spray. You can get it too if you just work more than you talk today. This what happen when you take your pain and make it motivation. It ain't gonna be easy trying to be a legend, it's the payment. You need execution, not excuses, dog, you gotta face it. They don't want the truth, but if you quit, you don't deserve to make it. What you think they giving greatness out? Now you gotta take it. They don't know the hustle, they confused when they look at you. Till you hit your goals, they all shot, they think you Pikachu. Put your mind to it, you can do it, yeah, and I'm the proof.
It's the odds against me, back against the wall, my strength beat, yeah. I can't let it break. Everything I've been through, it made me better. Ooh, a little hate, it just made me better. Yeah, been through everything, it just made me better. Yeah, I can't waste the pain, it just made me better. Yeah, working every day, it just made me better.
I bet on myself. Yeah, I bet on myself.
Yeah, I bet on myself. Yeah, I bet on myself. I don't need you, I do it myself. Yeah, I bet on myself.
Yeah, I bet on myself.
Yeah, I bet on myself. Okay, dream so big that they think I'm crazy. Let out the beast, no, they can't tame me. Don't play with me, better mind your business. I cannot stop now, I ain't finished. I'ma keep on going till I got that. Okay, the way that I'ma do it, they can't top that. No way. Critics trying to hate, but I don't talk back, I know that. Plotting on the kid with the bull, tell him all that. I'm the one that I'ma gamble on, I ramble on. I'm about to get my ramble on, and I'm the one they really couldn't get a handle on. Then when they see they missed the boy, they get a tantrum on. And I know they never thought we would make it. Underdogs, it wouldn't be Gable. Labels gon' ask what we bring, tell them we bringing the table. Yeah, I bet on myself. Yeah, I bet on myself. I don't need you, I do it myself. Yeah, I bet on myself.
I bet on myself.
Yeah, I bet on myself. Take off your shoes, crib brand new. Yeah, I'm about to go in like a damn fool. I'm leaving your mans, them in shambles. You know, light up the wax like a candle. I've been on fire, watch me heat up the track. I took the crown, I ain't giving it back. Unless you got L's on your wish list. Messing with me, you gon' big a statistic. Really, you think you'll get it back, that's silly. I'm about to run the game, no kidding. I'm way too cold, too chilly. Yeah, they ain't wanna hear me, yeah, now they gon' feel me. You did? Look at my team gon' weigh y'all. Now we running the game, they can't play y'all. We don't need an assist, now we counting up chips. I think it's time that they pay y'all. Let's go. Yeah, I bet on myself. Yeah, I bet on myself. I don't need you, I do it myself. Yeah, I bet on myself.
I bet on myself.
Yeah, I bet on myself.
Frank Bentley. Let's go. Yeah, make it look easy. Hey, stand up guy, boom, 10 toes. Big body pull up in a Range Rover. I can change the whole game when I say so. I pull up, shut it down, yeah, they know. Running this game ain't a thing for me. I never switched up, no change in me. The only thing changing this season, you go against me, then you know that you tweaking, okay? Cause baby, I'm him, I be on 10. Two-stepping in the party, I do not dance. Watch how I move, make it look easy. Counting up wins, that's part of the plan. Blackmail, taking up my haters a CC. That can't fail, all my victories on repeat. I'm knee deep, need a dub, best that you seek me. I'm too sick, yeah, I know I make it look easy. Yeah, tell them don't try to play me. Yeah, I'm drippy on the daily. They can never count me out, they can never count me out, I know. They can never count me out, they can never count me out, I know. I make it look easy, Make it look easy. I know make it look easy. Make it look easy. I know I make it look easy. Too smooth, I make it look easy. I know we make it look easy. Make it look. I know shooting my shot, better play up. Make it look easy, that's a layup. Bad man. Why they wanna be like me, a sad man? Too wavy, swallow your pride. All of my guys, call them, they slide. They will oblige. Called them, I told them, you playing with me. Now look, all of them starting to riot. Whoa, When I'm in your city, it's magic. When I'm all in my bag, it gets tragic. When I see what I want, gotta have it. I can't let up, they made me a savage. I can't slow down my foot on the gas, yeah. Going way up from where I was last year. I'ma make it look easy, that's it. I know God got me, yeah, he got my back. These blessings falling in my lap. I came up, give it all I had. Rep my city, put them on my back. Hit my shots, I don't miss those. Straight up, I'ma let them know I don't fold. Make it look easy and they know there's only one way for us to go. Can't hold me back, I'm going way up. Tell them they can never play us, no. Ain't no stopping me now, no. Ain't no stopping me now, no. Ain't no stopping me now, no. Yeah, straight in my lane when they doubt it, I make it. I know that they mad when I swerve out the lot. Thick in the plot, they did not get the picture when I said I don't fit in a box. Taking they shots, and they know that I ain't missing, and it's up if they hand me the rock. I feel like a Rubik's, cause they confused with how I line it up by spinning the block. Hey, too easy, get your weight up when you see me. I'm a threat, please don't give me a reason. I'm a vet, yeah, I see through your decency. When I'm done, they gon' pick up the pieces. And you know we ain't losing this season. It's the reason why they hating on me, cause you know that I'ma make it look easy. Ain't no stopping me now, no. Ain't no stopping me now, no. Ain't no stopping me now, no. Ain't no stopping me, I know I make it look easy. Make it look easy. I know I make it look easy. Make it look easy. I know I make it look too smooth, I make it look easy. I know we make it look easy. I know Hand on the game, we are not playing the same. No, we not looking to change. Hand on the wheel, they think we lacking the drive. Boy, you should stay in your lane. Foot on the gas, I do not care if I crash, long as I stick to the plan. What is the plan? I cannot lie for none of you, long as I know who I am. I'm in control, God got his hand on my soul. And if I land and he got the remote, made it as far as a miracle. Anything less is cynical. Staying true, I can't lie in your interview. Tell the truth while you lie with your interview. And your acting is so hypocritical. In control, nothing more, this is minimum. Can't stop now, I'ma grind till I'm ghost. I thank God how he held me down the most. Can't stop now, gotta grind till I'm ghost. Gotta thank God how he held me down the most.
Got the whole team on my back. I ain't worried about no stats. No time to compete with so-and-so. No time to compete with so-and-so. I ain't got a brag when I'm in my bag. No. Been through a lot, don't know the half. No. When I'm on drive, never lose control. Hand on the game, never lose control. It ain't my fault that I'm in control. When I'm on drive, never lose control.
On a mission, on the move, gotta go, no. Ain't no time to waste my time. We don't slow down. You can at me in dimensions, big dog in dimensions. We be aiming for the fences. I'm in a different dimension. Why y'all be riding the benches? Y'all could just cut through the tension. Graduated from the trenches, no cap and gone. I ain't never need a handout. On my 2 feet, I'ma stand out. I ain't never take a loss now. Ain't gon' start now at the top now, and I know. Can't stop now, I'ma grind till I'm ghost. I thank God how he held me down the most. Can't stop now, gotta grind till I'm ghost. Gotta thank God how he held me down the most.
Got the whole team on my back. I ain't worried about no stats. No time to compete with so-and-so. No time to compete with so-and-so. I ain't got a brag when I'm in my bag. No. Been through a lot, don't know the half. No. When I'm on drive, never lose control. Hand on the game, never lose control. It ain't my fault that I'm in control. When I'm on drive, never lose control.
Oh yeah, whoa.
They can never keep me down, I'm going. And if I ever fail, just know I'll go again. I never quit, cause I know that every loss may lead to another win. I'm going up. I bet when I land, they gon' tell me it's luck again. See that I'm winning, it's harder to watch. I'm setting the stage, you should give me my props. You ain't got no soul, you lacking the spirit. You talk out your neck, I'ma show you I'm with it. I would really hate for you to sit and watch me win again and win again and win again. I know it's probably getting on me and win a synonym. So if I ever win again, just know I did the minimum. I didn't have to sell my soul. Oh, yeah. Please don't play no games with me. It was never about the fame to me. They needed the best, so they came to me. Whoa. Who the best in this thing? Tell them, yeah, that's me. Tell them who bring the vibe, say, yeah, that's me. Make it flip, make it bang, ooh, yeah, that's me. Who make the party feel alive, tell them, yeah, that's me. My girl so proud of your boy when they ask, is that your man? Yeah, that's me. And if I'm taking a shot, I don't miss. Who knew I would be at the top like this? And no one made my goals for me. But I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be. Cause it's the path that God chose for me. So even if some doors close for me, I still won't let y'all close to me. So please step back where you supposed to be. Put the game all on hold for me. And sit back, watch me roast the beat. It's in my genes, I'm better than them. And I know my flow too sick, I got the medicine. I'm way at the top, who could take my place? I went too hard, can't feel my face. Who the best in this thing? Tell them, yeah, that's me. Tell them who bring the vibe, say, yeah, that's me. Who make it flip, make it bang, ooh, yeah, that's me. Who make the party feel alive, tell them, yeah, that's me. Whoa. Yeah, ooh, yeah, that's me. Who that chillin' at the top, tell them, yeah, that's me. Yeah, yeah. Tell them, yeah, that's me. Yeah, I'm chillin' at the top. Ooh, yeah, that's me.
Yeah, feel like John Moran. Need a triple double. Told him check the stats. Yeah, I got a couple. I don't drop the ball. Now I never fumble. I'm the MVP. Now I feel like Russell. Feel like John Moran. Need a triple double. Told him check the stats. Yeah, I got a couple. I don't drop the ball. Now I never fumble. I'm the MVP. Now I feel like Russell. Yeah, I need it now. Told him on the lay. I've been moving dog. Yeah, I'm on the way. I don't hear the talk. Don't care what they say. I don't got no patience. I can't ever wait. I've been trying to get it. Running up all these digits. And I've been in the gym. I've been up doing minutes. I just put in that work. Told them it's strictly business. And I see through the face. They all just burning bridges. Feel like John Moran. Need a triple double. Told him check the stats. Yeah, I got a couple. I don't drop the ball. Now I never fumble. I'm the MVP. Now I feel like Russell. Feel like John Moran. Need a triple double. Told him check the stats. Yeah, I got a couple. I don't drop the ball. Now I never fumble. I'm the MVP. Now I feel like Russell. Yeah, they don't want it done like I want it, dog. Yeah, they say they want it, then they took the summer off. I've been going down the list, checking numbers off. I was checking on your numbers, told them something's off. I was at the bottom, now you know I'm climbing. Now they sending deals, they know I ain't signing. They been trying to sell it, they know I ain't buying. When they send a text, dog, I ain't replying. Feel like John Moran, need a triple double. Told him check the stats, yeah, I got a couple. I don't drop the ball, now I never fumble. I'm the MVP, now I feel like Russell. Feel like John Moran, need a triple double. Told him check the stats, yeah, I got a couple. I don't drop the ball, now I never fumble. I'm the MVP, now I feel like Russell.
This is the moment we waited for. Everything you want is right here. We gon' give them what they came for. We gon' take it up from last year. Shoot 'em my shot, boy, I'm long range. Me and the team on the same page.
A good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to the Progressive Rivalry Series. My name is Andy Fendler. It is my honor to be your host tonight and 1/3 of an otherwise star-studded booth here tonight. Joined again by my man, Sleegy. Sleegy, we've seen a couple weeks of this Rivalry Series. Tonight, Texas and Texas A&M on the schedule. You getting excited for this or what?
Oh, I mean, this has been one of the big ones that I've been looking forward to for the entire series. Honestly, one of the most storied, biggest rivalries in all of college football. I mean, they say everything's bigger in Texas, and that's got to mean that the rivalry is bigger there as well. So, yeah, I'm pumped.
Man, you said it. And joining us for the first time, you may well recognize him by his voice. We're going to have to let this man speak a little bit here tonight. It's an honor. Larry Ridley. Brother, thank you so much for joining us here on the call for the Progressive Rivalry Series. How you feeling tonight, man?
Man, I'm good, man. It's good to join you guys, man. We got Fendler, we got Sleegy. And Fendler, it's good, man, to hang out with a former college football player. You know how it is,
yes,
man.
Sir.
Just tape up those ankles, get out there, man, and do our thing, man. A little tackle football, but this time it's on the virtual gridiron. But Texas A&M.
Big.
Sleegy is right, man. Everything's bigger in Texas. He's absolutely right about that. Aggies and horns, gig 'em and hook 'em. You know what I'm saying? Let's do it.
We're about to find out here, but before we get started here, boys, just want to say a very special thanks to a very special group of people. This event is proudly sponsored by our friends at Progressive Insurance, offering a touchdown for your budget. You can visit progressive.com to learn some more and see how you can save. Now, little introduction in case you haven't seen one of these yet. Here, the Rivalry Series is a dynamic event that merges the worlds of college football and esports, reimagining three of the biggest college football rivalries in EA Sports College Football 25. This series aims to continue the legacy of these schools by introducing the rivalries to new audiences and future fans in an exciting new realm of entertainment. What started in 2022 has expanded from a highlight of the game, Ohio State versus Michigan, into a multi-event series featuring some of the biggest rivalries around the U.S., this time taking us into Texas as we get set up for the day's intro here. Fellas, we are really star-studded here tonight. A couple guys that we're going to look to see on the sticks. Vince Young, Jamal Charles here for Texas. I think we're going to get a little more details on who we got coming in here, but it's going to be 4 students. We're going to have 4 student athletes here as well. Plenty of action here tonight. Sleegy, anything that you're going to be looking for, games that you're most excited about here just yet?
Well, I mean, look, I'm excited for every game for tonight, but the marquee matchup has got to be Vince Young versus Reggie McNeil. I mean, you're talking about 2 absolute legends coming in there. I mean, Vince Young, probably one of the most recognizable names in all of football. You could probably say that name to someone that doesn't even watch football, and they're like, yeah, I've heard of Vince Young. So that, to me, stands out the most. But, I mean, that's just one amongst the many of our star-studded lineup that we've got lined up here today.
And I know my guy Larry Ridley is working magic right now, conducting the show on a laptop. So let me give you the full rundown here, my man, of who we are looking to see here tonight. For our student games from Texas, we'll have Anthony Hill Jr., Jelani McDonald, Ryan Wingo, and Trey Wisner. Texas A&M students will have Marcel Reed, Chance Johnson, Torian York, and Nick Scorton here tonight. A solid chunk of action there, but hold on. Into the alumni bucket for Texas playing here tonight. Malik Jefferson, Jermichael Finley. Hold on. Vince Young and Jamal Charles. Not to be outdone, for Texas A&M, we'll have Stephen McGee, Javorsky Lane, and that's going to be a fun game there. Finley and Lane. I'm hearing that these guys were surprisingly half brothers. There's some lore going on there. We'll have Reggie McNeil and Leon O'Neal Jr. here as well. Names that stood out to you here early before we get into the action here, Larry.
Gotta go Jamal Charles, man. Do you realize how bad of a running back he was with those Kansas City Chiefs before they became good?
Bad, man.
And then they have, Patrick Mahomes and some of these guys now 3-time Super Bowl champs. He was one of those guys, man, that was the best running back in the league. It's just a home run hitter, man. Can take it all the way the distance. Had some great seasons there. Kids, Google him. I know it's hard for you guys, but go out in the Google search and check him out. But I'm looking forward to seeing Jamal Charles, man, do his thing on.
Yeah, you're gonna that's one of those guys, every time he's got his hands on the football, you have a chance to see something that you've never seen before. Gotta love to see those players in action, and curious to see what he can do on the virtual gridiron here tonight. That's a little preview of some of our players getting into the action here. Our format, like we said, it's 4 influencers, 4 student athletes, and 4 school alumni for each school competing in one-on-one matches of College Football 25. Influencers compete in a round-robin group stage to determine 2 finalists. Student athletes and alumni are then paired up in a show match style. Each victory on broadcast nets the winning school 1 point. The school with the most points in the end will be declared the Rivalry Series champion. We've crowned Alabama. We've crowned Ohio State. And I'm curious to see here in this Texas and Texas A&M matchup, it's going to be a similar story as to what we saw with Michigan and Ohio State. Some overall disadvantage being given away. Texas is a great team in the game here, and I'm curious to see whether that plays. Sleegy, based on how you've seen the impact of a user versus the impact of a team being played, are you concerned at all yet here for Texas A&M?
Well, there's definitely going to be an obvious sort of disparity between the personnel on the field, but I really don't think that that's going to make too much of an impact on the games themselves. A lot of it does ultimately come down to the play calling, the vision on the field, and ensuring that you're making the right calls. But there is one thing that I have noticed kind of consistently throughout this entire event, and that is home field advantage is massive. And a lot of these situations, especially if you're trying to kick from anything past the 30-yard line, I mean, if you're the away team and you're trying to get that lined up and the meter is just going back and forth across your screen, that can be the difference maker in these games. So if there's one real true advantage, it's the same in real life as it is in the game. It's going to be that home field advantage.
No question about it. Larry, similar question to you. We're going to see a better, by ratings, Texas team, but we found that the user has a lot more to do with chances for success over the course of these long series. Are you at all concerned for the Texas A&M players just being that they're not quite playing with as good a team?
I am a little bit, because Texas is by far the superior team when you look at the ratings and things of that nature and who they have there, especially with their quarterback play. But Marcel Reed is playing a lot better, so maybe his ratings has been boosted. But Sleeky brought up the good point, and you even see this in Madden. And my leagues, and my Compete Forever leagues, you're not allowed to play on your home field. That's how big of a difference it is now. It's almost like, if you guys play 2K, you get that meter and everything going crazy with the free throws. Home field advantage is huge. So if they're going to be playing at DKR or is it going to be at Cowell Field, that could actually determine the winner. So you guys are absolutely right. Sleeky hit it right on the head.
I think you guys both nailed it, and we need to consider, obviously, the new feature that we all know about here for College Football 25, just being that stadium pulse. When it gets rocking, offense not going to be able to utilize hot routes. You want to talk about a kickoff? Make sure you get that thing inbounds. Extra points get dicey, and it really gets a little more difficult for the away team. So as we are heading into our first match, now these guys were still playing in when we were in the pre-show here, but we are going to have Jivy representing Texas in our influencer match against Ruffless Cat, my man, representing Texas A&M. So we're going to see our first action between a couple influencers. These guys have had to win a couple of games yet to get here. And now listen, fellas, you might have to expose your hand here a little bit as to who you might be pulling for over the course of the night. We're about to find out if anyone has any vested interest here, though we don't know much about our competitors. Texas is going to be playing with a great team. Texas A&M, no slouch either. Let's call it like that. But I'm going to ask you guys for predictions. Sure, a little bit sight unseen for our first couple of competitors. Sleegy, what are you thinking here for our first match?
I mean, look, it's two of some of the biggest programs in all of college football. And, you mentioned there might be a little of individual bias. And for me, there is actually a little bit of individual bias. It's the resident Georgia fan knowing that, we're going to essentially have to play the winner of either Texas or Texas A&M. I'm going to be honest, I'm a little more afraid of Texas. So the same way I'm going to be pulling for A&M this weekend, probably going to have to be pulling for them here today. But when it comes down to individual matchups between the players, I think it's going to have to come down to, what the familiarity might be for this first matchup. Probably going to have to go with Texas A&M to get it started out.
Very interesting. All right, to make it easier on our graphics, guys, so we can go in order down yonder here, I'll get my prediction in here before I ship it to my man, Larry. Sight unseen, I'm going to need to go with just the overall advantage that I think we're going to see from Texas, especially that defensive front. We've seen how big pressure plays into these games. We saw the Ohio State defensive front. We saw a similar thing in event night 1 with Alabama. When these defensive fronts can really generate consistent pressure, it becomes a problem. That combined with the fact that they're going to have plenty going on with Quinn Ewers on offense here as well, I think it's just going to be a little bit too much. So for my game 1 prediction, maybe a little more for Texas than it is our competitors, although I'm curious to see how these guys are going to get this thing done. Give me Jivy in Texas here. So Larry, to round things out, we have one for A&M, we have one for Texas here so far. What are you thinking game 1?
I like how you went with what the kids like to say, sight unseen. I like that, man. Findler, he's got that riz, as the kids like to say. I'm with you, man. Like right here. Hey, Findler, we have ESP, man. Former college football players. Give me Texas as well. Look, just the home field advantage. I'm going with that. Look at the overall ratings. Texas a little better. Like what Ewers is able to do. Isaiah Bond on the offense with the receiver core. Defenses both are about even. I give a slight advantage to Texas. Right now, one of the top 2 or 3 in the country, giving up only 12 points a game in real life. Give me Hook'em and the Longhorns, and that's probably where I'm going to land until I see someone that can actually go in the DKR and get a win with those actions.
Yeah, no question about it. Okay, so we do have a few minutes left here before the guys are ready to hop in. We've mentioned it a couple times. Larry, tell us a little bit about your college football background. We were able to connect on this early. Myself, a former UAlbany Great Dane, but as you join us here in the booth, bringing a certain perspective here, tell me about your college football background, bro.
Well, played at Middle Tennessee State University, man. The Murfreesboro Mafia. Shout out to my Blue Raiders down there at Conference USA. I played there from 94 to 98. So my senior year was our first year in Division I. Our transition into Division I. I played with the legendary coach there, James Boots Donnelly down there before he retired, going after my senior year. So rooting for the Blue Raiders. That's where I started. Played receiver there in the slot. Played with 2 NFL quarterbacks, Jonathan Quinn being one, and also what's my guy? I always forget his name. Played with the Cleveland Browns. Kelly Holcomb. I always forget about my guy, Kelly Holcomb. Yeah. Actually, he was the last quarterback to take Cleveland to the playoffs before Baker Mayfield did a couple of years ago. Remember, had that big game, 400 yards, 5 touchdowns against the Pittsburgh Steelers back in the day. I think that was 2002. So played with some really good athletes down there at Middle Tennessee. Down year this year with their new head coach, but things are looking up for us in Murfreesboro.
So obviously, the crowd has the folks joining us here in chat have gotten to know Sleegy and I a little bit over the couple of weeks. They know that myself as a former offensive lineman, I love an offense that's going to be able to pound the rock. Get a couple tight ends in the game. Okay, give me a full house backfield. Some of this split back stuff that we can see. Some really cool new ways to play in college football 25. Your history and background as a player, what kind of football really gets you going as far offensively? What do you love to see the most?
I like it wide open. I like to see those quarterbacks, man, throw it all over the lot. I like to see quarterbacks that can read defenses. I like to see exotic defenses as well. So that's what I'm watching. Look, but as you know, being in I guess we can call those the big hog mollies. That's what they like to call those guys, the big guys up front. Actually, you look pretty good, Findler. You don't look like you played in the offensive line, bro. You look really good.
Come on, man. 6'2", I was playing at 300. I lost some, and then I found some of the weight that I had lost initially. I did wind up finding that again. 300. So that, that's a success story, for those couple of pounds.
You did not weigh 300 pounds. No way.
Telling you what for, man. I absolutely did. Now, Sleegy, and now as we've seen a little bit more of you, I know maybe not as much, of a practical background. The more you've seen of the game, what are you most enjoying watching in college football 25? What kind of play has been the most intriguing to you here so far on the Progressive Rivalry series?
I mean, funnily enough, it's kind of similar to what I enjoy the most when watching, actual football, because having never been a player, I didn't quite have that hands-on experience. But one of the things growing up and getting into the game that I've always loved is just the technical aspects of it. Reading the defense, making those adjustments before the snap of the ball, trying to, create that open space, disguises to either throw off the offense on what shell you're trying to actually pull, or on offense, noticing that you might have a safety in a position that you can take advantage of if you can bring this guy on a different route. It's those small micro adjustments in the moment where you're seeing the players in their positions on the field and just doing your best at that chess match. That is what I love about football, is really the mind games. The execution on the field, generally speaking, is normally pretty good for the most part. So it's how that they, see what's happening and adapt to it as the game moves on is always just so fascinating to watch.
I love that, man. That is indeed a chess match of it all. Love that we got a chance to get to meet some of our booth here tonight, but I do believe, fellas, we are ready to hop in for game one tonight, celebrating the rivalry between Texas and Texas A&M. We'll have Jivy and Roughless Cat in our
not bad.
Here on the night. It'll be 3-minute quarters. Will be our first duration here. Gives you enough time to get something going, but certainly not quite enough.
Like you're in a finals cash cup right now?
Give away possessions and the like. It's going to be Roughless Cat. You're starting on offense at the helm for Texas A&M, and we're going to get to see our first look at the teams we'll be watching all night here tonight. Keep it locked here with us. Fendler, Sleegy, Larry in the booth with you here tonight.
I did not expect.
And Texas A&M looking to open things up with some offensive action. Not quite so fast, though. Big sack on second down, and we got an early 3rd and 16 for the Aggies.
Yeah, and that's good early pressure here from the Texas defensive line. Getting to the quarterback, not letting him have too much time to think about what he wants to do. Sets up a big 3rd and long situation early on. It's going to be a handoff down the middle. Gets a little bit out of it, but not a whole lot. 4th and forever, you feel like, pretty much have to punt in this situation.
Yeah, he's going to call out the punt team there. Larry, kind of curious decision, giving off inside 3rd and a whole long way to go. You see too many inside zones on 3rd and a mile?
Yeah, you would think you'd be able to throw the ball and try to pick up a first down. If you're hoping to pick up 3rd and 15 via the run, good luck with that. Did you guys notice no Marcel Reed in a quarterback? Was that Connor Wegman, if I'm not mistaken? It looks like that is. And also they're playing at Kyle Field, too. That maybe changes things a little bit.
No question. Potentially an equalizer there. Kind of bring these teams a little bit closer together, as we'll see the Longhorns on offense for the first time here tonight. Jivy on the sticks.
I feel like this is going to be a really
feel it out there on first down. Inside handoff just goes for 2. 2nd and 8, ball on his own 42. Defense was able to get a stop to open things up. Dips the play action inside. He's back to pass. Ewers throws out of the sack. Defensive pressure getting home for everybody here. And we'll have another 3rd down.
And it looked like he might have had a receiver open down the field. Maybe saw him at the last minute. Not necessarily 100% play, but definitely one that could have been open as he looks to try and throw again. And that one going to be good for a first down and a little more as he's able to cross into Aggie territory.
A big conversion there. Was able to convert the 3rd that the Aggies were unable to on their opener. So now Quinn with a fresh set of downs across midfield, 41-yard line looking in, now the 39. 2nd and 8. He's like that first down run, just keeping them honest, making sure the Aggies don't feel quite so good about a pass commit against this dangerous quarterback and all the weapons he has to throw to, and right on time. It's his big man on the crosser for another first down. The offense loves it. He'll hurry up to the line. Ewers in the shotgun. Handoff inside. That same first down handoff has not broken loose just yet. It's the gain of 1.
I'm so scared.
And tried to cut back on the inside. Kind of got caught up on his own teammate there, unfortunately. Might have been able to get maybe 1 or 2 more yards out of it. But still, I like the attempt to try and establish a little bit more of a running game. As we'll see Ewers probably look to throw again here.
I think that's a good point. We've kind of found that lacking is a nice dot to Moore Jr.
How did he hold on to that?
It's the ball back to the right hash into the red zone, 17-yard line looking in.
Sheesh, had his head almost taken off, guys. Ewers doing a good job finding the ball to Isaiah Bond and also Blue in the backfield. So good offensive output and start to the game for Texas.
A nice opening drive to match that defensive stop they earned. May well see the first quarter wrap up here. He hurries things up. He's got time for one more snap. See if he likes the look he gets right off the rip on 2nd and 9, and he does. Ewers will snap it out of the gun. Checks it down, and he should have gone to the quarter. That's going to be picked off. Aggies going the other way. York on the play, makes a guy miss, and crosses midfield down to the 47-yard line. Oh, the decision to hurry that thing up just a little quicker than he needed to is going to hurt him, and it's Aggies back on offense.
Yeah, and I think Jivy saw the opening, but the ball just too slow on the release. Takes way too much time getting there. Texas A&M doing a great job of reading that, being able to get to the play in time. The zone coverage coming in massive, and then on the return, crossing over into Texas territory. This is huge.
On 1st and 10, look to potentially give that one right back, and he knows it. Ruffless goes window shopping there, and it was closed expeditiously. Falls harmlessly to the turf for him, though. He's got a 2nd and 10 now. Got to capitalize on the momentum of that defensive stop. Get things going in your direction. Contested there, but a nice catch will bring up a 3rd and just 1 left to go here for the Aggies.
I'd be okay with a nice run game for the Aggies. Once again, Connor Wegman in at quarterback. No Marcel Reese for the Aggies.
You called it right on cue there, Larry. And that'll be a 1st down off the inside zone. Another one of these cool. We saw a lot of formations like it in the Michigan offensive playbook. Had overloaded, really had a couple overloaded options. That one in shotgun. There, Wegman will step up. Can't find anybody. Looking to escape the pocket. It's so dangerous. Taking that contact with your quarterback in the open field. It'll be a gain of 1. But I don't think he's feeling too excited about. Now 2nd and 9. And we're closer to our 2-minute timeout here.
Ran 40 yards to pick up 1. Got to watch out with that hit stick. You said a lot in Madden in college football, guys.
Come on, baby.
It's caught up going east and west. Had to get that thing going north and south. That's what Coach always told me. That thing, hash number sideline, and then get north on it. As we get to the 2-minute timeout, at another 3rd down opportunity here. Longhorns would love to get off the field. Takes one of his check down options, but makes a nice move in the open field. Allen gets loose. He's at the 5, and he gets all the way done. He needed 10 for a 1st down. He said, or how about we just get 6 here? The Aggies in the end zone will break our scoreless tie. And in the extra point, we're going to be looking at a touchdown game here, Sleegy.
Yeah, and a great little move there once he was able to make the catch to find himself into open space, and then the speed, that acceleration to just be able to start booking it towards the end zone. Aggies do a great job of converting off of that pick they were able to pick up. And now Texas, with a minute 53, they got all 3 of their time to work with. But the pressure is going to be on here for them to try and have a response before the end of the 1st half.
Yeah, and 44 passing yards now, guys. How about Wegman? 6, give him 6, as they would say at the University of Tennessee. Look at Allen skate on the horn.
And now Jivy with an opportunity to match.
That pass.
The Bond move there on the crosser. And Ewers wants the whole thing. He's got a back. Let your play make play. He should run matches with expediency there. He's going to look to tie up, fellas.
Check this, man.
Yeah, and I mean, just broken coverage there as well. I easily had about 10 yards of separation. I mean, it doesn't get more simple than that. Quarterback sees a just getting it that way. Excellent vision, great execution. Jivy doing a good job of seeing the opening, and it gets Texas back level here, but that didn't really take a whole lot of time off the clock. Gives Aggies a good opportunity to try and find another response of their own.
And we're here in the New York area, as they like to say here, word is bond. How about Isaiah Bond? Played high school in Georgia, via the University of Alabama, transfers to Texas. Hook him back in this thing. We're all square, guys.
Back Isaiah Bond, the second of which going the long distance. And Sleegy, I like it. Didn't take much time. Ooh, bro, they're the user and a couple of defense.
There were 3 people on him.
Lucky that that's not. But especially in these 3-minute games, your possessions become just so much more important. You got to take advantage when you can.
No.
And the defense will take advantage there of the bad read on the play and already knocking on the door of the red zone after the sudden change. Jivy and the Texas Longhorns will take over on offense. Still a minute 18 left before half with a chance to take control.
And these turnovers are always so important in situations like this, especially with these abbreviated quarters. We're going to see another drop back to throw in coverage, but able to just slip it in. Great catch. I don't know how he was able to slide it past that front defender, but if it works, it works. Good for a first down and a lot more, and gets them deep into the red zone.
Treated that just like a back shoulder throw, guys. Great pass there from Ewers to Bond. Longhorns on the move.
It's just been all Bond all the time, right back to him. Word is Bond indeed. Texas back in the end zone. They got to do something to put a cap on number 7 here. Isaiah Bond, unstoppable here early with 5 catches, a buck 21, and 2 touchdowns. Fellas, we're not at halftime yet.
No, not quite yet, but I mean, again, still great job of just going through your progressions and making the safe throws. After that one into double coverage, I mean, it works out, but he takes a much more conservative pass, still enough to get it through. And after, you know, the early interception wasn't looking too great, able to get one back, and now up by 1 score. Still a decent amount of time for the Aggies to try and respond, but they've got to hold on to the football. Ball security has to be the #1 priority for them on this drive.
And you look at Isaiah Bond, we know he can take the top off the defense. Good job working it underneath out of the slot there. And how about Texas quadding this Cal Field crowd so far?
That has the potential to be a great equalizing factor, but you said it. If Texas is able to keep this home crowd out of the game, it'll be to their advantage. As a nice play there and some offensive momentum here for the Aggies after giving away the turnover on their last opportunity. We'll get down to the 39-yard line here. 50 seconds yet to play. Everyone's got a full complement of timeouts. So time not of the essence here just yet. Back to pass will take his check down to the halfback out of the backfield. He'll get stopped inbounds. Be an opportunity for somebody to take one. Pausing the game to take a timeout is nuts.
Save a little bit of time.
But he'll get it off there. Will the Aggies? Stops the clock with 38 ticks yet here before half. Wegman in the shotgun. He's got a tight end and a couple of wide outs to his short side right. He'll throw to the other side. Thomas on the completion. Big number 3 all the way down to the 18-yard line into the... Somebody in his chat has to tell him how to call a timeout here.
He's challenging his own catch. I think that was probably a mispress. A
misclick,
right,
but he's going to get the timeout accidentally anyway.
No, not at all.
And let him do that? No, it didn't. Is the clock running?
Yeah.
Wait. It might have been a fold. Well, there might be folding like origami here.
There
Hold
we
on a
go.
second now.
There we go.
Luckily, we did get the timeout. Spectacular. Okay, second time off the board.
I think
A little bit of excitement there.
I don't know. On offense.
Just finally able to find where that timeout button was. Just getting familiarized.
It's a little
with it.
elusive, man. It's not. It doesn't jump out at you. You kind of got to know where it's at. Here, Wegman goes back to pass, and that's going to be picked off. Oh, buddy, just behind the face cam. We missed the toe drag swag there. But that's going to ship possession right back to Jivy, and he's got a whole heck of a long way to go if he wants to be talking about any type of points. But he does have 3 timeouts to get there.
I guess they'll come back.
So we'll get another look here at the Longhorns. Jivy on the sticks. He's back to pass with viewers. Right back to him. These boys are playing volleyball here. Back and forth we go. That's another interception. Perhaps we got to sponsor interceptions specifically because we're getting plenty of them here tonight. Big thanks to Progressive for putting on the show. Rivalry series, always a treat. Here, event night 3, Texas and Texas A&M. Just 1 timeout left for the Aggies here in Roughless Cat after a couple of sudden changes back-to-back. He will call out the offense here, fellas. It
sounds to be an end zone shot.
I think so. Let's see what Wegman is thinking. Scrambles. Escapes the pocket.
Oh.
It's okay.
He maybe a foot away from that being an illegal forward pass. Got real close. Fortunate to not get tackled inbounds. Otherwise, that would have been the half. Going to attempt the field goal here. Home field advantage helps a lot because you see the meter not moving around a whole lot, and that is going to be perfect. Right down the middle, and A&M not able to get a touchdown out of that series of crazy interceptions back and forth, but at least able to get some points on the board.
Get it at half, too. Second half.
Really sketchy for a few different reasons there on the incompletion. I think really the incompletion there was about the best case scenario. A sack and you're not going to get the field goal unit out with no timeouts left to speak of. And that certainly could have gone much worse. Even if you do complete it, probably also going to get stopped and not wind up with 3. So as things stand, field goal up and good. So we're looking at a 14-10 ball game here. We might get a test of Quinn Ewers' arm strength as we get to halftime, and we sure do. Does he have Bond? Does Bond have a step? He does! And on the last play before half, right back to Isaiah Bond, absolutely carrying this Longhorns offense. He's back in the end zone.
And Bond is just so fast. I mean, you have to expect it when you're 5'11", 180 pounds. I mean, you're just able to speed down the field. But I mean, the separation he was able to get from that distance, and then Ewers, the ability to even bomb it that far to make the play. Massive play there. Gets them an 11-point lead going into the half. And Ruffles Cat going to have a lot to try and catch up here in the second half.
6 catches, almost 200 yards. There is no way you can let the offense get behind you. You've got to put a user over top of him or do something to stop Isaiah Bond, who's the best receiver on the field for Texas.
And I know Larry's been loving this so far. Go ahead and air that thing out. Isaiah Bond has been there every time he's been called upon. And unfortunately here for Ruffles Cat, we are going to see Jivy right back on offense again, enjoying this 11-point lead. It's 21-10 here for now. And fellas, we talked a little bit about it at the pre-show, how ratings advantages might play in Texas's favor. If we are seeing an early trend here, that there might just not be a favorable matchup for Isaiah Bond anywhere in this Aggies backfield, this could make for a long night for Aggies faithful.
Yeah, I mean, it really could. I mean, you're just talking about so much speed and awareness. Isaiah Bond, whether he was at Alabama or now with him being at Texas, it just doesn't matter. He is just really one of the best receivers, I think, in the entire country. And if Ewers ever sees him open, even with just a little bit of separation, he's got that confidence, that trust to know that he can just lob it that direction, and Isaiah Bond will make it happen.
Sleeky, not only see him with separation, just see him one-on-one. He's taking that shot.
Yeah.
As well he should. It's been everything closer to the middle of the field. When it's been Isaiah Bond, it's been wide open, and it's not been an issue. But a couple, we've seen a few reads really get close. And obviously these guys have traded a few interceptions either way. Defense looked to get there just a hair early. They'll give them credit making the play on the ball there.
Oh, my God.
and a fourth
attempted
and
pass
3.
to Boatwright.
Massive if he goes for it.
And Boatwright did a decent job of getting there, but I think Ewers just made the decision to get that throw out a little too late. Boatwright kind of just had to stand there. The defender had time to see what was going on and get wrapped around and get that ball knocked out before he could get solid possession. So now going for it on fourth down, crazy situation, makes the catch, and it's going to be just enough for the first down. That was a close one.
Oh, wait, hold on
it wasn't enough for the first down.
Hold on, wait, we might need to go to the review booth here.
It could go either
We
way.
are indeed going to get a challenge. They marked him short. They had this a turnover on downs, and surprisingly, that's going to be confirmed. The Aggies get the stop that they needed there on fourth down, and in a two-possession game, that's exactly what you needed. Not only do you get possession, you also get one of the timeouts up off the board there for the Longhorns, and he's going to take advantage of the opportunity he's got. The defense sets him up, and the offense makes good on the touchdown drive there, short and sweet into the end zone. And the Aggies are going to draw just a little bit closer. I think analytics will call for a two-point conversion try here. And we will see Wegman in the offense trot back out into the pistol. Even set, he's got tight ends and wideouts to either side. Back to pass. Looks, finds nobody.
I need to score.
The Longhorns defense stands up there on the conversion try, and that'll keep things a 5-point game. Larry, significantly different feeling between being in a 3-point versus a 5-point contest.
A one-score game, though, for the Aggies, but a great job there. You usually see Le'Veon Moss with the score there. When you think about Randy Moss, you think about being Moss. How about the Aggies doing it on the ground, keeping this crowd sort of engaged? That's what they're going to need, man, with that stadium pulse. Get back in this.
Yeah, his elusiveness is really just incredible. Great vision. Once he was able to find that little bit of open space to wiggle his way out into it, it's something you love to see. Is now we'll see Ewers drop back again. That one, that's just going to be a bit overthrown.
Out of an empty formation there, I think everyone in the stadium, certainly everyone in the booth, was looking for another Isaiah Bond touchdown there. The big drop looked like Jivy might have had the same idea. Going to check it down here to Golden. Another one of these weapons for the Texas Longhorns, and I'm sure we're going to hear plenty from tonight. When Ewers, 10 for 15, 234 in the air for 3 touchdowns.
10 for 15,
Other than the interceptions, Ruffless Cat not inefficient in the air altogether. Back into the pistol goes Ewers. And off right tackle. Good cut off the block. Wide out, able to hang in there. Larry, I got to feel like you were good to lay a block or two on the outside in your day.
It's a good one right there.
And we'll see just that off the first down conversion there. Now on 1st and 10. And off inside to Blue. A nice cut there to bring up a 2nd and 2. Longhorns moving. Would love to extend this thing back out to 2 possessions.
Yeah, and I mean, they're at a solid point here as well. 2nd and 2, deep into the Aggies half. They've got time on their hands. Quick throw out to the left side. Makes a move, tried to make another. Gets chased down, but it's enough for a first down. And now only 6 yards outside of the red zone.
You might see the Longhorns offense slow things down a little bit here on the doorstep of the 4th quarter. He'll need at least one more snap to get there. After the short gain on 1st down, brings up a 2nd and 8. 40 ticks now less left in the 3rd. Ewers in the gun with some built-in motion from the running back. He's back to pass. Looks, fires to the tight end off his back foot. Looked like he had an opportunity there. Certainly looked like it could have been good for a first down. That's going to be incomplete instead. Aggies would love to hold a field goal here to keep this at 1 possession. Quinn Ewers in the empty. Not a sight that the Aggies defense is going to love to look at here tonight. Ewers looking to escape the pocket right. He dropped back way too far. Not going to be able to do much from 20 yards back. It's incomplete. 4th and 8.
Yeah, 4th and 8. Now it's decision time. And I do like the call to go for the 3-pointer here. You're 4th and 8. You're really sitting on the outside chance, and a great job of being able to. No, I thought for sure that went. For real? I mean, look, the referees are standing right there. We'll see a better look.
Yeah, that's
no, it was
there.
underneath. Yeah, it was just underneath. From our initial angle, it looked like it was just able to sneak through, but no, not quite enough power. Had it on the angle that it needed, but it won't be enough, and so it'll stay a 5-point game.
And now the Aggies with a unique opportunity here.
This is gonna be tough.
I am not certain. I've not played with the A&M offensive playbook, but I'm not absolutely certain that this is not the Michigan offensive playbook, because we're in another overloaded set here. I've been, I was loving that all night yesterday, Sleegy. I was loving all these tight ends, all these overloaded formations they got going on, and I'm with, if that's the style of offense that Ruffless Cat wants to play here. We've seen him successful on the ground here so far. If he feels like he can stay on schedule, right on cue, it looks like he's going to hop into the gun and look to pick up this 3rd and 4, and he does.
Oh my God.
Curious to see whether he'll go back to leaning on that ground game, slow things down a little bit, maybe flick on that chew clock, try to be the last one with the football here.
Yeah, and I mean, we are into the 4th quarter now, so time going to become more of a factor for, really both teams. You have to think, if you're Texas A&M, when you score, if you do score, you don't want to give Texas a whole lot of time to try and march back down the field, because even if you can get that touchdown in a 2-point conversion, a 3-pointer will still be able to tie it up as Wegman look to drop back alone in the backfield again under pressure. I think they're going to get called for roughing the passer as both of them converged in, and actually defensive pass interference on Texas instead. Just a little bit too much of that contact before the ball was able to get into the area.
And every once in a while, throwing into traffic can bail you out in a situation like that. It's going to be DPI. A dangerous blooper there. Texas gets a hand on it, but cannot bring it in.
And Anthony Hill Jr. there on the Texas defense. Ball almost just falls into his hand, but he's not quite able to hang on to it. Sets up 2nd and 10 for the Aggies.
That's going to be complete. Streak out of the backfield there to number 8 for a 1st down. And really, the offensive style has been pretty counter to what I was expecting. We haven't seen him keep it on the ground here at all, despite his earlier success. And right on cue, Wegman's going to be in the shotgun set here, empty formation. Nothing but options all over the field. And it looks like he's going to take the 2-minute timeout, and he will. We'll see whether the offensive plan changes here at all on the other side of the 2-minute timeout. A field goal does him no good. He does need to find the end zone.
And does need to find the end zone. And again, got to think about that time. I like the decision to let the 2-minute warning come through. Throwing in the triple coverage, though, don't like that call quite as much. Again, ball security is going to be massive here. Yes, you still have all of your timeouts if something bad happens, but you really try and want to avoid that at all costs.
And you got to hope, if you're Ruffless Cat, that you've gotten all your turnovers out of your system here already. Despite throwing the Longhorns a couple times, he still finds himself with a chance in a pretty good situation, all things considered. Back to pass here out of the gun again. He's going to take his check down to Moss out of the backfield in the flat. It is complete. It's a 3-yard gain. The clock will run. After the failed challenge there on the 4th down conversion, Texas will be hurting for a timeout. They have 2 left. Aggies have all 3 of theirs here for now. Right back over the middle to Watson.
Did he?
3rd and inches, and that's not the worst 1st down to not get. You could run a little more clock here. You're into the red zone by a yard, 19-yard line looking in. I'm a little surprised to see him in empty here. I feel like he had an overload formation. He could just take the drag if he wants to, put some pressure on the user, and he's able to complete that for a 1st down to the 12-yard line with that clock still moving.
Yeah, clock's still moving and just, letting it drain away, but you still got to stay focused on getting into the end zone. You don't want to get caught up looking at the ball or the clock too much. It's a great pass over the middle, going to be enough for the touchdown, and you have to expect we're going to see another 2-point conversion attempt coming up here in a moment.
This is where dreams come true.
I think a safe call, and that will be consequential. No doubt about it.
This is where dreams come true.
Still 2 timeouts for the Longhorns in Jivy with 1:03 to play. If you were going to asked to have your cake and eat it too. You would have loved to take a little longer there. That's going to be picked off. Oh, dangerous with one man to beat. That was looking like it had pick 2 potential. Oh, maybe a little bit lucky that that wasn't even worse. As things stand, the 2-point fails. It's going to be 22-21 in favor of Roughless Cat and the Aggies. Jivy in a pretty good situation here, though. If he can manage any bit of offense at all, find his way into field goal range. Now, the crowd is going to be rocking, especially if this winds up being a game-winning field goal opportunity. So if that's a situation you wind up in, Sleegy, you don't want to be taking this from the 30. You would really rather score here, I think.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking for a touchdown, but you'll take whatever you can get. Gets it in the coverage. Going to be good for 3. We're going to see the second timeout used. So now only 1 remaining for the Longhorns. And again, you know, I'm going to repeat, kind of echo what I mentioned earlier for A&M, but now the same for the Longhorns. Ball security is going to be king as Ewers drops back again. Good throw down the middle to Helm. Will be enough for a first down, and he'll have a little bit of time as the chains move before the clock starts moving again as well.
Gotta anticipate that you might see a hurry-up offense here at some point. A little surprised we didn't see it there. He's still got 1 timeout to work with. Looks for the check down, and all he finds is an Aggie defender. It's York again on the pick. Saligi, you said it, man. You need to maintain possession of the rock, especially on a money drive opportunity. He doesn't do it there. It's going the other way. And the Aggies, if they want to, and listen, in a rivalry series, bro, you haven't seen too many kneels, but we will see it here tonight.
I like
Saligi, right victory formation, brother. You liking that?
I like it a lot. It's the right decision to make. You don't need to throw anything. You don't need to run anything. Just knee it out, take the win. 1-point victory at home over Texas. And the Aggies, by just the skin of their teeth, able to escape with a win. And again, it just comes off the back of these turnovers, and the turnovers continue to be such a pivotal sort of key point in so many of these games that we've seen throughout the rivalry series.
Holy cow, man. If you're Jivy, you gotta be feeling like you missed your chance here. Isaiah Bond could do no wrong. We saw 3 touchdowns to the tune of all 21 of his points. Every time he went to his playmaker, he was wide open with a chance to score, but nonetheless, I think we do. Larry, checking back in. Almost. My man Larry is trying to work magic here, doing the big Progressive Rivalry Series show off of a laptop. We're going to rope him back in just as soon as we can here. I got my first prediction wrong. Listen, we were off the hook last night, Sleegy. We did not actually need to levy any predictions. We let the boys, Ty and Nick and User, fight about that all night, the Short Kings. I'm down 0-1. I'm pleasantly surprised here, though, because if I'm going to extrapolate here at all, based on what we saw in Game 1, is that A&M definitely has enough to fight. This is not such a big overmatch that we're going to see a bunch of floods here. I love how competitive that first game is. Brother, are you looking forward to some closer games here maybe tonight?
Yeah, I'm hoping that this is an indicator of more of what we're going to be in store here. A 1-point game to start us off. It doesn't get too much better than that as we take a look at some of the replays throughout that game, starting with that massive hit to kind of just get the physicality rolling right off the back, but then the moves from Allen to get the Aggies on the board first. That was kind of the first moment that we knew that this game was going to be great.
And Isaiah Bond there, like we were saying, with 10 yards of separation. He loves it. Winds up going down in a heartbreaker. Just a 1-point ball game, 22-21 here. Ewers before halftime. Another big play to number 7. Goes 4-7 the whole distance. You see, he's hype about it, man. Enjoying the spirit of the Progressive Rivalry Series here tonight. Celebrating Texas and Texas A&M. A huge score there. Put him in striking distance, and to finish the comeback bid. That would have been our final points of the game, and the defense holds up when he needs them to. The Longhorns cannot take advantage of their money drive, man. An exciting Game 1. Isaiah Bond, for all the explosiveness, could not get it done for Texas, but Good news is we have a whole bunch of action here yet to come. Fendler, Sleegy, and we're going to get our guy Larry back in here expeditiously on the Progressive Rivalry series. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
Hey, Flo. Cool leg warmers.
Thanks. They're just for the bus ride to work. They're not part of the official uniform.
No tunes today?
No. My apartment was robbed last night. Took my cable-ready TV, VCR, portable cassette player.
Yep, all the latest tech.
If only Progressive had renter's insurance, like their home insurance.
Then we could bundle our cars and get the same 24/7 protection. I think we just invented that. This is the best day ever.
Well, I still got robbed.
It's still a pretty good day.
Ain't no stopping me now, no. Ain't no stopping me now, no, no. Ain't no stopping me now, no, no. Ain't no stopping me. I know I make it look easy. Make it look easy. I know I make it look easy. Make it look easy. I know I make it look too smooth. I make it look easy. I know we make it look easy. I know Hand on the game, we are not playing the same. No, we not looking to change. Hand on the wheel, they think we lacking the drive. Boy, you should stay in your lane. Foot on the gas, I do not care if I crash, as long as I stick to the plan. What is the plan? I cannot lie for none of you, long as I know who I am. I'm in control, God got his hand on my soul. And if I land and he got the remote, made it this far, it's a miracle, miracle. Anything less is cynical. Staying true, I can't lie in your interview. Tell the truth while you lie with your interview. And your acting is so hypocritical. In control, nothing more, this is minimum. Can't stop now, I'ma grind till I'm ghost. I thank God how he held me down the most. Can't stop now, gotta grind till I'm ghost. Gotta thank God how he held me down the most. Got the whole team on my back. I ain't worried about no stats. No time to compete with so-and-so. No time to compete with so-and-so. I ain't got a brag when I'm in my bag. No, no, no. Been through a lot, don't know the half. No, no, no. When I'm on drive, never lose control. Hand on the game, never lose control. It ain't my fault that I'm in control. When I'm on drive, never lose control. On a mission, on the move. Gotta go, no, no. Ain't no time to waste my time. We don't slow down. You can have me in dimensions. Big dog in dimensions. We be aiming for the fences. I'm in a different dimension. Why y'all be riding the bench? Y'all could just cut through the tension. Graduated from the trenches. No cap and gone. I ain't never need a handout. On my 2 feet, I'ma stand out. I ain't never take a loss now. Ain't gon' start now at the top now. And I know. Can't stop now. I'ma grind till I'm ghost. I thank God how he held me down the most. Can't stop now. Gotta grind till I'm ghost. Gotta thank God how he held me down the most. Got the whole team on my back. I ain't worried about no stats. No time to compete with so-and-so. No time to compete with so-and-so. I ain't got a brag when I'm in my bag. No, no, no. Been through a lot, don't know the half. No, no, no. When I'm on drive, never lose control. Hand on the game, never lose control. It ain't my fault that I'm in control. When I'm on drive, never lose control. Oh yeah, whoa. Look, they can never keep me down, I'm going. And if I ever fail, just know I'll go again. I never quit, cause I know that every loss may lead to another win. I'm going up. I bet when I land, they gon' tell me it's luck again. See that I'm winning, it's harder to watch. I'm setting the stage, you should give me my props. You ain't got no soul, you lacking the spirit. You talk out your neck, I'ma show you I'm with it. I would really hate for you to sit and watch me win again and win again and win again. I know it's probably getting on me and win a synonym. So if I ever win again, just know I did the minimum. I didn't have to sell my soul. Oh, yeah. Please don't play no games with me. It was never about the fame to me. They needed the best, so they came to me. Whoa. Who the best in this thing? Tell them, yeah, that's me. Tell them who bring the vibe, say, yeah, that's me. Who make it flip, make it bang, ooh, yeah, that's me. Who make the party feel alive, tell them, yeah, that's me. My girl so proud of your boy when they ask, is that your man? Yeah, that's me. me. And if I'm taking a shot, I don't miss. Who knew I would be at the top like this? And no one made my goals for me. But I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be. Cause it's the path that God chose for me. So even if some doors close for me, I still won't let y'all close to me. So please step back where you're supposed to be. Put the game all on hold for me. And sit back, watch me roast the beat. It's in my genes, I'm better than them. And I know my flow too sick, I got the medicine. I'm way at the top, who could take my place? I went too hard, can't feel my face. Who the best in this thing? Tell them, yeah, that's me. Tell them who bring the fire, say, yeah, that's me. Who make it flip, make it bang, ooh, yeah, that's me. Who make the party feel alive, tell them, yeah, that's me. Whoa. Yeah, ooh, yeah, that's me. Who that chillin' at the top, tell them, yeah, that's me. Yeah, yeah, tell them, yeah, that's me. Yeah, I'm chillin' at the top, ooh, yeah, that's me.
And welcome back, everybody, to the Progressive Rivalry Series. Fendler and Sleegy, we're working hard to get our guy Larry roped back in here. He's working magic on a laptop here tonight, man. Excited for Game 2. Surprising to me, we had Texas A&M jump out to a 1-0 series lead here for now. Before we keep it moving here tonight, just a reminder that this event is so proudly sponsored by Progressive Insurance, offering a touchdown for your budget. Visit progressive.com to learn more and see how you can save. We got 1-0 here for now, Sleegy. And in our match coming up, representing the Texas Longhorns, we'll have Anthony Hill Jr., a linebacker sophomore, 6'3", 235. Guy is a stud, wearing number 0. Kind of bad. That's a bad number. That's a bad number. Playing against Marcel Reed, a freshman quarterback. We'll see our first student matchup, and curious to hear from you whether you're anticipating that their position will play as to their skills on the virtual gridiron. You expecting a great defense from Anthony Hill? Are we going to see Marcel Reed put himself in the game? Any expectations for you here as we head in?
Well, you know, you mentioned our Short King friends yesterday, and there was a lot of yapping going on, but there was one thing that they pointed out that I do think is, you know, a valid concern, and it's that when you have a quarterback versus a lineman, quarterbacks normally have probably less time to, you know, play the game and to get inundated with it. But when you're a lineman, you know, you've got that one job. There's only one thing for you to focus on. You still got a lot as well, but I think it offers them just a little bit more time to maybe get familiar with the game. So I'm thinking that Anthony Hill Jr. here might actually have a leg up if he's actually had the time to put a little bit more into the game itself. And, you know, especially with being a defensive player like that, you know what to look for. You know how to read. The quarterback's just normally going to be looking at what he sees anyways. But when he's on defense, it might change things up a little bit. And you know what they say, defense wins championships. I'm thinking that Texas on this game might actually have the advantage.
You know, that seems like a good segue into our predictions. It's sounding like Sleegy is leaning Anthony Hill Jr. here and the Longhorns. Listen, I got to go with a regression to mean here. I feel like the Longhorns are going to get on the board here eventually tonight. Why not get it started with Anthony Hill Jr.? He's a little older than Marcel Reed. He's his competitor, but we've seen from these quarterbacks, and I'm curious to see whether Marcel puts himself in the game. That is always fun to see. These guys generally go crazy with their own players in the game. Got to be such a cool feeling, you know, to play with your own player model. So curious to see how that goes. And listen, kind of the counterpoint, the other side of that coin, to your point, quarterbacks are going to spend so much time studying defense. So they might well be offensive players, sure, but they're going to have a great grip on coverage shells here as well. We'll see if Anthony Hill Jr. is able to mix it up enough to confuse the young quarterback. I'm going to go with Texas and Anthony Hill Jr. here as well. It sounds like we are 2 for 2, and we may well be just about ready to hop in for Game 2 here on the evening. Texas A&M versus Texas, our rivalry series celebration here of the night. We saw Bama and LSU. We saw another big one, Ohio State and Michigan. But this Texas rivalry, certainly another huge fitting of the company of a couple of these other stops here on our event series. We're just about ready to rock here, I think, fellas.
Yeah, I think we are as well. And, you mentioned how big this rivalry is, but, this coming up weekend in real life, I don't think it's ever been a bigger game between these two. Kind of Texas, newer to the SEC. Both of these teams playing each other with good conference records near the end of the year. It'll decide where the winner of their game decides who goes to the SEC championship. So, a lot riding on it. And so a lot of hype today, seeing these teams go against each other ahead of the real life match a little later on this weekend. It's just so much hype surrounding everything around this.
Here we go. Are we going to get an early depth chart adjustment here? This is really, no, okay, just a little reorder. Might take a look to make sure he's where he wants to be. 95 speed there for the freshman. He's going to make this a little more in order of seniority here, I think. That's how you know these guys are really tapped in to their team culture. A cool side
a couple
quest.
changes here.
A few, indeed. A cool side quest I've been really enjoying is seeing the team gear that these guys have been wearing in all of our student matchups along the Progressive Rivalry series. Anthony Hill Jr. let me down a little bit. He looks to be in just some, I don't know if this is like an express type job or what he's got going on, but some nice team gear. I like those sweatshirts that got like the connection right instead of the drawstrings there. Some cool A&M gear there for Marcel Reed, the freshman. And these guys are deep into the depth chart here right now. We may well see, some unfamiliar guys in unfamiliar places here by the time all is said and done. But they want to make sure everything is just right here.
I'm gonna leave the decision making up to them, but I think I even saw one where he bringing up a left tackle into the second in line for tight end. He's coming in with some sort of game plan here, switching it all up, and we might see some interesting players coming into positions that we might not have seen them before, and could potentially throw off the defense with reads that they're not even having ever been prepared for.
I mean, that is indicative of a plan, of a scheme. If you're putting a left tackle at backup tight end, that will be your personnel. If you call in, anything in 22 that has a wing involved, that's going to be your guy, that second tight end spot on the depth chart. So may well be planning to run the ball a little bit out of some heavier sets. We'll see as the game wears on here, but for our first action of the Anthony Hill Marcel Reed contest, we'll have the Longhorns with Anthony on the sticks. Starting on offense, he picked up 4 yards on first down. Quinn Ewers in the shotgun, looks for a big shot, and he finds one. It's a possession catch animation there. If he's able to keep his feet, he might still be running. But as things stand, that's still a big first down, cross midfield, down to the 38-yard line.
Yeah, and a great gain just to keep this drive going. Opening drive, always so important to set the tone for the rest of the game. Tried a little outside handoff there, but goes nowhere. Actually, a loss of 1 to bring up second down. But, you've got to expect some of those to happen, especially when it looks like UVA is committing to the run game. A lot of RPO so far. So hopefully he might find some openings here, as it looks like he'll be dropping back to throw.
And he sure will. Some defensive pressure, does not get home in time. He's able to get the ball out. That's a contested rock, though. 50-50 ball, really best case scenario. Defender in the vicinity with a chance to make a play. Instead, it's going to be 3rd and 11 here. Quinn Ewers, the ball on the left hash. He's back to pass out of the gun here again. Looks to set up a little bit of a screen. Developed differently than we've seen, more frequently the slip screen variety. But that looked like it was indeed by design there. Had a couple linemen in front to help pick up that big first down. Quinn Ewers with pocket. Goes right back to that same crosser type of look, and that's a similar result he got earlier. Another big completion down the middle. Nearing the red zone now. 27-yard line looking in, and a great opening drive here for the Longhorns.
Yeah, just a good job of getting the ball to him. Maybe a little overthrown. If it had been slightly more on target, it might have been through to the end zone. That one, again, overthrown. But just can't keep in bounds. The tiptoe just stepping enough out, but a big interception. And Marcel Reed going to be taken over from his own 5-yard line. And I think as well, we might also have Larry back in the booth with us.
There he is.
We do, guys. I apologize for the technical difficulties, man, but this is beautiful to see. You got Hill, a linebacker for Texas. Now he's got to play offense. And look at Marcel Reed playing offense now. And how about those Aggies? As we like to say, he's going to skate. Yeah, like giant slalom down the hill, guys. Aggies.
Gets all the way. Come on, man. Gets all the way there for the big score. Not doing it in the air. No quarterback blast here. Will keep it on the ground, and a great gain there. Takes advantage of the defensive stop. And that's going to be Aggies on top of things here again. And these Texas A&M guys are not going to go out tonight here without a fight.
No, certainly not. And I mean, that was a great handoff to Le'Veon Moss. I mean, we saw him in the last game, the speed, and it comes out again here. Once he finds that green grass, that open space, if you're a defender, you better hope you've been practicing out on the field with running, because you're going to need to bring everything you got in your legs to try and catch up to a Moss.
Not able to get hands on him there. And that'll break our scoreless tie.
Yeah, that's me again.
Quinn Ewers wants the whole thing. That's right back to Isaiah Bond. And we've seen it already here tonight, quite often, early and often, as they say. Isaiah Bond able to get separation once he gets to that 15, 20-yard depth, and that's really where you get your big strikes down the field. Had a step there, but it's incomplete. Goes right back to him. Safety in better position here. And that is going to fall to the turf, incomplete. Takes a big shot down the field, right back to Isaiah Bond. But that middle third safety able to keep himself in the ballpark there. And now Quinn Ewers with a third down opportunity. Rock is on the left hash. He's got twins and a half back to the short side left. Back to pass. He's way back to pass. A little too far back to pass. And the Aggies playing volleyball there in the defensive backfield. Swats it down. And on fourth down, we'll see the decision here, and he's going to trot the offense back out in the empty formation with quads to the wide side of the field right here for Quinn Ewers. A little built-in motion. Verts on the field. It's contested, but it's complete, and a big fourth down.
Big risky play, but it ends up paying off. Able to just slide the ball in right where it needs to be, and they are not wasting any time at all. Quick hurry-up offense after the sticks move. Ewers going to be dropping back again here, looking to throw, taking his time. Quick turnaround, and it's going to be enough for another catch. Great user there to get him in position underneath the defender of Javion Thomas, who just overran that slight bit.
And Larry, on 4th and 10 from your own 16, do you hate or love the aggression there? You can't argue with the result.
Nice spin move there by Texas. You got to love that, guys. In competitive Madden, competitive college football, this is what some of the top players do. They value possessions. No way you want to give the ball away. No way you're punting that ball. You're going to die on your own sticks and show those skills, and that's exactly what they're doing here with Hookem on the move.
Hookem on the move, and they're right back to their playmaker, Isaiah Bond, been the MVP of the early Longhorns offense here tonight on the Progressive Rivalry Series. Quinn Ewers gets baptized right around the line of scrimmage, and it's another turnover. Oh, the Longhorns and Anthony Hill unable to finish these drives. And as that will wrap up the first quarter. Thankfully, we got some action yet here. Some fireworks, though, for certain. The Aggies defense showing up when they need to. And you might see some pressure here for the Longhorns, see if they can't sneak a safety, but that helps. Marcel Reed a little further out from the shadows of his own uprights there. It's just a gain of 2, though, but gets himself some breathing room. He's got 97 yards yet to go, but he's got to be feeling pretty good up by 7 here early.
Yeah, but I mean, not a great position to be backed up like this against your own end zone. Quick throw out to the left side. Gonna buy a little bit of space, but still 3rd and long from the own 4-yard line. This is not really the situation you want to be finding yourselves in. You take too long, you potentially risk a safety, and Texas is going to be bringing pressure.
And Finley, I'd like to say this, man. On those quarterback runs, you have to get down. You see these quarterbacks in Madden and college football fumble a lot. Get down.
You said it's so dangerous to take a hit like that in the open field from your quarterback. Defense knows that this is an opportunity here. And Sleegy called it. We are going to get that pressure out of the nickel double A gap defensive look. One of the most meta formations. You see it often in online head-to-head. It gives you the versatility of sending those two linebackers lined up in the A gap or dropping them out into coverage. And often the quarterback is not going to be able to make that read until it's too late.
Oh, T-White.
And it's a lot to process.
Hey, we love the field return, bro.
Anthony Hill able to take advantage there. A nice defensive stop, but has been stymied on offense 2 drives in a row, knocking on the doorstep of the end zone, but has not been able to get it done. Marcel Reed holding up on defense when he's needed to is the young quarterback. And now with the chance to equalize things before halftime, we'll see Anthony and the Longhorns back on offense. Quinn Ewers in the gun. He'll throw the RPO to Bond. Bond's got a couple of steps for a big first down pickup across the field to the 34-yard line. However you could get this man the rock in his hands is the better for the offense here. We've seen plenty of it. I think we'll see plenty more here tonight.
Yeah, we'll take that.
A nice handoff inside there goes for 6 yards. I can't imagine Anthony in a huge rush to score here. I'm sure he would love to be the last one with the football and kind of take away any further opportunity for Marcel Reed to put points on the board, but we'll see what he's got here on 2nd and 4. Golden on the jet sweep. Gets outside left tackle. And you don't overthink this one. You go ahead and get your 6. Anthony Hill and the Longhorns are in the end zone, penning the extra point. He could tie this thing up here.
Sliggy, what are your thoughts here on him going forward and not going for it and punting the ball back to Hill and the Longhorns? Your thoughts?
All right, man.
I mean, look, it's a risky play. It's one of those where if you make it, you're a genius. If you don't, people are asking some tough questions. But, you know, in a situation like this, especially with these really abbreviated quarters, I can't knock it too much. If you're willing to take the risk, if you've got that sort of confidence in your offense, then, you know, you've got to go with your gut. It's not always going to work out, but it got him 7 on that one. So I'd say it was probably a good call in hindsight.
We'll see a little bit kind of the difference in aggression, I think, is what Larry is keying in on there. Yeah. We saw the 4th down get picked up when he was on his own 16, but then the punt, and, you know, it's only a difference of, 11 yards? I think he was on about the 5-yard line. So yardage-wise, it's not a huge difference, but I feel like mentally it feels like it's a bigger difference as a nice play down the left sideline there is complete for the Aggies. It feels like a big difference to me. You know, considering going for it on 4th down on your own 5 in the 16. But I guess really, Larry, it shouldn't. If you're willing to go for it in one and kind of match your competitor's energy there, you should be willing to go for it in the other situation as well.
Absolutely. You hit the nail right on the head as you see Marcel with the nice moves there in Texas territory. But you're absolutely right, Findler. Look, if you're going to go for it, that should be the play every single time. Not only that, you'll see guys that will onside kick because that's how much they value possessions. They don't even mind if you score. They just want the ball and they value those possessions. I'm one of those guys in a competitive situation.
Possessions just so crucial. Limiting your opponents, and right on cue, we have one flip. He's got a head of steam and a whole lot of open space in front of him. He's across the field, 20, 15, 10, 5, and a little bit of extra sauce on the end of the thing to celebrate the Progressive Rivalry Series. He's in the end zone for a 74-yard pick 6, and just as we're talking about it, the importance of possessions. One goes the wrong way there for the Aggies and Marcel Reed. And after 14 unanswered points, we have Anthony Hill and the Longhorns on top of things now.
Yeah, and a great interception there from Malik Muhammad. Able to just get it, return it all the way back to the house. A Texas native himself coming from DeSoto. So huge play for him to be able to get the Longhorns to lead. And so now with the Aggies retaking the field after a big pick 6, going to be looking to try, maybe play a little bit more conservative. Drops back to throw again, but he's not going to have any time at all. Texas just right on top of him. That time it was Trey Moore able to make the sack and backs him up 10 to make it 2nd and long.
And noticing for the first time here, Larry, Anthony Hill Jr. on himself as the user. Pretty exciting to see these kids taking control of themselves.
I was just about to say that. Great minds thinking like you. Saw the same thing, Findler. But the main thing here is, man, You've seen 2 touchdowns in the last 30 seconds. How critical is it for one of these guys to maybe take a lead going into the half?
Oh, and a contested throw there. Anthony Hill hates that that's going to be a completion for Marcel Reed. I was a little skeptical when we saw Marcel spend a timeout there early after not really getting too far. I thought Anthony might have a chance to get even a little aggressive and call his own. But now we're in a totally different situation as Marcel Reed finds another completion. He's down to the 30-yard line. And this gets interesting here. He does indeed have himself at the helm here. Gotta love that there as well. Both of the guys making sure their players are getting their due. And he goes for the whole thing. Does he have a step on him? He does! And that's gonna be complete! That right corner of the end zone, a little toe tap magic. Marcel Reed with an absolute dot. And penning the extra point, this could be tied up at 14 here, boys.
Holy cow.
Holy mackerel. Oh my
talk
goodness
about
gracious.
needing to make a pressure throw right where it needs to be. Lands in his hands on the money, a dime, like you said, and it gets them back level with 7 seconds left to go. Got to be careful of a potential return here. We've seen that happen a few times. Good to kick it into the end zone, and Anthony Hill going to opt to take it up to the 25 and maybe try a one long quad out just straight down the field and see if he can make some magic happen.
3 touchdowns in about a minute on the clock, guys. Wow. Fireworks down there at College Station.
Oh, Larry, you said it. We may well get a Quinn Ewers arm strength test here with 7 ticks left before halftime. Anthony Hill can't do much but just shake his head after giving up that last touchdown. He wants Bond long. Defensive back's got to step, but no, he doesn't. Isaiah Bond for a big wow. Oh, my goodness gracious, fellas. Buckle your seatbelts. Fireworks was indeed the word for it. I thought for sure the defensive back had position to make the play there, but Isaiah Bond just so tough to keep a cap on that young man. And with zeros on the second quarter clock, Anthony Hill feels like he deserved that one. Defensively, might have came out of that offensive drive for Marcel feeling like he got cheated, but justice is served, and he'll get into the halftime period there, up by 7. Texas 21, A&M 14. Marcel Reed will start on offense here to get our second half going. A great game here so far, really entertaining to watch, and the second half is going to look like it's a lot of the same after a big return crosses midfield down to the 41-yard line. Fellas, I'm trying to catch my breath. These guys are not letting it happen.
Why, Sleegs? Why is Isaiah Bond anywhere away from the defender, Sleegs?
He's just got that X factor to him. I mean, that's why his name is Bond, Isaiah Bond. He can just make it happen. Somehow manages to slip away. And now into the third quarter, big opportunity for Marcel Reed here in the Aggies to try and get a response of their own. But it's not going to happen on second down. Tackle for a loss of about 1. Going to push him back just a tad and a little bit slow to get up, but looks like he was fine.
Fendler, that is criminal behavior to let Isaiah Bond, for the second straight game, get behind the defense at the end of a half. Sorry, that's criminal.
You just can't do it if you're paying any attention to some of your mates here tonight, some of your schoolmates. You're not going to let that happen, but man, oh man, I'm questioning whether or not they could do anything about it, even if they know that it's coming. I mean, going in the building looking at Isaiah Bond, and it just hasn't mattered. He's making plays anyway. And now, after a big third down conversion, A&M keeps their drive alive. Marcel Reed back to pass. He's going to scramble out of the pocket right. Looks to cross the field. Oh, you can't do that, Larry. Rolling right, throwing back across the field. Oh, no. Okay. Hold on a second. No. He was looking to get the featured highlight of the night here tonight on the Progressive Rivalry Tour, and he got caught lacking there. Looks for the pitch in the highlight play, and he gets nothing but another turnover. Fellas, okay, after all is said and done, this is Aggies back with the football, 22-yard line looking in on a second down.
And look, I gotta respect the guts to go for the lateral there, especially without really having any vision on who was behind you, trying to just make a highlight reel play. But instead, I mean, hey, it ended up being a highlight reel play, but just not in the way that he would have liked it to be. Takes the interception, but immediately fumbles it back in the same play. Gives a new set of downs, but the Aggies, 3rd and 10 quickly already here. about 2 yards outside of the red zone. It's Reed, drop back, looking through again, having to try and escape some pressure. Looks to cut back inside, but he's just lucky to get back to the line.
Guys, you can question or you can accept and love the guts, but you got to question the mind and the mentality. As what Marshawn Lynch would say, man, you got to take care of your chicken, which means your mental. What was he thinking there?
Man, I think I had an idea. He was looking to put up a TikTok clip there as the kids are out here. I think that's what he had in mind. Unfortunately for him, he is going to see the replay. I just don't think he's going to love to watch it as much as he was hoping he would.
They got us right there, made us to waste the timeout. But
so Marcel Reed, a little conservative there. After the big return, got down to the 41, kind of plucked his way. He was off schedule, first, second down. He got the third down conversion that he needed. But the offensive drive stalls out a little bit. I'm sure Coach would appreciate that. Never mind. Coach would hate this because now after a big kick return, Gibson gets loose. And that's going to be 6. Anthony Hill and the Longhorns are back in the end zone. Extends this thing back out 2 possessions.
Hey, you gotta stay in the
defense not going to get an opportunity there at all. Anthony Hill loves it. Marcel Reed can't help but shake that one off. And looking for a 2-point conversion to make it a 12-point game. This just seems like a little bit of gamesmanship here by the math. Really no reason to go for 2 there at all. But this is a rivalry series.
You know, one thing I want to point out as well that I do think was actually intentional. We saw the initial lineup for the onside kick caused Anthony Hill to use his timeout here in the second half, and then immediately changes his mind to do the standard kickoff again. So even just for that, still at least eats one of the timeouts. Now Marcel Reed, little bit of a timeout advantage, but down by 10, has got to start doing some work to get down the field. He's going to have to escape the pressure right on top of him more. Not able to make the tackle, and a great throw for the first down, but he works his way too far back. Oh, that is, you just at a certain point just got to go down with it to get the first.
Oh, you know, Coach is getting in his ear. Larry, I'm sure you've seen this on plenty of sidelines. Somebody just trying to do too much with the football, trying to Barry Sanders this thing, and winds up losing yards. Coach always hates that.
Yeah. Did you see him jump up to catch a ball that's down there near his shoelaces and his feet? Not the correct way to go about catching the pass, but he does complete it, so game on.
Oh, he's doing an Isaiah Bond impression. Allen says, I could get this thing done too. And Marcel Reed, with himself at quarterback, has been beaming here so far tonight. He's going to pull a little bit closer, pending the extra point. This could be a 3-point game here. And Sleegy, I love that you noticed it, because I got caught up looking at a couple of our heads-up displays here and checking out some of the stat line, but calling out the the onside kick unit, a little bit of gamesmanship there. He does it again. So in a situation like this, Anthony Hill could risk it and just leave his guys out there, which he does. Is he going to hurt him for it? No. He's able to get the return there anyway, and it winds up being, an example, it puts you in this situation where you can gamble on just having 2 of your up men available, and usually those are going to be big dogs, like linebackers. Like not really going to be your hands team there in the first line by any means, and puts the return team in a situation, if you don't wait on that, and you should wait on that, you have to decide whether you take the 2-man disadvantage or you burn another timeout. He's already got him for 1 timeout. He decided not to spend his second one, and as this game gets a little bit closer, I think it's a good call, but it's always tough. And you only have that opportunity for that kind of gamesmanship play to force the return's hand if the return team picks a play too early, because it will tell you, College Football 25, just the same way it'll give you the offensive personnel grouping so the defense can match their personnel and put themselves in an advantageous situation, very similar to how real-life teams will do it. If you just wait on that, you'll find out whether you're going to get a kickoff or an onside kick, but a little bit of impatience there, hurting Anthony Hill for the timeout and gaining Marcel Reed a very legitimate chance at that onside kick. We heard Larry talk about it before. Some of these really competitive guys, just with the mind for possessions, will try to take them by any means necessary. Marcel looks to be of that mind here tonight. Looks for the onside kick back to Isaiah Bond, and he can't get under it there. He was open.
What are we doing,
he might still be running if he could get hands on that, but instead, fellas, we're going to get a 4th and 3 for the Longhorns. This is a big play.
And he better not punt it
as well.
He's not going to. I don't think we're going to see any special teams here.
I mean, he's close to the field goal range of Burt, but I don't know if it's close enough, especially in
you
this
don't want to
situation,
kick that at Kyle
especially
Field.
when you're not at home here and that meter, you're all over the place. 4th and 3, it's manageable. Looks like it's going to be an end around over the left side. Gets the block. Doesn't get the block downfield. Trying to whirl his way around. Gets to the 22 to make it 1st and 10. But still, great conversion there on 4th down to keep the drive alive.
Great play calling. What did he do, guys? Fellas, he gave the ball to his best offensive player. Get it to Bond and get out the way.
Let your playmakers make plays. However you can get that man the rock in his hands, the better for the offense. It's a 1st down in a clutch situation here. You saw the defensive user, Marcel Reed, very clearly pretty good at this game. You could tell both of these guys have played the game plenty. I noticed we saw defensive play art from Anthony Hill before. He's individually manning up safeties to slot receivers, and we have not seen all that much of that on the Progressive Rivalry series. So both of these, said last night, we saw, I think, one of the better players of the game that we had seen so far on the series. And I think these two are putting themselves in the running. Only one guy's going to be able to come away with the win, but I would take either of these players over the vast majority of competitors we've seen play, and I think that's high credit.
Yeah, I mean, it really is. It's been such a close contest between these two. You can tell that they have a good understanding of the game as this run to the outside. Tries to cut back in, gains a few out of it. Down to the 3-yard line, 2nd and goal. I mean, you've got a couple of different options for how you want to try and punch your ticket into the end zone here. Looks like they might be going for a run to the left side. And that is exactly what it is. Trying to work his way through, gets to the 1, and we're going to see a timeout come out here from the Aggies.
Touchdown here would be huge, guys, man. You're talking about Katie bar the door, would probably seal a win for Hill. We'll see how expeditiously he is with this, but can he take off a few more ticks here and maybe see if he can pull out a win?
What do you call right here?
And Marcel Reed living a little dangerously, really holding his timeouts until the absolute last minute. I think there's probably, he's in the Wildcat here, Isaiah Bond, same thing. You need a play with the rock in his hands, and he's going to fall forward for a touchdown right on cue. That's a big 6 to put him up by 2 scores. There goes Anthony Hill in the Longhorns into the end zone. Isaiah Bond again. We're going to see a 2-point conversion here. There's going to be 2 possessions here no matter what. But Marcel Reed, I mean, for Anthony, all's well that ends well. And, if he got into the end zone, I suppose it didn't really matter that Marcel didn't use his timeouts. But, and the 2-point is up, and it's good there as well. Why not? 11 will be your advantage here for the Longhorns.
To make it that much harder for Texas A&M to potentially mount a comeback. It's going to be really difficult. Possible, but not probable. And especially now that they're going to have to go 81 yards down the field, only 2 timeouts. And even if they can get it, have to get the onside kick to try again. They're going to need a big jumbo play to happen right here. Pressed, set, and actually going to draw offside. I think he might have wanted to change the play a little bit, didn't potentially want to be that pressed, and that's exactly what it is. Wants to change the play without using a timeout. Get some more personnel out in the backfield.
So if Marcel can catch Hill sleeping with the Texas defense and maybe go up top to a guy like Reed, or that's what I was looking for, someone like Cyrus to maybe pull it in for the Aggies.
It's enough fun. It's enough fun.
And now Anthony, well, not anymore. He was living dangerously there, essentially just called mid-blitz. He's sending 6 and manned up everybody else, backed up his defensive backs to give him a little bit of space. Reed, with himself, makes a move, steps up into the pocket, and smartly will get out of bounds here. Now, with the benefit of hindsight, I thought he was kind of crazy for it at the time, not spending his timeouts. But with what he knows now that Anthony was indeed able to score anyway, if you're Marcel, I almost wish you didn't spend that timeout. It might be game over if you didn't. But easy to second-guess that, and that's going to be picked off and will be enough to seal it. Black on the play will cross midfield, and with just 12 seconds yet to go, it'll be not victory formation. No. Not on the rivalry series. Quite to the contrary, indeed. We're going to see Quinn Ewers in a shotgun. Go ahead and hop into empty set and see if you can get one more for your squad. Ewers is way back to pass. Oh, that's what Marcel would have needed there. I don't even know if a D-line pick could have got home in time to make this a ball game, but we might see one more hook here from Quinn.
Guys, this is not soccer. This is not the NBA Cup. You don't get point differential. Get out of here. The victory formation, the best play in all of football.
Hello?
I mean, just trying to add up the points in a rivalry situation, I can understand it, but I'm right there with you, Larry. Victory formation is when you know you've got it in the bag. A team feels good when they can line up like that, but either way, doesn't end up impacting the end of the game. Anthony Hill Jr. able to get Texas on the board and tie us up overall after a nice 35-24 win.
Another competitive game here, fellas. I think the final score of an 11-point difference kind of lies on how tight that was. I mentioned it during the contest. It felt like those guys were some of the better players that we've seen. It's a good thing that we got them matched up against each other. I think either one of these guys is going to blow out the vast majority of our competitive field that we've seen so far here on the Progressive Rivalry Series. And that's not to knock anybody that we've seen. To the contrary, that's a big credit to these guys. And now 1-1. I nailed on the predictions league. Come on, we are back a little bit. Here we go. 1-1, a competitive series here. Texas able to even things back up, one apiece. Sleegy, exciting to see these guys as we expected. They made their depth chart adjustments early, made sure both of those guys were in game as we go to our replay package here. A perfect timing pick. Marcel Reed able to hold up near the goal line a couple times after that sudden change early, right into the big run from Moss to get all the way done for the touchdown. You thought he might have gotten out to a big enough head start to take this thing home, but here goes Anthony Hill charging back. His first touchdown of the game there. Reed escaping the pocket right, looking for a big play, and he finds one down the right sideline with his own player.
Give it to me. Give it to me.
This play here, an ill-advised pick. Possession so important. We've been talking about it all night. And you throw enough interceptions, it's going to make things a little more difficult for you. An absolute dot here, back right corner of the end zone. Marcel Reed puts one up.
And that last one just couldn't have been better thrown. We saw so many good throws, including this one right here. Don't know how Bond was able to get out in front, make the catch, and also get through for the touchdown. And then the runs as well. Gibson on this one, just able to weave in and out of the center, gets into open space, and then no one with the speed to catch up. And these big throws were just a constant throughout the entire game. Another one there trying to make it level. But Texas comes swinging back as they always do. It's the Wildcat that he's able to run in with himself to make it happen.
Get in there. Yeah.
Holy mackerel, back and forth, a lot of fireworks. We've mentioned a couple times along the series how kind of the biggest indicator on wins or losses has changed. For the longest time, it was turnovers. Now it's explosive plays. And you've seen a game like that, a kick return touchdown. You get a couple big ones over the top just before halftime there to Isaiah Bond as well. The explosive plays, enough to get it done for Texas. One apiece is our series here for now. Fendler, Sleegy, and Larry Ridley. We're going to be right back with you here in a moment. Don't go anywhere. We got more Progressive Rivalry Series coming up.
Hey, keep your head in the game, son. The scout from football college is up in the stands.
Maybe you'd rather go to school for insurance.
I didn't raise no insurance, man.
But you did, Dad. Football's your passion, but mine's providing around-the-clock protection to Progressive customers who bundle home and auto.
Jamie, we need you out here for football.
You're giving up on your dream, James.
No, Dad. I'm giving up on yours.
Oh, James, wait! Oh, that's not the exit.
Yeah, that's me. Who make the party feel alive? Tell them, yeah, that's me. My girl so proud of your boy when they ask, is that your man? Yeah, that's me. And if I'm taking a shot, I don't miss. Who knew I would be at the top like this? And no one made my goals for me. But I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be. Cause it's the path that God chose for me. So even if some doors close for me, I still won't let y'all close to me. So please step back where you're supposed to be. Put the game all on hold for me. And sit back, watch me roast the beat. It's in my genes, I'm better than them. And I know my flow too sick, I got the medicine. I'm way at the top, who could take my place? I went too hard, can't feel my face. Who the best in this thing? Tell them, yeah, that's me. Tell them who bring the fire, say, yeah, that's me. Who make it flip, make it bang, ooh, yeah, that's me. Who make the party feel alive, tell them, yeah, that's me. Whoa. Yeah, ooh, yeah, that's me. Who that chillin' at the top, tell them, yeah, that's me. Yeah, yeah, tell them, yeah, that's me. Yeah, I'm chillin' at the top, ooh, yeah, that's me.
Feel like John Moran. Need a triple double. Told him check the stats. Yeah, I got a couple. I don't drop the ball. Now I never fumble. I'm the MVP. Now I feel like Russell. Feel like John Moran. Need a triple double. Told him check the stats. Yeah, I got a couple. I don't drop the ball. Now I never fumble. I'm the MVP. Now I feel like Russell. Yeah, I need it now. Told him on the lay. I've been moving, dog. Yeah, I'm on the way. I don't hear the talk. Don't care what they say. I don't got no patience. I can't ever wait. I've been trying to get it. Running up all these digits. And I've been in the gym. I've been up doing minutes. I just put in that work. Told them it's strictly business. And I see through the face. They all just burning bridges. Feel like John Moran. Need a triple double. Told him check the stats. Yeah, I got a couple. I don't drop the ball. Now I never fumble. I'm the MVP. Now I feel like Russell. Feel like John Moran. Need a triple double. Told him check the stats. Yeah, I got a couple. I don't drop the ball. Now I never fumble. I'm the MVP. Now I feel like Russell. Yeah, they don't want it done like I want it, dog. Yeah, they say they want it, then they took the summer off. I've been going down the list, checking numbers off. I was checking on your numbers, told them something's off. I was at the bottom, now you know I'm climbing. Now they sending deals, they know I ain't signing. They been trying to sell it, they know I ain't buying. When they send a text, dog, I ain't replying. Feel like John Moran, need a triple double. Told him check the stats. Yeah, I got a couple. I don't drop the ball.
A warm welcome back, everybody, to the Progressive Rivalry Series. Fendler, Sleegy, and the legend Larry Ridley here with you in the booth here as we just saw Texas able to even up the series count one apiece. We've seen a couple of blowouts on our first two event nights. We got one apiece here, and I am hopeful that this stays as competitive as it has been. We got some more action coming up here in just a moment for you. But first, to remind the audience at home there that our event here is so proudly sponsored by Progressive Insurance, offering a touchdown for your budget. Visit progressive.com to learn more and see how you can save. As we throw it over here to our current score and a schedule check-in, we got plenty of games here yet to come. You see, Jivy dropped one to Roughless Cat there to get A&M out 1-0. There, Anthony Hill was able to equalize things one apiece. And now coming up, Jelani McDonald representing Texas versus Chance Johnson for A&M. A defensive back versus a linebacker, a couple defensive stars, both sophomores here, and a defensive mindset, I think, coming into the game. I'm curious to see whether we'll see for the first time somebody on a defensive back user, but certainly exciting as we get set up here for our second student match here of the night. So we're one apiece here, fellas, and I feel like this kind of opens up our predictions a little bit. I personally went for the regression to mean, I called it, in game two. I felt like Texas was going to get on the board. I will open us up. Might be taking an easy way out here. Give me Texas again. This will be my third Texas call in a row here. I'll be looking for Jelani McDonald, the sophomore, 6'2", 205, wears number 25 for the Longhorns. I'm going to opt for, I love, considering where these guys will be coming from, right? How their position groups will play into how they might strategize their virtual gaming here on the field. And I think a defensive back, similar to how I feel about a quarterback, is going to have such a great knowledge of shells and disguises, and will be able to, like you guys were saying in the pre-show, move around some of these chess pieces that can make defense so exciting here. So log me for a pick for Texas. Let's send it to you here, Larry. Kind of sight unseen, but do you have any predictions here going in for our third match of the night?
Well, I mean, you look at it, we're tied 1-1 in this series. A&M got the first win. Texas just came back. They're playing at Kyle Field. I go back to that game where we saw Marcel Reed and Hale, and you go back to that decision on fourth down to punt the ball and give it away that possession there, and that just, set off a flurry of touchdowns there, and he wasn't able to sort of catch up. Anthony Hill got going right after that. I think in this matchup, give me McDonald, give me Texas. I still think Texas with the better roster, way it's constructed, and just the overall, just the overall specs on that. I like Texas in this one, but man, hey, we're getting some good football here, back and forth affairs. I like it.
No doubt. The difference has really been Isaiah Bond when it's gone well for the Longhorns. Sleegy, anything you're looking out for? Who are you taking here in our third contest of the night?
So look, I feel like I've got to go with my gut on this one. I've been 2-0 on my predictions so far, so my gut hasn't failed me just yet. But I'm thinking that the home field advantage, since we are at College Station, is going to come into a little bit more of play in this game. I think it's going to make a difference maker. Hopefully we see yet another close one, but I'm going to have to go with Texas A&M on this one. I think that home field advantage is going to end up making enough of a difference, whether it's not allowing a hot route for Texas or whether it's blocking some sort of big kick in a pivotal moment of the game. I just think Texas A&M and their 12th man in the crowd is going to be able to make it happen.
I've seen that swing in person.
There you go.
I've seen
so
it
a little
before.
bit of a mix then for your predictions here coming from the booth. But we're not going to have to guess all too much longer here, fellas, with our series tied up 1 here for now. You guys are going to get set up for our game action. Game 3 of the night. The Progressive Rivalry Series. Chandler, Larry Ridley, a man. League in the booth here tonight. As we will get Game 3 open up.
I'll be on this a little
Aggies offense on the field. Chance Johnson on the sticks. 6'1", 228 sophomore out of Fort Pierce, Florida. Wears number 23. We'll have to take a closer look when we see the Aggies defense out, whether that'll be the defensive user. I just have a feeling that if he can get himself on the field, that he will. And a nice 9-yard pickup there on first down brings up a 2nd and 1.
They're going to want in the quick hurry-up offense here as well. It's going to be another quick throw down the middle, wide open. Going to get them in to enemy territory, and a great vision throw to get that out quickly for a large gain.
And I like how these guys typically use different players. Here on the running back position for Texas A&M, you've got Owens. We've seen other guys like Allen and some of these other running backs with other players like Marcel Reed. So it's interesting to see which players they design and which players they like to use out the chute.
Yeah, we see quite a bit of work obviously happening in those depth chart adjustments, especially last game. These guys look to have gotten right to it. You might see some more default setups as things stand for now. Wegman goes right back to that RPO. A little dangerous. Defensive user had the right idea, but cannot get there in time to make the plays. That's going to be a big completion. 1st and goal at the 2-yard line. And if you're the Aggies, this has got to be 6 to feel like this is a successful opening drive. And we'll see the play call here near the goal line. 2 yards to go to pay dirt. Wegman's in the shotgun. He's got running back off his right hip and trips to the short side of the field right, which he will flip. Same call, now to the wide side left. Defense does not adjust to match it, and very smartly, I love that. Larry, he's taking advantage of his numbers there. We saw him flip the trips, and the defense, in an asymmetrical look, did not flip to match, and we saw the result there. Running against the weak side, that's the answer you're going to get.
Oh, man, those big guys up front, they love that, man, to get a hat on a hat and just push those guys back into the end zone. So a nice start there for the A&Ms, but good defense here for the Horns, as we like to say down south, Findler, bowing their neck.
No question, hooking them up there on the 2-point try. Some early aggression there for Chance. Curious to see whether that will be, well, I mean, I feel like he's probably got to chase that right now, got to chase that point that he didn't get. So it's going to be 6-0. Jelani McDonald on offense on the sticks for the Longhorns. His drive has a long way to go. He's going to take over at his own 16-yard line after a short return. We'll see Quinn Ewers back in the shotgun. Twins left. Receiver in a single look, a tight end in a single look off to his right. Hands off inside to Blue. Not going all too far there, just a pickup of 1.
Yeah, good little sort of probing play here to start things out. Try and see if you can find that hole. Gets at least a gain of 1. Be interesting to see if they go for another back-to-back run here as well to try and establish that running game early, or if they'll opt to see if they can get a throw to keep this drive going with potential first down. It will be a play-action pass. Drops back, looks to throw, gets the running back in open space, and it's going to get real close to that first down. 3rd and inches, and this is going to be pivotal for them to make.
3rd and inches to go. A nice full house backfield. A couple tight ends in the game. This is my type of football right here. I love to see it. Dips the play action instead. Wow, everyone at Kyle Field probably thinking that you're going to see something up the A-gap, but instead dips a play action. I mean, maybe that's what he was thinking there too. And everyone expecting the run there on 3rd and inches and a real heavy offensive set. Look for a tendency breaker, but it doesn't go well for him there. Now he's got 4th and inches. And in a little precarious of a situation, the turnover here is well within field goal range for the Aggies. Ewers back to pass, looks, and gets the swat smartly. Chance Johnson gets just one hand on the ball, causes the incompletion, doesn't let him get an arm punt off an interception there. And that's going to be a turnover on downs. Chance Johnson up by 6 with another opportunity here.
And that's the issue when you play ultra aggressive like that. Chance Johnson, quick pass out to the right side, and he's going to be able to walk it all the way into the end zone. And so the first play after the turnover on down, Chance Johnson and the Aggies able to punch it through, and he's going to opt for the PAT this time. Doesn't want to risk that 2-point conversion again.
Sleeks, did you know something we didn't know, man? How about our guy from A&M out to a fast start using Owens correctly? And man, 88 and out the gate so far for Gig'em.
Larry, you said it, man. He might have beamed this one on the prediction tip. We got plenty of football yet to be played here. Jelani McDonald is going to look to mount a comeback, but it's been all Chance Johnson, and so tough to rebound from a situation like that. You go from 3rd and inches, looking for a pickup to keep your drive alive, to a turnover on downs, right into giving up a score. How quickly things can change. And a first down conversion there to open up the drive for the Longhorns. Back inside to Blue. Cuts back just a hair. Not much room there, though. Gain of 1 for his 2nd and 9.
Is this our first sort of a night game? I'm sorry, go ahead, Sleeks, but it looks like playing at night, too, might help with the stadium pulse as well.
Yeah, I do think this is our first time playing at night here for today. And I have noticed as well, it does make a little bit of a difference. It seems like the crowd gets a little bit more energetic more often on these night games. And that first down also able to get them into the enemy territory here. You know, this Aggie crowd is going to really start ramping it up to try and help their defense out here.
Team at EA Sports College Football 25 put so much effort into making sure things are realistic. So this night crowd is buzzing here. And that's going to be incomplete against the man pressure there. Cannot pull it down. And Chance Johnson, after 1 quarter on top of things, 13 rock. But Jelani McDonald with the ball, and he's driving. An opportunity to pull this thing a little bit closer, continue to mount his comeback. But he's got to get on the board here first. He's got a goose egg, but a 3rd and 2 chance. He dips the play action. Oh, that's that nickel double A gap pressure, and that can be so tough to deal with, especially if you have a long developing play like play action there. Maybe an ill-advised offensive call, but on 4th and 10, he's right back out there. I know you guys love the aggression, but the A&M defense able to make the stop there again, and now a couple of turnovers on downs. It's been all Chance Johnson and the Aggies.
And I like the aggression to go for it. I mean, again, especially with these shorter quarters, but I don't like the decision to throw there. Didn't really have anyone get open, coverage all downfield, and so now back the other way. Not going to be able to get the throw off to anyone down in time. Just lucky to get rid of it to avoid the sack and set up a 2nd and 10.
Yeah, I'd like to see an RPO there. I know my guy Findler loves the RPOs, the run-pass option. Give our guys something else to see, and another option there with Quinn Ewers. And you look at these stadiums at night, guys, especially down south in the SEC, very difficult to win in those hostile environments.
Yeah, Larry, you said it. Some nice moves there in the open field on the jet sweep. Defensive user had the right idea, cut him off, but allowed that cut back, cut up lane, and he takes advantage. Wegman's now in an empty set. Looks to have a couple of crossers on the field for himself. A few adjustments for the Aggies. Looks up top. Oh, and a little bit unlucky. The animation will take him out of bounds. It's going to be incomplete, but he had the look that he wanted there. And we will take a listen in on our players here throughout the course of the night. Whenever they're talking, be a little bit quiet. Did that here now.
And locked in at the moment. Both of them just concentrated on trying to make these plays happen. Great pass. It was right where it needed to be, but the hit just knocking it loose. And that's where the physicality of this Texas defense can really come in handy, even if they aren't there to disrupt the initial play, the ability to just force the ball out. And now Chance Johnson looking to try and drop back. A big throw down towards the end zone. Might find open space, and he does. The Aggies on a huge throw down the middle, able to find a touchdown.
Yeah, and right before that, it was Jelani McDonald telling Chance, good stuff, man, good job there. Well, he should say good stuff there because that was a deep shot, and it was converted. Aggies up by 3 scores, man, looking to put the knockout punch maybe with another score. It's hard to come back when you're down by 4 touchdowns, especially with a 3-minute quarter.
Holy cow, fellas. That was a laser. That was a laser. As soon as he put that thing in the air from 15 yards deep in the pocket, I thought it was going to be picked off. But, wow, complete in the end zone there. Chance Johnson looking good. He could have played against either of those guys we just watched. Another one of these young men you can tell has some good reps on the game. Pretty skilled gameplay so far. Keeps his defensive user in the vicinity there. And taking away Jelani McDonald's first and sometimes second reads as well. And there's the other side of that double A gap coin. Nice read. Nice read up the field. Just as I was about to gas up the defense there, they dropped out those A gap defenders into coverage. One of the aspects of nickel double A gap that can be so dangerous. Jelani McDonald says, hear me out, or I'm just going to beam this real quick. Blew up the middle. Oh, lays the truck stick down and puts in the legwork. Touchdown on the play. Jelani McDonald and the Longhorns are going to fight here, boys.
Yeah, got a little bit of help from behind, but Jaden Blue just able to have enough strength to keep those legs churning and break through the plane into the end zone. Will end the drought for Texas in this game near the end of the first half. But Chance Johnson still controlling a large lead here with the fair catch taking him out to the 25. All 3 timeouts and a minute 22 to work with. Chance Johnson has an opportunity to try and increase this lead by just a little more before the end of the half.
And as bad as it's been for those Texas Longhorns, they're only down by 2 scores. Critical 1:22 left here. If he can get out of here, level here, only down 2 scores, or possibly get the ball and get a touchdown before the end of the half, that would make this a very interesting ball game.
Oh, my goodness gracious. Wow. Chance Johnson just all over the field finding completions here. Lethal on offense. And Jelani,
incredible there to be able not only to see that opening was getting there, but the execution to be able to get it right on the money. I mean, that is not an easy throw to make, but he puts it exactly right where it needs to be. Switches to a handoff here for the next set of downs, and it's going to be good for a first down and a lot more as he'll break into the red zone.
The offensive production, and to be frank, the dominance has been striking here for Chance Johnson. Okay, yeah, no, he's a gamer. Yeah, he's on shoot clock here. No, he's a gamer. Wow. Jelani McDonald is going to have to fight here, but he's going to need some defensive stops. And, man, against the player that Chance Johnson seems to be, really heady play there to flick on the chew clock feature will kind of nuke a couple seconds off both the play clock and the game clock, assuming both are running. So it's all the way down to 22, 21, 20. And now just as easily, if you forget that you have that on and smartly somebody's going to spend a timeout, it's going to be Chance. Every once in a while, you could forget that you have that chew clock feature on, wind up coming back up to the line in a situation like this and seeing that last bit of your clock get nuked. But as a gamer, as though he seems to be, not going to let that happen. 3rd and 9.
Bro, I just said that, bro.
Will pull the handoff for Reed. Oh, my goodness gracious. What a read. What a play. Chance Johnson keeps it on the ground with Marcel Reed. He's in the end zone for another Aggies touchdown. And it's getting a little bit bleak here. He's not going for 2 on a fake field goal, is he? Oh, buddy.
I mean, look, I like the
injury. Oh, man.
I like the
Rivalry
attempt.
series.
I think I could audible button or something.
I mean, you don't see it too often, the fake field goal kicks. Like, if you're going to try and go for a 2-point normally, you're just running the play. But, hey, keeps them on their toes, makes them think, next time, are they going to fake this kick? Do I need to go into safe coverage? Makes it where they might not be in position to block it. Doesn't get it this time, but he's got enough of a lead that I feel like you can go for a risk like that every now and again.
Yeah, very infamous play there. I remember the LSU Bayou Bengals running that play where the kicker, it goes to the snapper, he flips it over his shoulder, and the kicker catches it. Sweet stuff back there from the LSU days.
Would have been cool if it worked out. As it is, no good on the try. Ewers with 8 seconds. He's got 2 timeouts, so he could come down in the field here. Maybe take 2 tries at this one. Oh, and it's a busted coverage. Blue on the catch. He's at the 2015 10-5. And hold on just a minute. A few games in a row now, fellas. We've seen this just before half score. Again, the Longhorns with zeros on the clock pull a little bit closer. Jelani McDonald is not rolling over here.
No, not at all. The only real surprise that time is it wasn't to Isaiah Bond down the field to make it happen right at the end of the half. Blue this time, coming through, getting wide open into that space and just booking it down to the end zone. Makes this game a little bit more manageable heading into the second half. Still down 2 scores, but now you've got a little bit of that momentum, plus getting the ball back. If you can get another one here, we got a ball game on our hands.
Yeah, and Blue with 3 catches over 100 yards, man. And right now, you look at Chance, he's got to be black and blue right now because you can't give up that play right before the half. Texas looking to have that double-double score at the end of the first half and come out punching to start the second half.
Changes your whole outlook there. Obviously, the difference of a full possession on that play just before halftime. And Chance Johnson, I think, showed his hand a little bit. He's really feeling confident on that fake extra point. He said, I can really take this one or leave it. I don't think it's going to matter. At the time, it looked like he might have been justified in that belief, but now, as things get a little bit closer, Jelani McDonald on this drive with a chance to pull within 1 score as he continues to try to mount his comeback. Picks up the first down there. Quinn Ewers in the gun. Dips play action. Looks across the middle. Dangerous throw, but it's going to be complete across the field. Jelani McDonald loves it. Chance Johnson can't do much but shake it off there. Contested indeed, but goes window shopping. Does Quinn Ewers and picks up a big first down. Tight end to the short side right. Everyone else field side left. He goes that wide out way and picks up 8 on a nice completion. 2nd and 2. And Sleegy, you had it right. Momentum building in the Longhorns' favor.
Yeah, especially the more sustained this drive becomes, the better it is going to be at quieting this Aggie crowd. But you got to imagine with this big critical 3rd down coming up, the crowd's going to be into it, and they are. That stadium pulse pumping. Texas really need to try and have the conversion here. Quick throw down the middle, and it's going to be good for a first down and a little more as they get 3 yards from the red zone, and they're in hurry-up offense. He liked what he saw on defense. He wants to get that same look again as Ewers, opting for the handoff this time. Another good run for 5.
Now a couple steps into the red zone here goes the Longhorns offense. Time continuing to run for him. And a good dot there, but Blue, it hits him in the thigh pad. Jelani McDonald is sick. Blue with such a great receiving day so far here. Cannot bring in maybe his easiest target of the night. It was a great read against that hard flat. We see the user has been pulling down that deep safety pretty frequently. A great read, but he's not rewarded with the catch. But all's well that ends well. He does pick up the first down on 3rd And now a 1st and goal. He'll stay in a hurry-up offense.
Yeah, in that previous play, he never turned around. Blue did in the end zone. But how about Chance saying, basically, I'm going to turn you over. Well, he's got an opportunity here if he can knock it down, but it falls incomplete. So we'll see if Chance can bow his neck and maybe get out of here with the field goal attempt for the Aggies.
And I'm really liking these fine-tune adjustments from Jelani McDonald and the coaching options. We really haven't seen that too much. I was wanting to mention it during one of the previous games with how much progress Isaiah Bond was getting. I'm curious that no one isn't trying to match receivers by speed just to keep Bond under pressure, but we're seeing those fine-tuned coaching adjustments, and it works right there. Great to be able to find the back of the end zone. Another perfect pass right where it needs to be, over the top of the defender and into the waiting arms to get us within 6, maybe 5, pinning the PAT.
The ball in your court. What you gonna do with it, dude?
And takes advantage of the space that the defensive user had vacated there. Got caught lacking just a little bit with that safety a little further upfield than I think he needed to be, allowing for Bond to get behind the operation there and into the end zone. And Chance Johnson, at one point, we were thinking was going to absolutely run away with this. And since then, the tides have turned. I would call all of the momentum in the Longhorns' favor here. Not going to play as far as Stadium Pulse goes, obviously, A&M the home team. But the Longhorns could really use a stop here, and we know Chance Johnson is a gamer. We saw him utilize the chew clock function a little earlier. If he's thinking the same thing here, he can take his time down the field and essentially just not give Jelani McDonald a chance at it. We'll see what he's thinking. He's going to be back to pass instead, not conservative. That's going to be contested, and that's going to be a pick. The Texas Longhorns are right back into this thing. He makes a move in the open field. He's got a line to the feet, and he does. Jelani McDonald, a 45-yard pick six, and the Longhorns are on top of this thing.
And I mean, that was a user interception as well. The quick flick, able to get turned around, grab it down, the little move in the open field to get back into space. Looked like he was about to get tackled, but instead just so elusive, able to run it all the way back, and that's huge. I mean, we were talking about momentum. Well, the momentum was already building in Texas's favor, but it is squarely in their corner of the fight now, because Texas A&M down for the first time in this game, and as they get the ball, going to need to try and put something together to get them, this crowd, and their score back in it.
You guys were talking about the tide. Not only has it turned, but the eyes of Texas are upon us, and they're looking down on the Longhorns. And Jelani McDonald outscoring Chance 21-6 to take this lead by 2. Hook them with the lead as we end the third.
Little dangerous there in the vicinity of a potential D-line pick. See Wegman at quarterback for the Aggies, showing for cold. Might cause him to miss a couple throws that he would normally connect on. It's going to be no problem there finding the drag, but not enough for a first down. And at the end of the third quarter here on the Progressive Rivalry series, coming storming back from a big old deficit, Jelani McDonald and the Longhorns enjoying a 2-point lead here for now. Chance Johnson's got the rock and an opportunity. We've talked a lot about home field advantage so far here tonight as a jet sweep gets loose, converts the third down for a first down. And it plays to Chance Johnson's favor that the kick meter, it'll be clutch, so it will be moving, but it's not going to be bouncing to and fro quite as badly as it would for the Longhorns. This home crowd won't make things as difficult on a potential field goal attempt that at this point would at least take the lead, if not indeed get this thing done. And curious to see Chance Johnson's strategy around time management here as he just crosses midfield. He's in the empty here for now.
Exactly. Findler, I was thinking the same thing. Can he do what a lot of these high quality, high competitive Madden players and college football players can do, which is run out the clock? But no! Jelani McDonald, can he skate? He can! 27-7 on the score. He's got the lead, and he's up by another score.
Holy mackerel. If I'm not mistaken, fellas, at one point, was this not 26-7?
It was 20-7.
Okay. So, holy mackerel. Jelani McDonald keeping both hands firmly on the controller here throughout the duration of the contest. He was never going to go out without a fight. And Chance Johnson finds himself in a tough situation here now. I don't want to sound like a broken record here, fellas, but I feel like I can echo really the same thing I said about our last student matchup. I feel the same about these guys. These are really good players playing against each other here. We're treated to a great contest.
Yeah, and I mean, look, Jelani McDonald, you got to give credit for just keeping the foot on the gas, even when you're down by a decent margin. I mean, that play right before the end of the second half to get the touchdown on the huge throw to Blue was massive in getting them back in this game since they got it back at the beginning of the second half. And now Texas A&M down by a lot, looking for a big throw down the right sideline, and it's going to be enough for a catch. Chance Johnson doing a great job of getting it to where it needs to be and enters into Longhorn territory.
Chance Johnson needs to make a play right here. He's been outscored 28-6 over the last quarter or two. Jelani McDonald has all of the momentum. Can Chance do anything about it at Kyle Field?
We talk frequently on the Progressive Rivalry series about the value of second half timeouts. Now we see Chance Johnson with all of his and a big try and a big completion down to the 2-yard line. Offensively, just doing a great job trying to keep his Aggies in the contest. First and goal from the 2-yard line looking in now for us. So rudely interrupted by a big offensive play. Having that all three of his timeouts as he's in the end zone brings this thing a little bit closer. I think we will likely see an extra point try, and we will. And curious to learn what he's thinking on the kickoff now.
Absolutely.
By virtue of him having 3 timeouts, he has the option to kick this deep, and he's going to take it. Any less than 3 timeouts, and you really have no choice but to try an onside kick. But, you know, the guys have done, the devs on College Football 25 have done such a great job making it realistic. That is to say, onside kicks are not going to get recovered all that often. You would love to avoid that if you can. But now, Chance Johnson absolutely needs a defensive stop. If there's a first down right here, right now, he's still alive. But if he's going to give up, you know, a few plays and then a first down, this is going to be GGs and firm handshakes for this game on the Progressive Rivalry series. Predictably going to keep things on the ground there with Blue, and Chance Johnson going to hold his timeout for now. That's a little aggressive. I don't like the really light defensive set, though. You got to be anticipating a run, and there's just not enough defensive linemen in the game for me, but he's got a fumble. It's recovered by the Aggies.
No!
Oh, my goodness gracious. Back and forth we go. Chance Johnson.
My gosh.
And tries to plays it conservative with the run instead of throwing, but loses the ball anyways. And that is exactly the break the Aggies need. Big throw down the middle, that one there. And that's going to be a touchdown. Texas A&M. They do it quickly, so Texas will still have a chance to come back. But that is massive to make it a 5-point game with 1:21 to go.
Digging in the seam, a quick 14-0 run by Chance and those Aggies. They've got the lead. Can he hold on and have that home field advantage and that home crowd at Kyle Field get him to the finish line, Finley?
Back and forth we go. Jelani McDonald had come storming back from a huge early deficit. Was enjoying a 2-possession lead not just moments ago. But now Chance Johnson says, not so fast. I'm not going down without a fight, and now he's on top of things by 5 points.
No.
Looks for the wheel, but he doesn't find it. Aggies on the pick again. And down to the 26-yard line, Chance Johnson and these Aggies defenders coming through in a clutch moment. And now surprising to see him back in the empty.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the decision to throw here. Even with a field goal, it's still a 1-possession game, but he's able to break the tackle. Owens for the first down and looking to get more all the way down. But it's fumbled. Texas Chance recovers at the 1-yard line. And with 3 timeouts and 60 seconds, the Longhorns have a hope in the game.
They still have a pulse, and Findler, when are they going to learn? Run clock, victory formation, do what you have to do to get out of there.
Oh, for goodness sakes, Larry. I mean, he's trying to throw a pick even just then.
Oh.
The boys got to lock it in a little bit here.
Dangerous throw over there.
Guys in my league, I always bring up Young Jeezy, the song, when he says 12:45, lose my mind. And that's exactly what both of these young men are doing. They're losing their minds as they're trying to both close out this game.
He wants the wheel again, and he's thrown that pick not but 2 plays ago, fellas. York making moves. Then he gets all the way down to the 1-yard line. You got to anticipate that's all the Aggies needed.
That is just turnover galore here. In the last 30 seconds, we've seen 3 turnovers, a run down the middle. That's not going to be enough, but the clock will start moving. And Jelani McDonald got to start thinking about maybe using one of those timeouts.
He's got to use a timeout.
What is he waiting on? He's got 3 of them.
A couple seconds wasted.
About 7 seconds, just completely off the clock. I think he realized a little too late that the clock was moving.
Force the field goal. You can get the ball back, get it out to Bond. You got a shot. What a 2-point conversion.
He's got a shot, and we've seen it plenty. Field goals from this close are weirdly difficult to make this year. You have to put a really dramatic angle. It just doesn't quite feel right.
Come on, push it.
See if he's able to force it, but he cannot. Instead of talking about any type of field goals, Chance Johnson and the Aggies are going to get back into the end zone, and that, fellas, feels like it's going to be all she wrote with 2 possessions of a difference, only 1 timeout for the Longhorns. It got dark quickly.
And got dark real quick. I mean, and Jelani McDonald, after an exceptional second half as well, I mean, really bringing it back, had the lead with a small amount of buffer for a moment, but Chance Johnson just not giving up on it, surging back to take the lead. 27 seconds, 1 timeout for Texas. I mean, it would take just an absolute miracle at this point.
Bookmark that right there. The missed 2-point conversion, just a 9-point lead here. Actually, it's an 11-point lead. He's actually up 11. Never mind.
A good eye there, but I mean, the point stands that every play makes a difference. All the conversions that you miss, they all add up. All these interceptions going the other way. And what a valiant effort by Jelani McDonald. These guys are competitors, man. They'll laugh it off here and enjoy the game that we all love so much. In the spirit of the Progressive Rivalry series, we love to see these two schools coming together over a shared love of college football. And as has been par for the course here in the Progressive Rivalry series, there's no taking knees. There's no victory formation. This is, try to put up a TikTok, go ahead and get a hurdle on the field. Absolutely insane. And this could end the game here if he wants to. It's going to be an Aggies win. The question is by how much. We'll see if he wants one more snap here. And he's going to call a timeout. He sure does want one more snap. Nasty business.
Yeah, he just trying to run the score up at this point. Knows that there's no possible chance for Jelani McDonald to win. Instead of just needing it out, he wants to get as many on the board as he can. Potentially break 50 here. We'll have potentially last snap of the game. It's a quarterback keep. He's going to go down. We'll see if he uses one more time out, and he will. He starts it with 1 second left.
It's rivalry week. What else do you expect here between 2 foes that haven't played in some 13 years, 12 years, 2011? Gotta love it.
Taking advantage of their time here on the big stage tonight.
What we gotta say again?
Getting his money's worth offensively. We'll see if he can put up the 50 burger. He goes to the end zone looking for it, and he finds it. Jelani McDonald is sick. And Chance Johnson, as time expires, completely unnecessary. But that's going to be a little bit of window dressing there for the box score. Your final there, folks, is going to be 52-35. We had lead changes aplenty Jelani McDonald with a lot of heart, like we said earlier, to keep both hands on the sticks and come charging back from the early deficit. Chance Johnson, obviously a confident player in his own right, almost got cocky, and it almost cost him, but he's able to finish things out there, 52 after that last-minute score to 35. And Texas A&M making no problem of the overall rating disadvantage that I won't put this on you guys, I at least thought was going to play a little bit heavier. Sleegy, you've mentioned this before, kind of the value in a great user has the potential to trump any type of ratings disadvantage, and at least so far here tonight, that's a little bit of what we've seen from the A&M players.
Yeah, I mean, it really is. And, you know, that game is something that we've seen a lot throughout the Rivalry series, but it's a story of turnovers, and especially within the last 2 minutes there at the end. I think we saw 5 total turnovers as we start looking at some of the replays. Started off with that big push into the end zone, and then on the next possession, quick throw to the right sideline. Chance Johnson got out to a really early lead here, making it just huge, 20-0. We all thought it was over at this point, but Jelani McDonald had other things to say about it.
20-0 and comes storming back. It doesn't wind up being enough to get it done. But man, oh man, our good friends working production behind the scenes here tonight on the Progressive Rivalry Series had their hands full putting together this highlight package, I think. So many fireworks, so many points scored here as Blue gets loose there for a touchdown. We also saw Blue just get hit in the back of his shoulder pads in just about the end zone. Would have been a score for him, but he couldn't capitalize, but he gets it done there. See here, 28-26. Texas now really in control. And Larry, you alluded to it during the game. We just haven't seen anybody buckle down, try to chew out some clock and really finish these games. Makes for some more possessions, and A&M ultimately able to take better advantage of their chances with the rock.
Yeah, it was a 28-0 run by Jelani McDonald. Comes back, takes the lead after being down early in this contest. And then how about Chance scoring the last 3 scores there? I think, a 19 or a 20-0 run to end the game and to really put the final nail in the coffin, as they like to say down south or in Texas. Katie bar the door. Chance gets out of there with the win. And how about Hookham? Trailing now in this rivalry series, now 2-1 with the Aggies with the lead.
I'm not certain anybody would have called that 3 games in, it was going to be our Aggies competitors enjoying the lead here for now. Getting wiggly there in the open field, and here goes the insult to injury. Oh, God, just take your one-on-one matchup. Get the 50 burger. Like we said, fellas, this is a rivalry series. If you got a chance to get in the end zone one more time while you got a chance to do it, you should take advantage. These guys have done just that so far, and we have been enjoying some really competitive EA Sports College Football 25 here tonight. Fendler, Sleegy, and the legend Larry Ridley have been in the booth with you here. Don't go anywhere. We have so much more yet to come here on the Progressive Rivalry Series. We'll be right back in just a moment.
Hey, Flo. Cool leg warmers.
Thanks. They're just for the bus ride to work. They're not part of the official uniform.
No tunes today?
No. My apartment was robbed last night. Took my cable-ready TV, VCR, portable cassette player.
Yep, all the latest tech.
If only Progressive had renter's insurance, like their home insurance.
Then we could bundle our cars and get the same 24/7 protection. I think we just invented that. This is the best day ever.
Well, I still got robbed.
It's still a pretty good day.
My head is as hard as a brick, but I'm harder than all that is. You better move, you might get knocked out. Knocked out. You better move, you might get knocked out. Knocked out. You better move, you might get knocked out. Knocked out. You better move, you might get knocked out. Knocked out. My heart on my sleeve, stress, shield my greed. That's how I get it. Success ain't no giving. Some days I don't eat, I don't sleep. When I'm focused, I'm dangerous. Down, wonder when I'm anxious. Ain't no limit till I tank. I'm running on fumes. The opposition don't amaze. The roads racing through the pavement. Get your hands out of my bag. I know that's because I've been in it. I don't need to brag. I guess that's what happens when you taking care of your business. But some family, you do the math. I'm out of my pocket. Houston, we got a problem. I ain't perfect. Let them watch me elevating. Got them nauseous. Cause I'm the pilot in the cockpit. Nose diving in the house. And woo. Watch out, get ahead. Watch out, get ahead. Watch out, get ahead. Woo. Watch out, set it up. Bet you I shut it down. Watch out, get a win. I don't think they really wanna come against the winner. Got a finger run up in on a grenade. I ain't never been there when you think you compare. I'm a line, but the winner on the cage. I need all the wins. Yeah. Ain't no L's, I gotta get a no call. And
quit. Yeah, gotta keep on moving no matter how hard it gets. Yeah, better move out the way cause I'm coming with harder hits. My head is as hard as a brick, but I'm harder than all of this. You better move, you might get knocked out. Knocked out. You better move, you might get knocked out. Knocked out. You better move, you might get knocked out. Knocked out. You better move, you might get knocked out. Knocked out.
I don't feel right unless the odds against me. Back against the wall with my strength. Yeah, I can't let it break. Everything I've been through, it made me better. Ooh, a little hate, it just made me better. Yeah, been through everything, it just made me better. Yeah, I can't waste the pain, it just made me better. Yeah, working every day, it just made me better. If it 1, 2, check, a 1, 2, I'm going in, is that an L? W is still a win. Got it off the muscle. All I know is hustle. All I know is making something out of nothing. What you think they see it? I had to hop in the kitchen. I'm really on fire. You know, ignited. Yeah. I know some people don't like it. I'm moving with flavor. They probably a bite it. Yeah. Trendsetter, being better. I can't take the credit. Yeah, wait. Yeah. Been on fire, boy. That's flambe. Only time you see my head down is when I'm praying. When my back is turned, the only time they wanna see it. Water on me, floor is cold as ice. I'm finna trade, yeah. Serve it to the people, they need hope. There's no delay, yeah. The odds against me. Back against the wall, my strength be. Yeah, I can't let it break. Everything I've been through, it made me better.
A warm welcome back, everybody, to the Progressive Rivalry series here as we keep this thing moving right along. Fendler, Sleegy, and Larry Ridley in the booth with you here tonight. 2-1 in favor, maybe surprisingly, maybe not, in favor of Texas A&M here for now. We have a lot more action yet here to come. Before we hop into it, just a reminder, this event is proudly sponsored by Progressive Insurance, offering a touchdown for your budget. Visit Progressive.com to learn more and see how you can save. Let's get a quick check-in here on our score and our schedule yet to come. 2-1, like we said, in favor of Texas A&M. Coming up here, we have the true freshman wideout, number 5 for Texas, Ryan Wingo, against Torian York for Texas A&M, the sophomore linebacker out of Temple, Texas. Offense versus defense. We got a wideout versus a linebacker here. And with that to work with, we've seen these Texas A&M, really so far, these student games have been spectacularly competitive. You can really tell that these guys have played the game plenty. I know, Sleegy, you got kind of some theories as to which position groups have the most time to play the game. I don't know, man. I feel like you're kind of putting the offensive line in a box a little bit. We're not seeing any offensive linemen here, though. But Ryan Wingo, the wideout for the Texas Longhorns, against Torian York, the linebacker for the Texas A&M Aggies. We don't have too much to work with. It is 2-1 in favor of A&M. Sleegy, let's start with you as to your predictions here. You've been kind of feasting on these. Your intuition has been leading you in the right direction here. You've been kind of feasting on your picks. Tell us, Swami, what do we got here?
I mean, look, when it comes to the skill groups, right, I think a lot of them probably have the ability to do what needs to be done when it comes to playing the game outside a quarterback. I feel like when you're a quarterback, you know, you just get all that extra attention. It leaves you with pretty much not a lot of time to focus on things like getting to play as yourself in the game. But, you know, coming into this one here, again, I'm just sort of relying on my gut, you know, when it comes to just how I feel like the day is moving, how I feel like these players are going. I know that this one is going to be big, especially for Texas A&M if they want to try and get a little bit of a buffer built over Texas. But Texas, a team that likes to fight back a lot. So I think I'm going to have to go with the Longhorns on this one, tying things potentially back up on the day. The wideout should have enough of a focus to try and get it to his receivers, and we've seen how good Ewing can be when he gets it long downfield. So I'm going to go with Isaiah Bond being a big play in this one. Texas going to take it with Ryan Wingo.
So then, Larry, man, I wouldn't fault you for it if you just felt like you needed to tail Sleegy at this point. I really wouldn't, but any thoughts for you, sir, on who you are predicting to come out with a win here in our next contest?
Very smart guy. Sleegy is absolutely correct. As a former receiver, I really appreciate the acumen of these receivers here as they get set with the offense and just knowing the mechanics of the game and also just how to play. But I'm going to go with Texas in this one. I still believe in the roster. I still believe in the overall rating. But, man, right now Texas A&M is putting it to those guys, and you have to give those Aggies a lot of credit so far with the 2-1 lead here, just 3 games into this thing. But so far, props to those Aggies.
All right, fellas, I am going to go ahead and throw a wrench in this thing. Give me Torian York, okay? I'm going with age and experience over youth here. Ryan Wingo, the true freshman. I'm sure he might be a gamer as a true freshman, but give me the sophomore Torian York. Texas has kind of made me look foolish. I've gone 3 picks in a row for Texas, right? Let me try to correct my path here a little bit. Give me the sophomore Torian York here. I've been so impressed with how these gamers have managed the Texas A&M ratings disadvantage that I thought was going to be a bigger play than it has wound up so far, and I think that's a big credit to our A&M gamers. I'm thinking Torian York. Maybe these guys have like a little subculture going on here. These guys are really gaming on college football in the locker room. You know that locker room stuff gets serious, Larry. You know that it does. If anybody's on the sticks, everybody is going to be on the sticks. So give me Torian York for my prediction. A little bit of a mix there from the desk. And if we are ready to rock here, fellas, I believe we are just about ready to throw it over to our game. We'll see if Longhorns can equalize the series count at 2. For now, it's the Aggies on top of things. Torian York going to try to log another one here for Texas A&M against Ryan Wingo, the true freshman. Really impressive. That sheet. Number 5, our guy Ryan. Larry, I'm sure you can do this. You know, having seen the collegiate level played from the ground level, true freshman doing anything but redshirting is just so impressive.
Very rare, as you'll see in college football, but you look at what he's been able to do. And he's picked off by A&M. And they're heading back. Can he skate? He's got an angle, going to get knocked out around the 2. But yeah, as you just said, Findler, receiver, getting some burn, some real playing time for University of Texas. Major props to the young man.
A little warmer game or something.
It's just such a huge difference from the time a freshman young man steps on campus to, really the adult that these young men will grow into over their, freshman, sophomore years. The physical difference is massive. And now on a 1st and goal from the 1, A&M is going to make pretty short work of it there. Torian York, after the sudden change, takes advantage, and he gets in the end zone. And it looks like Ryan Wingo is going to make a couple adjustments here. Yeah, we might see him pull himself up the depth chart. He does. 96 speed for the young man.
Ooh, absolutely.
And he puts he's putting all the young guns, making sure they get involved here. A couple of freshmen in the top 3 wideouts for the Longhorns. I like that.
Well, sometimes, guys,
love to his buddy.
Findler, sometimes you don't overthink this thing. You look at some of these receivers and some of these the speed ratings. There's a kid from South Carolina that's like 6'5", 240. I think he's like
Arbor?
97, 98. Arbor, yes.
Specimen.
That's what it's all about, speed on the field. You see that in Madden, and you definitely see that in college football as well.
And an early 2-point conversion here as well. These guys showing some aggression to open things up, looking for an 8-point lead.
This is something I've been seeing a lot in. Just not able to get his hands on it, unfortunately. He was looking at it. I think the receiver just wasn't ready for it. But that's been something I've been seeing more and more often in real life as well. It's still not, automatic, but I have actually started to notice teams, if they score first early, being really aggressive and going for the 2-point early, because if you can get it, it kind of strikes a little bit of fear in the heart of your opponent, makes them have to try and go for it later. And could potentially set up building a lead later on. Doesn't work out this time, but it is interesting how the game has been changing, because the game from 10, 15 years ago, especially in real life, you would almost never see people going for 2-point conversions until they absolutely needed to.
Yeah, because you've got the nerds up in the office now and working with these teams. The analytics, they're very critical in all different levels of sports and in all sports as well.
No, and you said it, Larry. We're seeing the analytics nerds. Listen, I'm going to go ahead and call it, for lack of a better term. We're seeing them really take over in sports, and football has been no exception. To Sleegy's point, you see more 2-point conversions than you've seen before. You see some more fourth down attempts than you've seen before. I think a lot of these, professional and collegiate teams as well have access to more data, more math on any given situation that they feel like they can leverage in these decisions, kind of the essence of analytics-based decision-making. So now Ryan Wingo, after a couple depth chart adjustments, he's back on offense here with a first down. A nice move by Blue in the open field. We'll bring up a 2nd and 1. As we're talking about analytics and more 2-point conversions, I'm sure you guys as football guys have heard of this. I forget the name of the high school, but allegedly there's some high school out there somewhere after a big play. Dangerous. That's going to be complete. And some high school out there somewhere does nothing but onside kicks. They go for 2 every single time, and they never punt the ball. And the coach actually has some decent success to show for it. It's like totally like they never punt the ball, ever. For any reason, will punt the ball. I think they would be pretty decent at college football 25 if coach ever got his hands on the sticks. But now Ryan Wingo looking to see if he can equalize or better in a spot where he doesn't need to chase points. Oh, it's dangerous on the RPO. Defensive back in the neighborhood to make a play there. As it stands, he's going to force the incompletion, and Ewers sees something that he likes. He's going to hurry up back to the line in the gun. Back to pass. Looks for the corner. Isaiah Bond open by about 3 strides. But Quinn Ewers might have thrown it a little bit early, throwing that before the break. It can get dicey. Poor timing. And that threat of pressure forcing him to rush it just enough to miss his read. And now 4th and 8, a decision to be made, and it's not going to be much of a decision here at all. 4th and 8, the offense is back on the field. Ewers in the empty in the middle of the field. And a wide open tight end. A couple of really good offensive looks. And he can just not convert either one of them. Ryan Wingo got to be feeling a little bit frustrated after that offensive failure.
And we just heard him on his comm say, what are we doing? I concur. What are you doing? Just a bad read there. Those last 2 possessions there. Had a couple of guys open. Should be in the end zone right now and probably with a PAT to take the lead.
Yeah, just a little bit of miscommunication on that last throw for the Texas offense. Tight end, I think he thought the tight end would stay cutting up instead of going across on the route. So miscommunication ends up leading to the turnover on downs, and now Texas A&M not able to quite make anything happen on their first down play. See what they do here. It looks like he's back in the backfield all by his lonesome, and he's just going to get under pressure immediately. Barely had time to catch the snap before he was right on top of him.
And that pressure saved the day for the defense. You saw the defensive user there up top on the safety kind of make a misstep, came too far upfield, and 84 was loose. He might test the user here again. Looks like he's sending 6. And in the empty set, unless he motion blocks, the offense can only possibly block 5, and you see how that becomes a problem. It's going to be incomplete. You got to account for an extra blocker somehow, whether you're going to keep a running back in. It obviously becomes more difficult in an empty set, as I'm sure many of the gamers watching at home know if you spend a lot of time on college football 25. If you motion a wide receiver, same thing in Madden, motion a wide receiver and snap it while he's kind of between the tackle box, he will turn into a blocker on that play. He'll forego his route. They call it motion blocking. So in a situation like this, you can either keep in the running back to make the difference on this 6-man rush, or motion block somebody. But if you do neither of those, the defense is going to have a free rush every time.
Here it comes.
Same thing and same result. I've seen a little bit of college football 25, fellas. I've been in the booth a couple times.
I mean, a big part of that, too, is this Texas defensive line. I mean, they are just so good at finding these holes. We saw it all, just all day so far today. I mean, we've seen these lines be pivotal throughout the entire rivalry series. That run not going to be able to go anywhere. Sets up 2nd and 10. But if that offensive line can't hold, the Texas defense, it's just so much speed. You wouldn't think that these big boys could run that fast, but they get there in the blink of an eye. Is that catch going to be good for about 9.5? Sets up 3rd and inches here.
And just in case these boys get chirpy here as the drive wears on, let's ready up our first listen-in here of the night to Animated Guys. And whenever we're ready for it, let's tune in with our competitors here for the duration of this drive. And that might be quick. That might. He's going to be right back into the end zone there. A quick camera adjustment. Make sure we could see him as he goes for 2 here. Doesn't opt for the extra point. And the 2-point conversion is good. So, I mean, goes chasing points that you don't feel like he necessarily needed to. It might be more a product of these guys just not really wanting to see the kick meter here. Curious as to whether there's a little lack of a confidence or maybe just an excess of confidence in your offense that you feel like you have a play for it. But it's good for the Longhorns. 8-6 here for now, and it's going to be Torian York back on offense.
And at the end of 1, 8-6. It's not a score line that you see too often, to be honest with you. I think the only one that would be even more uncommon than this would be 6-1. But Ryan Wingo doing a good job of being able to get it down the field, gets that 2-point conversion. It may not be all that helpful looking right now, but near the end of the game, you never know. That 2-point conversion can end up being big.
Curious to see how that will play in the end game. And it's been a really familiar defensive look. This nickel double A gap, we've talked about it plenty. And he's just manning up the backside, trusting his coverage to hang in there. But A&M, I mean, it works both ways. You're going to have a free rusher defensively, but you're also going to have a lot of open space, and he's going to take advantage to Moss all the way down the field against the 6-man pressure defensive look. He makes the correct read, does Torian York, and he's going to get all the way loose for a touchdown. And here's what I mean when I say chasing points here, fellas. He missed a 2-point conversion. He misses this one here. It's only a 4-point game, and he scored twice. Let's see what he's got cooked up. Has a potential to get to 14 here if he could find something he likes. A little late there, but it doesn't matter. 2-point conversion is good. So your score, 14-8. Torian York 1 for 2 on his 2-point conversion tries. Ryan Wingo got the only one that he's tried so far. And it's going to be the Longhorns back on offense with 2:37 left before halftime.
Get an extra blocker back here.
Yeah, and I mean, able to at least get it back. Decent return here. Gets close to the 30-yard line. Starts the drive out on the 28. And you can see both of them getting animated in this. I mean, I think with the aggression that we've seen already with these 2-point conversions, going for it on 4th downs, that this is going to be just an aggressive game all day long. Because both of these guys, like you said, seem pretty adverse to the kicking meter.
Yeah, and he's doing a great job on the with the Aggies offense, using Le'Veon Moss in the backfield and also flexing him out as well. Le'Veon Moss has some speed, man, for a sort of a bigger back. I know he's well over 200 pounds. Doing a good job using him on the ground and also through the air.
Another really cool aspect about all of the brand new offensive playbooks, and there's so many of them, 134 in EA Sports College Football 25, is just what you guys are mentioning here, the capability to move your personnel around. We've seen Isaiah Bond get the ball, crossing the middle. We've seen him on streaks. We've seen him on jet sweeps. And if the Aggies can move around their personnel in similar ways to create advantages, I think that helps out the offense big time. But for now, Ryan Wingo has got himself a 3rd and 17, and this is a spot on your play call sheet that you don't often want to be on here. 3rd and 17. Defense is going to be in a pretty light set. No pressure, only sends 3. He's going to check down to the drag. Isaiah Bond gets the rock, and he gets most of it. Turns this into a 4th and manageable, and I know Larry is going to like this one. You're not going to see the punt team. He's going to go for it here on 4th and 3.
Big 4th down as well.
Right back to the drive, and it's Isaiah Bond again. Picks up the 1st down. Fourth converts it, and the drive stays alive. Ewers doesn't just like it, he loves it. He's going to hurry up back to the line, and I think smart here to take advantage of this light defensive set. He'll hand off inside. Just 3 down linemen, and they're spread out wide. Just leaves the really A and B gap wide open. If you can get a good double team from your center and one of those guards, get up to the next level. This is a nice look to run against, but the defense showing his chops a little bit. That is the correct user to be on. He's trying to set up a little bit of a gap shot, we call it.
And a good job of the A&M offense trying to take, or the Aggies, the Longhorn offense trying to take advantage of that light box is what we like to call it there. So, but a good job also by the Aggies playing off of it and using just the 3 down linemen and just the 2 linebackers and being able to handle the run game with just those 5 guys.
Yeah, I mean, it calls back to something that I mentioned, earlier in the show about that chess match. We saw after the second hurry-up, Aggies making the adjustments, but another adjustment here from the Longhorns on that play will give them a first down and a lot more adjustments from both of these players as they try and just out-mind each other, trying to get into each other's heads to figure out what the other is going to do.
49 ticks left before halftime. Right back to the jet sweep here, going the other way to Bond. And that's going to be bottled up behind the line of scrimmage. These guys getting a little bit animated here. If we're ready for production on the back end, fellas, let's load in our first listen-in here of the day for the rest of the first half.
Yeah, we create negative plays, bro. We create negative plays. Let's see. Come on, man.
What do we like here? I love this. Love to stay in this vertical world.
Stack. Oh, JT, I need to see. Great scene, JT. Great scene, JT. Come on, JT. Come to the crib. Come on, JT. Come to the Good scene, JT. Good scene, JT. I like that. I like JT sinking right there. Hey, bro. Come on, man.
Hey.
Come on, man.
Hey.
I like JT sinking, bro.
Get him. Get him.
Hey, brother. Ooh, 8, bro. 8 got great get off, bro.
Yeah. I know how you can't. You don't know how to beat it now. I know what you did last time.
Yeah. You know what I did, bro? Say less.
Oh, I got stuck.
I need it. Oh my God, no! Oh, my God, Tam got great makeup speed.
Come on, Tam.
Bro, that's Watson though. I gotta get Watson a chance.
Need that Tam. Oh, we on the 5s. Come on, little 5. We know you going to the slot.
You think I'm going to 3?
He wanna go at this slot. Oh, come on, boo.
Hey, you like that Bill Bliss though. I ain't gonna lie. You rocking with that thing faithfully. You rocking with it faithfully though.
I'm gonna man them up. Let them do what they gotta
do. That's what I'm saying. That's why I said I respect it though. I respect it. I need it. Come on, man. Come on, man. Pass lead. Oh, I could have ran out the time, but we straight.
I'm thinking. I don't know. I thought he was gonna go off of it.
Man. Trey Watson, that's big. Bro, what?
Bumble, what we doing?
Glitch?
I bet. Oh! Man. You know what we need right now? Probably go. He gonna go that 3 deep.
You gotta go that 3 deep. You gotta protect at all costs. You gotta protect at all costs.
Oh.
Go hunt, Steve. Get out the quarter. That's good. That's good. Tackle that down. Tackle it down. Tackle it down. Tackle it down. Tackle it down. Oh, that's good, man.
And there you have it, folks. Our very first listen in here of the night, and it was a good one. Torian York going to be on top of things here for now at the half, 20-8 over Ryan Wingo.
Go get it. Go get it.
Oh, and an outside kick try to open up. And hold on a second. And Ryan Wingo actually able to pull it down.
It sure did.
Wow. We saw that in the last game. We saw him actually elect to use a timeout to get his onside recovery team on the field. And that's the risk you run if you don't. And this could be a sudden change here, fellas. Up top to Isaiah Bond for a touchdown, making short work of it. And what a turn of events. Torian York expecting to get the rock and just extend on his lead. Instead, gives up the onside kick try and right away over the top to Isaiah Bond. He's in the end zone.
Yeah, talk about momentum right out of the gate. An onside kick recovery into an immediate bomb downfield. The 2-point conversion doesn't work out, but still one more touchdown with a PAT, and Ryan Wingo will at least be able to take the lead. That is huge. I mean, you come into the half, you're expecting to get the ball back, and then it just gets away from you on the onside kick. I mean, that's got to affect your mental to at least a certain degree.
Okay, Tassili. Here we go. Come on.
And Larry, you've seen it obviously as much work as you've done in Madden. By your gauge, how does that change the mentality here going into the second half, needing to adjust from maybe being able to get up as many as 3 possessions to now suddenly you're only up by 6 points and you got to fight a little bit here?
And that's the math on that, man. The math is going to math. You're right. He could have gone up 3 possessions. Now he's only up 1 possession there, and he stole a possession. So great job by Ryan Wingo, the receiver for University of Texas. Now, can he get a huge stop here and really flip this thing and get the momentum behind him and really get back into this contest? He's already in this contest to begin with.
And fellas, this is kind of what I was anticipating when we were making our predictions at the top of this match, that maybe experience would trump youth a little bit here. We've seen Ryan Wingo, he's just camped out in this nickel double-A gap mid-blitz. He has not run a different offensive play, not once. And Torian York, rather than opting to keep somebody else into block and let some of these things develop down the field, he's been great making quick reads against the pressure. If you're sending 6, you're going to have one-on-one coverage everywhere else. So if the pressure can't get home, you might be able to find something that you like, and he has here so far, but he's got to continue to make these really hot reads against the pressure. He's been able to do it so far, but man, oh man, I would hate to plan an entire game needing to make split-second reads off the snap like this.
And even during those comms, Wingo talked about that. He's like, man, I'm going to live with these guys going one-on-one. So he's going to live with these guys playing some man-to-man coverage. We'll see what the A&M receivers can do to create some sort of separation.
Pressure making things interesting there on second down to force the incompletion, where now we are on a 3rd and 3. Same defensive look, same pressure. And the pressure gets home there again. Ryan Wingo sticking to his guns, and that's a good ear there, Larry. He said, listen, I'm just going to give up these one-on-ones, trust my guys to make plays. I think my D-backs are better than your receiving options, and I'm going to prove it here. But the user has to hold up as well, and if you don't, that's the result that you're going to get. Moss getting a little freaky on his way to the end zone. A&M is back in on a big 4th down play, 4th and 8. Goes the distance for a touchdown. Torian York is back in the end zone.
And that catch, fantastic, but the move afterwards, even better. Able to catch it and immediately get on the move towards the end zone. That speed coming in clutch to carry him all the way down. And another 2-point conversion attempt, not going to be good enough there. 14-26 sits the scoreline now, but Torian York, fantastic job of finding that receiver and getting him out free and in to the end zone.
Huge play by Torian York, man. Once again, to create a little more separation. Now up by 2 scores. Was about to turn the ball over and give it right back to Ryan Wingo, but he throws up another touchdown. Huge play for Torian. Up by 12 and looking pretty good. See if he can get off the field here.
We'll see if he can match that energy defensively. Waiting for something to get loose offensively. And if you get enough time, that's exactly the result that you'll get. And we're seeing kind of the contrasting defensive styles here. Torian York, as a defensive player, a little surprised he's not sent some more pressure. He's been in a heavier defensive front. More defensive linemen and linebackers in the formation, but it just doesn't matter at all because Blue on the tote to the end zone finds that front left pylon, and Ryan Wingo not going to go quietly into that dark night. Are we going to see an extra point here? We are not going to see an extra point here. Nice. We're going to get another 2-point try. It's a 6-point game for now. We'll see what happens on the conversion.
I mean, I'm sure if they could opt to throw for it on the initial kickoff, they would be doing that as well.
Absolutely.
Like, if they could get away with not kicking the ball a single time, I think that's what they would do. Great 2-point conversion on that time, though. Finds the receiver, able to hold on to it and get down with it. And we're going to see an onside kick here again.
Let's see if everyone can get one. No dice there. Oh, but it's fumble.
He's got space. Guys, did you hear Torian York said he's going to go for the onside? He was expecting it, but he still wasn't able to convert. So shout out to Ryan Wingo going for it and picking it up.
Wow. Torian able to get 2 hands on it, but then just gets baptized, puts the ball on the turf. And Ryan Wingo is going to maintain possession here, taking him by force wherever he could find him. See Torian York starting to lean forward here a little bit, sends a 4-man pressure there. Good defensive user to take away the read I think he was looking for on that crosser. That's just not open. Probably smartly, Ryan Wingo is good to just take that sack rather than put the ball in harm's way. And now Torian York dialing up this nickel AA gap. This is what Ryan Wingo has been running all day, but he drops it out into coverage. Does Torian a nice ball there to Moore Jr. Number 0 on the completion against the pressure in a clutch moment. And Ryan Wingo driving down by 4 for now. But as we reach the end of the third quarter here on the Progressive Rivalry Series, it's going to be 26-22. Torian York leading for now, but he is on his heels defensively.
And this aggression, I think, starting to pay off a little bit. Looking to try and throw again, but under pressure to pressure. So consistent from Torian York and the Aggies so far. Getting to the quarterback, not giving a whole lot of time, though. On a few of these, we've seen almost multiple business days to throw, but not that time. Gets behind him. It's going to be Ewers back looking to throw again. Down the middle, got him wide open. Spin move to make a little bit more out of it. Gets all the way down to the 6-yard line.
That's why Torian York was just yelling, basically, EA bless me. He was looking for the fumble there. He didn't get it. And then he watches a big gain there by Ryan Wingo inside the 10. Finley.
There he goes, and he's got an opportunity to claim the lead here if he could find the end zone. An interesting football score at 26-22 with all these 2-point conversions that have been both missed and made. 2:30 left in the game, and it's going to be picked off on the RPO bubble. The Aggies and Torian York got nothing but open field ahead of him, and I don't see any Longhorns in the frame there, fellas. 82 yards, Torian York on the 82-yard pick 6. Goes the distance, and so dangerous. We've seen the RPO executed well frequently. It's right up there with the jet sweep as one of the best offensive plays that you can put on the field, but you live dangerously because if you're playing on the default camera angle, you just are not going to be able to see the matchup and what things are looking like out there. In some instances, you're going to need to throw it blind, or at least based on the look that you're anticipating from the pre-play cam. But after that snap, you're playing on the regular camera angle, you are going to need to throw that with some trust. He gives it a shot there, does Ryan Wingo, but Torian York takes it the distance going the other way. and now it's a 10-point game. And these Texas A&M Aggies, man, really impressive so far here tonight.
Yeah, I mean, it's just been performance after performance. He's finding people open. He's got all day to try and make a decision here, but eventually the line will not be able to hold forever. Sack for a loss, 2nd and 14. One of the few sacks that we've seen this game, normally at least able to get rid of it. And that will take us to the 2-minute timeout. 10-point game. Still doable for Ryan Wingo, but it's an uphill challenge here.
Ryan, I think, needs to understand he doesn't have to press here. He's trying to get the home run and hit the long shot, the big shot. He doesn't need that. Maybe he does have it.
He's got Bond for the whole thing. Fellas, let's send this to a listen in here right now. We got to get the reaction live. Let's throw that to a listen in and see what the guys are saying about it.
I peeped it, bro. Bro.
I thought you was gonna be on it. I love you. I was talking about somewhere else.
Oh my God, my jaw dropped, bro. I'm telling you, my jaw dropped. I seen that.
Zone.
I picked JT. Come on, you playing your tail off, young man. JT, you playing your tail off, brother. JT, you playing your tail off, JT. Keep balling.
Go, Wing.
Keep balling. Come on, JT, you balling. You balling, JT. Keep it going. Keep it going, JT. Keep it going. You playing hard. I swear. On my life, you playing hard, JT. Keep going. JT to the bar.
Bro, that's 2 kicks. Like, come on, bro. What we doing?
Come on, Terry. Terry. Your spin's supposed to be crazier than that, though. I ain't gonna lie, Terry. Your spin's supposed to be crazier than that, twin.
Whoa, my thing tripping. Come on. See what they. I'm a live and die by it.
I respect it.
So, pick, go!
Leona!
Go!
3. 3, yo! Are you kidding me, yo?
Come on, Lion! Oh, yeah!
Lion, great. Bro, 15, I need a better ball.
Come on, Lion.
Yo, I can't make no adjustments. I can't even move my remote. Inside out to the ball.
Why is my thing moving like that? I should have.
Bro, I'm telling you, no, I can't move mine either, though. I can't move mine either.
Get in there, no, Blue! No,
come on, man.
Come on, Blue. Come on, we in there. Come on, we in there. This flag. First down. First down. No, wait. You don't get a.
Nah, it ain't that free.
Go and get it. What you got? What you got? Goal line? Oh, what again? Hey, they don't know about this though. Watch this. This is gonna help you get in that box. Full slide to defense. Full slide to O-line. Full slide to O-line.
That hurt.
It's tied?
Yeah, it's tied.
All right. Let's go. Hey, it's the game right here, maybe. Or we may go to overtime.
Yeah, maybe. Big maybe.
I need a maybe. Come on. Oh, yeah,
come on. Come on, man. Come on.
Come on, D. Let's play defense now. Let's play D. Come on.
All right, Terry, I didn't give you your chances, brother. I didn't give you your chances. We gonna go ahead and catch that thing.
Here we go. What is it? Okay, cool. We good. Come on. He gonna be surprised.
Nah.
And in a 34-apiece ball game here after the missed 2-point, wanted to make sure we got a listen in on these two gamers as they chirp their way closer to our conclusion here. Another really, really good game, and it has been a treat to watch such competitive contest here so far tonight. Everybody's fighting. Now, Torian York has the ball after the 5-yard penalty to start his drive. And we're going to see Ryan Wingo, for some of the first defensive snaps, get out of that nickel double A gap look. He's going to opt for a little more coverage. At the very least, it's not a look that Torian has seen before. And mixing it up a little bit could be a good time here for that. Incomplete on the long first down, 2nd and 15.
Very fortunate there. A good throw there, and that's picked. Good thing he threw it behind him, and it was a bad ball. Saved the possession, actually.
And one thing I wanted to mention during the listening as well, but the decision to go for 2 on that last one, Ryan Wingo. Look, I know we've been going for 2 the whole game, but a PAT gets you the lead there. A huge throw down the left sideline. Going to be good for a lot. Gets them into enemy territory and all the way down to the 40.
And listen, fellas, I am just begging one of our gamers to be clock savvy in a situation like this here. Larry, I think you could speak to this. He's on the 40-yard line looking in. He's in the driver's seat, a field goal, and he's at home, which you got to feel like is going to be makeable. We haven't seen these guys try too many on the extra point front, but he's going to be right back into the empty. There's no thought here to tote the ball out a little bit, get some timeouts, maybe chew some clock.
Welcome to the world of college football in 2024. It's spread, it's wide open, everything's in the gun. A lot of these kids don't even know how to run short yardage. This is how they do it. They attack. And he falls into the end zone.
That's how they do it, and that's why they do it. That's why they're going to hop into the empty. If you got a play to make, go ahead and make it, young man. He gets into the end zone. Are we going to see an extra point? I mean, an extra point would sure make a whole heck of a lot of sense here. I'm curious to see whether that's what we're going to see.
Nope.
No.
I don't like this at all. Don't like this at all.
Going to be Wegman in the. I also don't love this. This is one of them times, Sleegy is big on these. It's one of these moments where if you make it, you're a genius. If you don't, they're going to be asking some tough questions, as you said earlier, and that's going to be incomplete. Oh, Torian York is sick. Felt like he set up a good look for the conversion there, but he doesn't get it. And living dangerously like that, now Ryan Wingo has a potential to take the lead with just an extra point if he can find the end zone.
I agree with York on that.
There too.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Sleeky.
I was going to say, he almost found a lane on that kick return as well. Got close to getting in the open space. Fortunate for Torian York to actually get hands on his legs there.
I'm with York on that. That should have been a completion.
Ooh!
But he gets the pick. Doesn't really matter.
Not sure that it will there, fellas. The Aggies making the defensive play when they absolutely needed it, and kind of cuts our conversation as to how we felt about the 2 points there short. And this is where he feels comfortable. In the empty, it didn't matter. When the defense was sending 6, he was still hopping into 5 wide. Ooh, he had an opportunity there. Felt like everyone had an opportunity at that. The safety and the receiver alike. That's going to be incomplete on 2nd and 10. And listen, I don't want to sound like a broken record here, but again, I say, run the ball 3 times, get these timeouts up off the board, kick a field goal, and you win. You win the game. It could really be that simple. I know we're playing in the rivalry series, and these guys want points in 6s rather than in 3s. But man, oh man, just seems like such a simple recipe to go ahead and win this game. Instead, it's going to be a little more interesting if Torian York keeps wanting to drop back to throw. He's going to run the screen against pressure, a smart play call, anticipating him sending 6. But the slip screen has really been patched into oblivion. It's kind of gone the same way as the speed and load option. Really anything where a pitch is involved is so much scarier to run now than the version of the game that we got right off the rip. And slip screens have fallen by that same wayside, in my opinion. Really hard to run. When they hit, they're going to be great, but when they don't, that's a result that you're going to get. And now here on a big 3rd and 10, everyone's in their familiar sets. Offense in a 5 wide, defense in this nickel double A gap pressure look. Speaking of pressure, puts a ton on the user.
Oh! He got the animation he's been asking for. Wow. Except this time it went to Ryan Wingo. UT with the ball with about 40 seconds left.
Wow. Oh, fellas, man, I feel like I gave him the recipe there. Run 3 times, kick a field goal, win the game. Instead, it's going to be a D-line pick. Takes an early timeout there, does Ryan Wingo. I suppose not that early. No, there's a little less clock left than I had actually anticipated there, fellas. Only 36 left before halftime here, 4-yard gain. He's going to pick up a first down here. He has an opportunity to hurry this up if he wants to, save himself a couple of seconds, but it's not going to take them very long to reset these sticks. just getting past them by about a yard. Couple, 3, 4, 5 seconds off the clock. Not catastrophic, but he doesn't love it. Nice read there. It's a red pass. He gets all the way down into enemy territory. Torian York looking to hang in defensively here.
Bro, Marcus, what you on, Marcus?
Great throw. I mean, a little bit underneath, but he's still able to pick it up and get downfield, almost able to get out of bounds. Unfortunately, not able to, has to use the last timeout. And so now this is going to be a huge throw. Ewing backing up, looking down the middle. Not going to be intercepted, but close to it.
Not into triple coverage. I agree with Ryan Wingo. Isaiah Bond caught that ball, 98 speed, but the problem is he had to kind of turn back to catch it. That's why I was able to get Hawk down.
Oh, test the user is not in the right spot. 3rd and 10. We got 11 seconds left. Fellas, if we already on the back end, let's see and hear these guys' reaction to the end game. Somebody's going to win. Somebody's going to win. Coming up here in a couple of seconds. Let's go for a listen in to see the finale.
Hold on. This still work? Why is he don't know his route? Whoa, whoa, whoa. What you mean? You can't hear? Oh my God, they don't know their routes. I don't know who to.
Come on, what's up? Like, whoa, yeah, bro. My whole screen, I couldn't even see the score, none of that.
It didn't let me even change the route. Giving them random routes. Wow, that's crazy. That's very crazy. They gave them random routes, bro.
I just want to see what you was gonna line up here. This the game right here.
Where the ball at?
Come on, bro. That's how you get it done.
Oh,
yeah, that's why I say it's the game. You tripping. That's the game right there.
Oh, man. That's a... Oh, bro.
Oh. That hurts, bro.
That do hurt. It's true. Where do that?
Come on, bro.
Mid blitz. I wanted to throw it so bad, but I just knew he was going. I'm like, there's somebody going.
But you were trying to throw to number 2 in between. You feel me?
Yeah, 0. He was open, but I'm like, I know something gonna happen. Where they gonna try to pick it or something.
Hey, what a game, bro! I ain't gonna lie, what a game, bro. That's great. That's great content.
And there you have it, folks. Torian York is able to hold on to get the Aggies yet another tally on their series total here tonight. 40-34. Fellas, I'm feeling pretty good about that. The first time going A&M. I suppose I should have been on A&M all night. I'd have a nice 3-1 record for myself here, but I got there a little bit late. Torian York able to hold on there. Ryan Wingo fighting, really entertaining for the guys, and a cool capability we have with such high-quality production on the back end here on the Progressive Rivalry Series. That ability to listen in on these guys, and throughout the rest of the night, folks, we will make sure to listen in whenever we possibly can. But also, listen, these guys are locked in, lean forward quite a bit. These guys a little more vocal and verbal in their fight here. But man, oh man, I can't help but admit that I'm a little bit surprised that A&M is enjoying a 3-1 lead for now here. We have plenty of games yet to play. Larry, you similarly surprised by what you've seen so far here tonight?
Very surprised, but I mean, like Sleek says, man, look, when you got that home field advantage, we saw the Stadium Pulse. They're able to make some big plays, and shout out to the guys from A&M. They are playing very well. They're making plays at critical times.
Come on now.
And how about our guy, Trey Wingo? What are they doing? They don't even know how to line up. Bro, I can't see. Oh, that was great content. And with Texas A&M and those guys talking about great game, that was great content. Apropos, they're absolutely correct on that.
As we move to the replay package here, seeing some of the highlights of that game, and it was high-flying action, high-scoring. affair here, no question. Guys getting open down the field. The explosive plays certainly were the story of this one, really, for either team. We see another great jet sweep down the left sideline just before halftime here. Back to pass, wide open down the seam. Just before getting to halftime there. Only 3 ticks left. Man, these guys have been absolute merchants here so far, Sleegy, of these pre-halftime beams.
Yeah, I mean, they really have. I mean, a lot of these big plays, I mean, you see this one right here, that quick turnaround ends up being enough. Almost messes it up with the hurdle at the end, but still able to get through. But man, I thought Ryan Wingo had the opportunity to try and bring things back this game. It looked dire in this situation as that interception came all the way back, an 82-yard pick six. But Texas striking back immediately, and who else but Bono able to get in that open space, and with the speed, the 2-point conversion, this actually gets intercepted and returned all the way back. The first pick 2 that I think that we have seen completed in the entire rivalry series. That was a lot of fun, but I believe coming up here in a moment, we see this pick right here, but there was that one picked by the defensive lineman on the line for Texas coming up that almost was able to get them back in the game.
This certainly could have gone either way, really all the way through. Both of these gamers with opportunities to win it. It was Torrey in New York that took the best advantage of his attempts. You see him there trying to pull back and stay out of the end zone, burn a little extra clock, and not the worst thing to happen, falling forward and getting yourself 6, all things considered. Here goes Ryan Wingo making a valiant effort here. All he needed was a score. Felt like he might have had a step there, but he just can't get back into the end zone when he needed it. And I say again, fellas, we have really been treated to some competitive college football 25. I am hopeful that these games stay close throughout the rest of the night here. I wouldn't mind seeing Texas start to make this thing a series. They're going to need to get going here as we have plenty of matches here left tonight. Fendler, Sleegy, and Larry Ridley in the booth with you here on the Progressive Rivalry Series. We're going to take a short break. Don't go anywhere. We got more action just around the corner. Stay locked.
Hey, get your head in the game, son. The scout from football college is up in the stands.
Maybe you'd rather go to school for insurance.
I didn't raise no insurance, man.
But you did, Dad. Football's your passion, but mine is providing around-the-clock protection to Progressive customers who bundle home and auto.
Jamie, we need you out here for football.
You're giving up on your dream, James.
No, Dad. I'm giving up on yours.
Oh, James, wait! Oh, that's not the exit.
Patience, I can't ever wait. I've been trying to get it, running up all these digits, and I've been in the gym. I've been up doing minutes. I just put in that work. Told them it's strictly business, and I see through the face. They all just burning bridges. Feel like John Morant, need a triple-double. Told them check the stats. Yeah, I got a couple. I don't try the ball. Now I never fumble. I'm the MVP. Now I feel like Russell. Feel like John Morant, need a triple-double. Told them check the stats. Yeah, I got a couple. I don't try the ball. Now I never fumble. I'm the MVP. Now I feel like Russell. Yeah, they don't want it done like I want it, dog. Yeah, they say they want it, then they took the summer off. I've been going down the list, checking numbers off. I was checking on your numbers, told them something's off. I was at the bottom, now you know I'm climbing. Now they sending deals, they know I ain't signing. They been trying to sell it, they know I ain't buying. When they send a text, dog, I ain't replying. Feel like John Morant, need a triple-double. Told them check the stats, yeah, I got a couple. I don't try the ball, now I never fumble. I'm the MVP, now I feel like Russell. Feel like John Morant, need a triple-double. Told them check the stats, yeah, I got a couple. I don't try the ball, now I never fumble. I'm the MVP, now I feel like Russell.
This is the moment we waited for. Everything you want is right here. We gon' give them what they came for. We gon' take it up from last year. Shoot 'em my shot, boy, I'm long range. Me and the team on the same thing. Stay down game change, yeah. Watch the game change. Watch the game change. Watch the game change. Watch the game change. I do not gamble, but bet on me. Tell them that's like, yeah, it's still of it. I'm taking a shot for my enemies. I can't waste no more time on my energy. I know they know I got it on the lock.
A warm welcome back, everybody, to the Progressive Rivalry Series. An honor to be joined by the booth here by Sleegy and Larry Ridley. My name is Fendler, and we are cranking right ahead here tonight. The showcase of the evening, Texas versus Texas A&M, celebrating the rivalry, our third event night here of the Progressive Rivalry Series. Before we get going on to some more action, give Texas a chance to start to crawl back into this series, let's just take a moment to say thank you. This event is proudly sponsored by Progressive Insurance, offering a touchdown for your budget. Visit progressive.com to learn more and see how you can save. Let's throw it over here, fellas, to our current score and a little bit of a schedule check-in. You see, Texas A&M have earned their way to a 3-1 advantage here for now. And in our next contest, we have Trey Wisner, a sophomore running back for the Longhorns out of Glen Heights, Texas, 6 foot, 200 pounds, against the Texas A&M student rep of the ball game here, Nick Scorton, a defensive lineman, number 11, a junior, 6'4", 285, out of Bryan, Texas. So our contest here, a running back for the Longhorns versus a defensive lineman here for the Aggies. Curious to see, as I always am, how these position groups will play into their strategy on the gridiron here. Things you might be considering. Is there going to be a regression to mean? I used that phrase a little bit earlier. Do we think that the Longhorns just get back into one because they're bound to get one? I really don't know how comfortable I am anymore picking against these Texas A&M guys. We're going in blind. It's not like we've seen these guys play all too often. All we've had to work off of here so far has been the knowledge that Texas has a slightly better rated team, but fellas, it has just not mattered so far here. So let me kick off our round of predictions here. I'm feeling good about the result these A&M guys are putting out on the field, man. It makes me wonder whether they're doing any type of gaming in the locker room. I said it a little earlier. If one of them's on the game, a bunch of them are going to be on the game. And we can tell so far that all of these student athletes have reps already. This is not the first time, not the first 10 games they've played on College Football 25. I've been really impressed with the quality of play. I think it's been the best players that we've seen on the stick so far on the Progressive Rivalry Series. So I'm going to try to keep riding this A&M hot streak. I had a mind to feel like Texas pulls one back here, but for my prediction, give me Nick Scorton, the defensive lineman here for the Aggies. Let's throw it over to Larry Ridley here to get your prediction, brother. We got the sophomore running back for the Longhorns against the junior defensive lineman for the Aggies. What you got?
Trey Wisner, right? So a wise man once told me a regression to the mean. At some point, Texas UT, the other UT, because according to the SEC, University of Tennessee is the UT, and UT down in Austin, that's just Tex. So we're going to say University of Texas down there. At some point, they've got to do this. Water will find its level. Give me the University of Texas, a higher rated team, higher rated squad. At some point, they've got to win, right, Fendler? One of these
I'm
times,
thinking
right?
so. I'm thinking absolutely so. Our guru, our Nostradamus here, Sleegy, has faltered just a little bit, although I'm still trusting his hot streak. Brother, right now the desk is split. Who do you have here as we head in for our next matchup?
Well, look, it's always so hard, right? Because you never know how much experience that these players have coming into these games, whether or not they've seen a lot or not. I believe it was actually during that last game, during one of the listens in, you actually pointed out that one of them knew one of the phrases from a Madden content creator. So you can never really know who has got the experience. But one thing that I do know, and I'm calling back all the way to what I said at the very beginning of the day, user control is really what it comes down to. But if there is there's a big determining factor on advantage, it's that home field advantage. And it has really been big so far. We've seen these players comment on it from Texas pretty much all day. Man, I can't get my hot routes. They don't know where they're running. I can barely see the route itself. And I mean, during that last game, neither of them wanted to ever kick. We didn't see a single PAT attempt the entire time. So obviously it's making a difference. I think it's going to make enough a difference for me. I'm going to go with you. I think Nick Scorton is going to have it here for the Aggies. I think they're going to continue to increase their lead and kind of get another win here on the night.
Very interesting. I think your foresight was right on when we started talking early about potentially the home field advantage being an equalizing factor, but it seems to maybe even be a little bit more than that. It seems to be a stone cold advantage for these A&M guys. These Texas offensive players are going to need to just call something out of the huddle. You're not going to be able to make adjustments, and we've seen that be impactful here so far tonight. So we got 2 for A&M. We got Larry holding it down for the Longhorns. See if he can get back into this thing on a in front. But fellas, I do believe we should be just about ready for the start of our 5th contest of the night. Trey Wisner against Nick Scorton. It's going to be the Aggies on offense to get us going here. And by now, we've seen a lot of the weapons that each of these teams intend to use. I got to feel like even for the Longhorns' disadvantage over the course of the series, it still really feels like Isaiah Bond has been the MVP. Interesting to say when you're down 3-1 in the series, but I'll look for him to be a difference maker for the Longhorns offense when he gets out on the field. But for now, going to be Nick Scorton after a 2-yard loss on first down with the ball on his own 20-yard line, looking for an opening drive here offensively.
It's going to be big to set, again, the precedent early on here. The path and a huge sack. I mean, a loss of 12 on that sack backs them all the way up to their own 7-yard line, and it's 3 and a 3rd and a mile.
They say a country mile down there in Austin, Texas.
Balls out, verticals, hit the drag, but he gets baptized after the catch, and that's going to be a fumble on the play and a turnover. Trey Wisner taking over within the red zone here, 15-yard line looking in. For the Longhorns here now. Short gain on first down, trying to feel at the defense. Get an idea of what he might be able to expect from Nick Scorton. We got the offensive player on offense and the defensive player on defense. We've not seen Trey go
Get loose, dog. Get loose, dog. Get loose, dog.
On the pick. It's going the other way. Interception's been so consequential so far tonight in 15-10-5.
Yeah.
A little bit stanky at the very end of the thing, too. Some rivalry sauce and seasoning on that long pick six. 86 yards for Nick Scorton. He's in the end zone first. Fellas, nobody wants to kick extra points here tonight.
I don't know what it is. I mean, look, the PAT, it's a perfectly normal play. You got a kicker on your team for a reason. You might as well utilize him, right? I mean, he's pulling that salary. If you're going to let him just sit on the bench, I mean, I'm not going to hear too many complaints out of him, but not able to get the 2-point conversion. It has not been very successful tonight for as much as we've seen it. I think maybe 38% on average has actually been converted. So not been super reliable, but we've been seeing it just so much.
Last time I checked, Texas A&M is in College Station. Their home field is Kyle Field. He's the home team. And as you were just saying there, those guys are on scholarship too, see? So let's let these guys kick.
No question about it. And since we have the moment to kind of micro-analyze the last game, we saw a 2-point try actually get picked two'd. Can't call it a pick six, but it went all the way in the other direction. That is a 4-point swing. If you wind up with that 2-point conversion, rather than giving up the pick two, a 4-point swing, and when the final was only, 40-35 there, fellas? When you start to consider the difference that would have made as far as your late decision-making, you wouldn't have needed a touchdown there. And the 2-point conversion, missing him, really might have cost that last game for the Longhorns. But let's see now on 3rd and 10 with Ewers in the shotgun if he could get out of the shadow of his own uprights. He throws to Golden across the field. gains a good handful, but it's going to be 4th and 3. I know if Larry is the play caller here, you're going to see the offense again. I think he's going to like this. That's exactly what Trey Wisner and the Longhorns are thinking here. Quinn Ewers with some built-in motion.
No.
Back to
Nice, got him. No, you had a guy across the middle on the left-hand side, wide open, uncovered. Wrong read. There he is.
Instead, he looks for the seam. And you said it, Larry. That is the wrong read in that situation. Nick Scorton will take over again with a really short field. And that is a recipe for disaster. I'm sure, Larry, that you've seen it a ton in your time watching Madden. Truly one of the legends of the community. But you get caught up with too many 4th downs that you don't convert in your own end. You give up a bunch of short fields, and that is the result that you are often going to see. You don't want to pile up a big deficit for yourself too early. I know you don't like the punt, but if you can't convert, you're going to wind up in a bad situation. And now down by 2 possessions already. You're going to see another 2-point try here from Nick Scorton. He missed his first one. And now looking to go 1 for 2, and he does. The 2-point conversion is good. It's going to be 14 rock here. Aggies up early.
Yeah, up early and up by a decent bit, too. 14 in the first quarter. Going to give him a little bit of confidence. The 2-point conversion working to at least get him back where those points would have been. He had taken the initial PAT, dodge one on the return, dodge another, trying to run to the outside, almost broke away, close to getting free, but a decent return starts their drive out at the 31.
Risk versus reward, Findler, and you think about it, man, it's like, hey, death by 1,000 cuts, or you just want to go out on your own sword. I'm about going for it on 4th down. That's what you see a lot with the competitive guys. It's the right call.
I like that, man. I mean, you keep your destiny in your own hands in that, right? And if you get it, it's your fault. If you don't, it's also your fault. You got to take ownership either way. But the aggressive call doesn't go his way there. But, oh, buddy, that's always tough when the offensive linemen start playing defense on you. Can't quite wiggle around his lead blockers there. Looks like it was set up for even more than he got on 2nd down. But as things stand, it's going to be a 3rd and 1. Ewers dips the play action inside. He's floating left, looking for an option, not finding much. Back across the field to the right, a dangerous decision there to be floating left and throwing back the other way. And this was the point I was making just a couple moments ago here, fellas. It's 4th and 1. Let's see if he can earn his conversion.
Oh, didn't get it. Ran into the back of his lineman.
He did. He did pick it up. They're going to give him the spot really close there, and cuts me off on the whole monologue I was about to do about turning the ball over in your end too many times. He keeps his drive alive instead. Quinn Ewers looking for space.
Throw it away.
Utilizing the pocket, tries to get wiggly. Nope, it's too much. But Blue picks it up. And that's not a bad situation. Not a bad guy to have in the area. Your halfback there, he's able to scoop it up and make 2 yards out of what could have been disastrous there. 14-0 is your score here at the end of the first quarter. Nick Scorton on top of things for now. The Aggies continuing to put on a clinic. And it is, I was a little worried that it was going to be another really convincing night. We saw Alabama run away with it. We saw Ohio State run away with the series. And if you force me to make a bet on it, say, Fend, somebody is going to run away with this one. Who do you think it's going to be between Texas and Texas A&M? I would have got that wrong 10 times out of 10. So it's another hat tip to these Aggies gamers for doing what they've been able to do here so far tonight on the Progressive Rivalry Series. 3rd and 6 for Ewers. He would love a conversion here to keep this thing simple. Throws out of the pressure. It's going to be incomplete. No D-line pick to speak of there. 4th and 6. And you cannot make your offensive living converting or not on 4th down.
And that last one, a coverage sack easily. I mean, he had so much time to throw, but you look downfield, no one's open. Looks downfield now here. He's got to try and get a conversion into double coverage, and that's going to be intercepted. Lee, the 3rd, down the sideline. Just going to beat Ewers. One more. Trying to get some of these blocks to spin. Not going to be enough as the Aggies will converge, but not enough. It's still great return down to the 24-yard line and an opportunity to make it a 3-score game.
Yeah, we heard Nick say user as he was about to pick off the pass.
Yep.
The problem has been user error by Wisner. I do like the fact that he's using himself at running back, though. He did put in Blue there at the last play, but He's got some issues so early on here in this game against the Ags.
It just seems to be a little bit of a DDA adjustment or something like that. When these guys get on the sticks with themselves, it really doesn't matter how they're rated or where they're at in the depth chart. We see them really frequently being very successful with it. And out of the backfield, there goes Moss. We've seen him all over offensive formations. Puts a shoulder down there, punishing the defender. Now with a goal-to-go situation, first down and goal, 7-yard line looking in. And Sleegy, you said it. He's got an opportunity to go up 3 possessions here. Let's see if he can take advantage to the flat. Watson makes a nice cut up the field right off the catch. Now a 2nd and goal from the 1. Obviously, not enough field space nor downage to get out of the half or be the last one with the rock. I would have got one ahead and flicked on shoot clock for 1 or 2 plays here. Try to reduce.
He's getting stopped.
That's right. He's getting stopped here. 3rd and goal now from the 2. If Trey can manage a goal line stop. I don't love the strength of the defense right now. Being away from the wing.
Damn.
And a good defensive user to knock it out. 4th and goal from the 2. And he's been stymied 3 plays in a row.
Take the 3. Don't overthink this. A 3-score lead, you got to sit on that. Don't like this one right here, Findler.
Oh, Larry, you know I'm of the exact same mind there. You got to be counting possessions even more so than you're counting points. This seems ill-advised, and it is. And it is. If he makes the play, he quiets the booth pretty quickly, but missing it, man, oh man.
They're gonna look at it.
Wait a minute, hold on. Ooh, a booth review in this situation is very interesting.
Oh, he got it!
Oh,
no!
It's gonna be overturned.
He got a foot down.
Wow.
Oh, my God.
Wow. And Trey Wisner, that's gotta be definitely, and he's gonna go for 2 as well.
Wow.
Look, these decisions, I get it. I get it's virtual football. I get you can just kind of do whatever, but I mean, it's something that even my friends, when I'm playing them, they make fun of me for it a lot because when I get out there, I play it like it's a real game of football. If I'm punting on most of my 4th downs, I'm going for PATs pretty much every time. Like I play it like it's real life, but I normally get the last laugh because it normally ends up working out. It's working out for him right now, the aggression. But we'll see whether or not Trey Wisner has the ability to bring things back.
He who laughs last laughs the loudest. And right now, Nick is laughing so loudly right now. Oh, my goodness. There's a saying in the Madden community. Sometimes Madden is good to you, and sometimes it's not. And right now, College Football 25 is really good to Nick.
Late, great Coach Madden will giveth, and he shall taketh away. Nice open look there, but it's going to be incomplete. Knocked out by the defensive back off the left sideline there. When Ewers in the shotgun, he's down by 22 points, but he's got 3 timeouts, a long field ahead of him of 89 yards yet to go to pay dirt. And, oh, the defensive click-on goes awry, and Golden has a little bit of space. I don't know if he's got the speed to get loose. It's going to be close. Down all the way to the 5-yard line for a 1st and goal. Trey Wisner fighting to stay in this ball game, and fellas, it feels like he's going to need 6 here if that is his plan today.
No, absolutely. And I think he actually might have been able to get 6 there. It looked like he might have had enough speed. That little move to the right to try and dodge the defender, I think, slowed him down just enough to be caught up to, but still phenomenal gain on that. Sets him up at the 5-yard line. Looks to try and run, but he's going nowhere but the wrong way. Loss of 4 to set up 2nd and goal from the 9.
He needs to slow it down here. A good possession is one that ends with him with a score and no time left on the clock, or very little time for Nick.
Yeah, absolutely. With how effective Nick has been offensively, you don't want to give him any opportunity with any clock whatsoever. But having said that, 3 points does not help your case all too much here. That would keep it a 3-possession game. And I know Larry and I both have a mind for really counting possessions even more so than you're counting points. I don't know. Listen, I mean, you can't argue with the result, but I think we still probably are justified in really hating the call to not take 3. It's 3 possessions either way. But a nice read there for the Longhorns. Took the vast majority of that first half clock home with them. Nick Scorton is going to have a little bit of an opportunity, but only 16 ticks left before we get to halftime. Trey Wisner is going to
there we go.
wisely call out his extra point unit, not get caught chasing points. It's a red kick, but on extra points, sometimes they bail you out there, and they did for him. It's up and it's good, 22-7. Just 16 seconds left here. You got to be a little bit careful if you're Nick Scorton here. It's unlikely that you get all the way down the field in 16 seconds, although he does have 3 timeouts. It's unlikely, but in the words of the great user, he's seen games lost in the first half, but he's never seen a game won in the first half. So this needs to be anything but a turnover. Something like a great defensive play here could really turn the tide. Sure, another touchdown would be great for his effort, but a turnover would be catastrophic. That's going to be incomplete there on first down. Now 12 seconds left. He might have seen something that he likes. He's going to hurry up back to the line, even with the clock stopped here. Less of a time question, obviously, and more of a defensive look question. He got a post on the field. He does not have enough time to unleash that thing. 7 seconds left now. Depending on how long this takes, I mean, Trey might wind up, really his best case scenario is getting a chance at a punt return, really. But we'll see what happens here on 3rd and 10.
Yeah, big third down, especially if he wants to try and continue this lead. Looks to cut back inside. It's not going to be enough. No timeout's going to be called, and that will draw our halftime to an end. The Aggies looking pretty good so far. Nick Scorton been scoring a lot, 22-7 at half. Trey Wisner's got a lot to make up here.
Yeah, Nick Scorton and Aggies offense, just 13 yards passing, guys, but he's got a 15-point lead. So he's doing a great job turning the ball over and converting those points or those turnovers into points.
And now, just by nature of what we've seen, kind of anything can happen on any play. I was looking for Trey to spend a timeout there potentially just before half as he brought up the 4th down. He did not. He looks for the post, and he does not find anybody but a deep safety for the Aggies. Getting a little cocky on the pitch. Oh, we've seen that go even more poorly than that so far here tonight. As it stands, that might not make the replay package, although if it did, I'm sure he's not going to want to take too close a look at that. Looking for a highlight play instead, just living a little bit dangerously, but he maintains possession, loses one on first down to bring up a 2nd and 11.
With this aggression, maybe part of why we've been seeing everybody be so aggressive is the event they're in. They know Progressive Insurance has them covered if they do anything a little crazy and it doesn't work out. So you never know. Another throw that was dangerous, but he's actually able to catch it and bring it down. Still 3rd and long set up here, but they are in enemy territory, so I wouldn't be surprised to see a 4th down attempt if he comes to it.
No.
When Wegman is able to get that out, but it's not sufficient for first down yardage. And Trey Wisner with an opportunity here to get his defense off the field.
I don't like this defensive look. I think that this is not going to go well for the Aggies. This looks too strong, able to break past. Big throw. It's not enough.
Wow, Sleegy, you saw that one developing. I think you were right to be a little bit skeptical of the defensive look, especially if you got your D-backs pressed out there and only one deep safety. You can't possibly be everywhere. If you lose by a step, it could be costly. But instead here, it's going to be Trey Wisner on offense. He's down by 15 points. We're not quite to the 4th quarter yet, so he's got plenty of football yet to be played. He's going to hold on to his timeouts, and he needs to find the end zone here. A nice spin there back inside on 2nd and 10, picks up 7. Now 3rd and 3. He doesn't necessarily need to be in a turbo offense here yet, but I'm not sure whether he's going to have enough time. He's going to want to really commit to the run here. Be too little too late, and on 3rd and 3, that's going to be incomplete. Tries to set up another RPO there, but he can't get it out of his hand. 4th and 3, and this is a big one. Ewers is back to pass. He's in the empty set. Looks over the middle. And an opportunity for the user to click on, but he can't bring it home. A couple defensive backs in the area there. And now with Nick Scorton and the Aggies knocking on the doorstep of field goal range, which would pump him up by another possession, He's in a good situation here late in the game. Curious to see whether we see any clock taken off here now.
And time management been a key factor throughout most of these games. Again, with these more abbreviated quarters, doesn't seem to want to waste too much time. Quick snap on that. Clock will keep running. We'll see if on this third down he opts to maybe hold it, but no, I mean he's just getting out there.
We saw the stat line there. Texas has just been unable to get anything going on the ground here on the almost at the fourth quarter. He's got -4 yards rushing. Oh, and he had a step on him again. That's a couple times now we've seen a deep threat go unrealized there. A tough miss, and now a 4th and 7 for the Aggies. This makes a lot of sense. This doesn't really bear, I think, any second guessing. You know you can't kick a field goal from here. This is kind of your only option. Wegman's going to step up and smartly get down and lay down there after the first down. Doesn't want to risk taking contact in the open field with his quarterback. But again, fellas, to our point on time management, it doesn't feel like there's any reason to be in a hurry up here.
What am I doing wrong?
Now, hurry up doesn't make a whole lot of sense. He is going to get that one out quickly. Off to the right sideline. Stayed in bounds, so the clock is going to keep ticking.
Bro, but
It looks like he's going to be trying to set up for another throw here. Unless he's trying to just hand it off quickly, and then he will. Nice. A good little draw play.
They open.
A little bit of network issue. Does get resolved. 3rd and 6 will be what they start with at the beginning of the 4th. And the opening for Trey Wisner to try and come back in this game is slowing as time goes on.
Going to take a brief second there to catch his breath on the Progressive Rivalry Series as we head into the 4th quarter. Nick Scorton and the Aggies on top of things 22-7 over Trey Wisner. Although the fat lady is not indeed warming up at the venue yet, I'm getting word that she is at least en route. And on 3rd and 6, that's a crucial completion there. Trey Wisner knows that hurts him. But it's not going to hurt him time-wise, apparently. Nick Scorton really down to stay aggressive here. Said it earlier, I don't want to beat the point to death, but there just doesn't feel to be any reason to be in a hurry up here. To the contrary, I'd be on chew clock. I mean, I feel like I've kind of chalked this up here, fellas, that I'm never going to see like a game-ending drive the way I would do it. Run a couple of times, get the timeouts off the board, chew some clock. You want to play for a field goal, then so be it, because that pushes it to 3 possessions here anyway. And again, it just feels like the recipe to win this game is really simpler than these guys are making it. But on the Progressive Rivalry Series stage, these guys are going to want to put up big and, conservative, just get out with a W type of gameplay does not seem to be in the plans for anybody playing here tonight. But after the big sack on 1st down, might have him second-guessing the time plan. He's going to let this go ahead to the 2-minute timeout.
Also, they want to I'm sorry, go ahead, Sleeks.
No, I was going to say, just lets it go down. I think that's the right call.
Oh, no.
Yeah, and bottom line here, Findler, these guys, they're young. They grew up in this TikTok sort of social media generation. They want to entertain. So here we go.
They're of the analytics generation, so they feel like they got good reason to go for it whenever they want, staying empty whenever they want. But you got to make good on some of your conversions here to make that make any sense. It's not been working out here so far for Texas. Nick Scorton is in control. But, I mean, these guys playing fast and loose, you're really only one turnover away from this becoming a ball game again. Curious to see, and Nick Scorton's not going to be able to get his offensive play call in time. Instead, he's going to need to spend a timeout. You don't hate it, obviously, as much being in the lead, especially by 2 possessions. But we've seen how valuable second-half timeouts can become. I think a little more so, obviously, for the Longhorns being down by 15 points. But really any score at all, including a field goal, should end this thing. We'll see what he's thinking for his offensive play call here now. 2nd and 21.
He will not
Takes the handoff inside. Instead, leaves it in the hands of his quarterback. You're going to be a little less likely to fumble if it is indeed a designed quarterback run like we saw there. But still always dangerous. And with this year's wear and tear system, the more hits on your quarterback, really the worse off you're going to wind up. And wind up hurting for some attributes that you're really going to miss. Throw power, speed, acceleration, awareness. That wear and tear factor can be huge, especially late in games. He's got a 3rd and 19. He's making audibles as though he's going to throw this, and it looks like he wants to. And that is going to be picked off on the play. Trey Wisner trying to stay in the game. And now, listen, fellas, we have the benefit of hindsight all the time, so it's easy to second-guess decisions around the clock and whatnot. But having spent that first timeout, maybe a little bit early, puts himself in a worse spot now, still needing those 2 possessions. But if he's able to score here, his hands are going to be tied to an onside kick try.
There's no second guess. There's no hindsight. That was foresight, and that was a first guess. We said it. You should be kicking the field goal and running this clock down. So we were absolutely on top of that. But like we said, these are young men. They're trying to have some fun. And like the previous player said, content, baby. Content is king, Fender.
I mean,
we love
hey,
that,
with
man.
how these players are playing, you would have thought that they were under Mario Cristobal with the complete lack of attention to the clock management. Big throw down the left sideline here. Gotta be caught. Beats the defender. There's a chance. You're telling me there's a chance.
Oh, you're telling me there's a shot. I like that. Both of the fellas have dropped that one. Bond. Isaiah Bond. And he's good for the score. If there was ever a time to think about 2, I guess it might have been right there. But
no.
I mean, listen, yeah, just take your 1. I suppose if you're able to somehow get the rock back and you're able to score, you will be feeling pretty good about your momentum situation. So that might lend itself to a little higher confidence in making the 2-point conversion that he will still need down by 8 points. And with only 2 timeouts left here, I'm thinking he really needs to try the onside kick. Otherwise, you absolutely must get a 3 and out. And then even then, you would be returning the ball in the instance of a punt with 30, 40 seconds left, depending. Maybe closer to 40 or 50. But so he is going to kick it deep.
Wow. Okay.
He's used a timeout, so that's an interesting decision. But again, with how aggressive Nick Scorton's been, he might not end up opting to use a lot of this time, so it could pay off. But he's gonna have to get a stop on this first series here. I don't think he can allow even 1 first down.
Yep, I think you were absolutely correct. And he said it right there if you overheard him. He said, give me the ball. He was hoping for a hit stick fumble there, and he got a good swing at it. And it was after a ball carrier move as well. He's going to throw the ball here.
Come on, bro. I'm trying to throw the check down.
And so it's kind of
hurry up.
It's 6 in one hand, half dozen in the other as to whether you spend a timeout here. But yeah, dude, if he's going to keep you in the game with this hurry up in the attempt at a safety. Oh man, Nick Scorton managing his way out of this game here right now. 3rd and 16 to go for the Aggies. Feels like some missteps in time management here. Is he going to get bailed out on the check down to Big 84? He does not. Now on 4th down.
Come on, man.
Okay, again, I don't get it.
There's no timeout. He's hurrying up, fellas. I don't know what to make of this here from anybody.
I have no idea. He should be thinking about running the clock down and potentially even punting this ball.
I think it's crazy that Trey didn't take a timeout. I think it's crazy that Nick Scorton didn't take the rest of his clock, and he goes for the whole thing. Does he have this? He doesn't.
Oh, knocked it away.
Wow. On 4th down, he only needed a handful. He said, the heck with this. I'm going to try to put this one up and really put this thing away. All is certainly not lost for Nick Scorton. Even if he does wind up giving up the score here, he will have another chance to what will probably win the game. He can play defense on a 2-point try, but let's not get too far ahead of ourselves here. He is going to need to find the end zone first. Asking in the chat, are these guys trolling? That is a great question, King. That is a great
Your guess
question.
is as good as mine,
Truly.
Chatter. Your guess is as good as mine.
We're just in the booth here, man. Unfortunately, nobody here is on the sticks. A little bit curious on some of those decisions. And Larry has mentioned it a couple times now. Yeah, these are young men that kind of want to go out on their shields, put up some, highlight plays. We've seen a couple attempts at ill-advised pitches, really just looking for the TikTok clip I think, indicative of the generation. But what it is amounted to, practically speaking, is way closer games than they've absolutely needed to play. Really, we've seen it on both sides, opportunities to put things away. But these guys really just unwilling to get too sweaty in management and would instead rather just go high flying, looking for beams. And that's a nice completion now down to the 2-yard line for a 1st and goal looking in.
Clock's still moving, though. His ankle hit before he was able to get out of bounds.
I don't think that's the worst thing ever here. That's going to be picked off in the end zone. But did he get it out? He did. Oh, my goodness gracious.
Just go down in the end zone.
Wow. Where's the awareness, guys? The awareness, please.
Over and over again. We're just not seeing it
ladies
here.
and gentlemen, is why teams have coaches.
I think you're absolutely right there. Okay, I mean, if you're the defense, you have to sell out here. You absolutely must. I'm bringing those safeties up, too. Yep.
Oh, no!
That's why you do. It's lurked and going back the other way.
You got to be kidding me.
You must
insane.
You must be. Holy mackerel. Trey Wisner now back with the football. Fellas, no time to catch our breath here. This could go either way, even still. Selfishly, I feel like I would not mind some free football between these guys, but it's going to be picked up by nobody. Except he's York. He's able to scoop it. He's got green grass ahead of him. And despite his best efforts to get Trey Wisner back in the game, Nick Scorton is going to take it all the way the distance. And that, as they say, will be that, fellas. GG's. And in this case, no rematch.
No rematch in this case, but I mean, just absolute shenanigans at the end. Just there's no other word for it other than shenanigans. 2-point conversion, good, sure, why not at this point? It doesn't matter a whole lot, but interception again from the user alert, a fumble that just gets kicked out, returned all the way back for a touchdown. I mean, good Lord.
And really just a bad beat if you had Texas plus 8.5 there. That's gonna be an all-time terrible beat for you there. 7 seconds left, and this one would just be for some window dressing for the box score here. Let's see if Quinn Ewers wants to fire this one. He wanted to, but that defensive front in the way, and we clicked past it real quick there, but it gave us a quick snapshot of the Quinn Ewers wear and tear situation. He was showing for minus 16 acceleration. That's what I mean when I say, fellas, come on, JC, you're not losing in oh my god. All right.
Wow.
All right. Yeah. Why not, bro? To still lose by a handful. I like him giving him some extra seasoning on the way into the end zone. Like we said, that's just going to be window dressing there. It's going to be a loss nonetheless, but I mean, it could be a 1-possession loss here if you get 2. Let's see if he can. Quinn Ewers back and back to the end zone. And that's going to be incomplete there. Your progressive rivalry series has been all Texas A&M all night. I mean, fellas, a really entertaining finish there. Nick Scorton, I mean, it had the desk in absolute shambles. He made this thing as interesting as he possibly could. But Larry, we've heard it from some of our gamers here already. These guys are looking to put up some content, and I think they sure did right there, didn't they?
Man, I mean, what in the words of, we talked about this earlier, man, Jeezy, man, it's like 12:45, about that time. These guys are absolutely losing their mind. He absolutely snatched defeat from the jaws of victory almost.
Truly.
I mean, how does this happen? But hey, in the end, he gets the 10-point win, and boy, those last 30 seconds, man, like nothing we've seen before, guys.
Man, oh man, and Sleegy, entertaining though it was for us, also certainly anxiety-inducing there, man. We could not call that either way. It seemed like both of those guys trying to keep their opposition in the game, which is not generally how you want that to go, brother. But man, oh man, a pretty exciting game. What are your thoughts there as we head out?
Shenanigans. Just shenanigans. It's all it's been all day long. Shenanigans. I mean, we'll take a look at the replays here to go over pick 6 to start things off. Absolutely fantastic start for Nick Scorton. Gets it all the way down the first 6. But that's not the only pick or even the only turnover that we'll see in this game. It was absolutely chock full of them.
Guys, let me say this real quickly, Findler. Nick Corton, what a fabulous game that he just played. Do you realize he had 59 yards of total offense, 47 through the air, 12 on the ground, and scored 30 points? Only in college football and only in Madden can this ever be a fact.
Truly. And I mean, having scored so many points with just so little offense is truly remarkable. I think that was a product of a lot of these short fields he wound up on. I mean, getting the distance and, getting 6 was really only a few yards in a couple of his drives. You see the big play down the left sideline there to Isaiah Bond. We have seen plenty of number 7 here as the night has worn on. And there goes, I think Sleegy's maybe his favorite play of the night. It's a pick, it's a fumble. We're playing soccer a little bit. It's getting kicked around. But that will indeed be the closer. And just to see it, there goes Golden. It's a little, Bolden. It's a little too little, a little too late. But for one more on the box score, not going to make a huge difference over the course of the series, no doubt. And fellas, I would like to reiterate my surprise. You said it, Larry. We are a 4-1 contest in favor of Texas A&M. The Longhorn Gamers are going to need to get this thing going here right now. And it's going to be the alumni will get the next turn. We have plenty of games here yet to come. Fendler, Sleegy, Larry Ridley for the Progressive Rivalry series. Don't go anywhere. It's about to get sweaty. We'll be right back.
Hey, Flo. Cool leg warmers.
Thanks. They're just for the bus ride to work. They're not part of the official uniform.
No tunes today?
No. My apartment was robbed last night. Took my cable-ready TV, VCR, portable cassette player.
Yep, all the latest tech.
If only Progressive had renter's insurance, like their home insurance.
Then we could bundle our cars and get the same 24/7 protection. I think we just invented that. This is the best day ever.
Well, I still got robbed.
It's still a pretty good day.
I don't feel right unless the odds against me. Back against the wall of my strength. Yeah. I can't let it break. Everything I've been through, it made me better. Ooh, I love the hate, it just made me better. Been through everything, it just made me better. I can't waste the pain, it just made me better. Working every day, it just made me better. 1, 2, check, a 1, 2, I'm going in, is that an L? W is still a win. Got it off the muscle, all I know is hustle. All I know is making something out of nothing. What you think they see it? I had to hop in the kitchen, I'm really on fire, you know ignited, yeah. I know some people don't like it, I'm moving with flavor, they probably a bite it, yeah. Trendsetter, being better, I can't take the credit, yeah, wait. Yeah, been on fire, boy, that's flambe. Only time you see my head down is when I'm praying. When my back is turned, the only time they wanna see it. Water on me, floor is cold as ice, I'm finna trade, yeah. And serve it to the people, they need hope, it's no delay. The odds against me. Back against the wall, of my strength, yeah. I can't let it break. Everything I've been through, it made me better. Ooh, I love the hate, it just made me better. Been through everything, it just made me better. I can't waste the pain, it just made me better. Working every day, it just made me better. Hold up, what they finna say? Tell it to your mammy, it don't matter, I ain't listening anyway. They just mad to see decide to drop, they look like ocean spray. You can get it too if you just work more than you talk today. This what happen when you take your pain and make it motivation. It ain't gonna be easy trying to be a legend, it's the payment. You need execution, not excuses, dog, you gotta face it. They don't want the truth, but if you quit, you don't deserve to make it. What you think they giving greatness out? Now you gotta take it. They don't know the hustle, they confused when they look at you. Till you hit your goals, they all shy, they think you Pikachu. Put your mind to it, you can do it, yeah, and I'm the proof. Unless the odds against me. Back against the wall of my strength, yeah. I can't let it break. Everything I've been through, it made me better. Ooh, I love the hate, it just made me better. Been through everything, it just made me better. I can't waste the pain, it just made me better. Working every day, it just made me better.
myself. Okay, dream so big that they think I'm crazy. Let out the beast, no, they can't tame me. Don't play with me, better mind your business. I cannot stop now, I ain't finished. I'ma keep on going till I got that. Okay, the way that I'ma do it, they can top that. No way. Critics trying to hate, but I don't talk back, I know that. Plotting on the kid with the bull, tell them all that. I'm the one that I'ma gamble on, I ramble on. I'm about to get my ramble on. And I'm the one they really couldn't get a handle on. Then when they see they missed the boy, they get a tantrum on. And I know, they never thought we would make it. Underdogs, it wouldn't be Gable. Labels gon' ask what we bring. Tell them we bringing the table. Yeah, I bet on myself. Yeah, I bet on myself. I don't need you, I do it myself. Yeah, I bet on myself.
I bet on myself.
Yeah, I bet on myself. Take off your shoes, crib brand new. Yeah, I'm about to go in like a damn fool. I'm leaving your mans, them in shambles. You know, light up the wax like a candle. Like me on fire, watch me heat up the track. I took the crown, I ain't giving it back. Unless you got L's on your wish list. Messing with me, you gon' big a statistic. Really, you think you'll get it back? That's silly. I'm about to run the game, no kidding. I'm way too cold, too chilly. Yeah, they ain't wanna hear me, yeah, now they gon' feel me. You did? Look at my team gon' way off. Now we running the game, they can't play y'all. We don't need an assist, now we counting up chips. I think it's time that they pay y'all. Let's go. Yeah, I bet on myself. Yeah, I bet on myself. I don't need you, I do it myself. Yeah, I bet on myself.
I bet on myself.
Yeah, I bet on myself.
Frank Bailey.
And a warm welcome back, everybody, to the Progressive Rivalry Series here tonight, celebrating the rivalry between Texas and Texas A&M for Event Night 3. My name is Fenler, joined by the handsome, sleek, and the legendary Larry Ridley. Really, both these guys pretty gosh darn handsome. Before we get into the alumni matches of the night, and I know who we have up first here, and this is a big one. Hold that thought. But let's say thank you for our event being proudly sponsored here tonight by Progressive Insurance, offering a touchdown for your budget. Visit progressive.com to learn more and see how you can save. Let's throw this over to our current scoreboard and what we have yet to come here. And it's been all Texas A&M here all night, enjoying a 4-1 series lead. But fellas, Vince Young, one of the greatest collegiate football players of all time, bar none, will be playing against Reggie McNeil. These guys had Vince Young even more so, but really both these guys had a moment in the sun playing at the same time in state there in Texas. Really, Reggie McNeil kind of looking to match the star power of Vince Young. I don't know anybody that could do it, but that is who we have here to open up our 4 alumni matches here tonight. Vince Young representing the Longhorns against Reggie McNeil representing Texas A&M. Some legends in their own right. Guys that played kind of back in the day. Now, listen, man, I'm 34. We did an age check in the pre-show a little bit here. These guys are going to be some, let's call it seasoned veterans here, fellas. But I know I, for one, am excited to see Vince Young on the sticks, man. I can't help it. A big fan myself. Let's open it up, Larry. Let's send it to you, my man. These guys, I think you're going to recognize their names. Obviously, Vince Young, man, one of the GOATs here of all time. As far as predictions go, you got 4 reasons to think that this could be Texas A&M again here, but then there's Vince Young going to be on the sticks for the Longhorns. What do you think we're going to see here?
Well, I've got 4 reasons to think that it will be Texas A&M. I've also got 100,000 plus reasons at Cal Field to think it's going to be Texas A&M. But you got to give me Hookem, man. I'm going to keep riding that train, man. VY, one of the greatest college football players of all time, that run in 06 against USC. I got to admit, man, I'm a little worried about this. Texas not playing up to snuff, but at some point, the cream will rise to the top, the roster, the ratings. At some point, they will get one. If not, Texas A&M will clinch this thing, another win, and they clinch the series. Am I not mistaken, right?
Yeah, I think the Longhorns certainly
so.
in a dire situation. We're starting to get close here. I can't hate the Vince Young pick there. Let's send it over to Sleegy here, brother, to get your prediction. A couple of quarterbacks, curious to see how their knowledge of these coverage shells will play. Do you have a prediction for what we're about to see here?
Look, I'm hoping that it's going to be a close matchup. We've had some really fantastic games throughout the day. I mean, it's been so much fun to watch, but I mean, I got to be on the same page with Larry here. I mean, how can you pull against the man, the myth, the legend himself, Vince Young? I mean, you get a lot of players in college, right, that you look at them and they're fantastic and they're just absolutely phenomenal. But to have a performance like that in the college and then to go to the NFL and still be fantastic, I mean, the man does nothing but win. That's all he knows. Madden 08 cover athlete. I mean, he's been through it all. I can't not choose Vince Young here. It's got to be Vince Young for this.
Oh,
He's going to help bring Texas back into the fold.
Oh, this is a tough one because, listen, man, I grew up in this era of football. I got to see, wasn't live, but I got to see when it happened against that USC game and just a generational moment of college
You were alive
football.
in 2006.
I was around and I was watching football. I was playing some football at that point. So my knee jerk was to go Vince Young, but I feel like I'm on a hot streak with A&M. It's a little bit of a contrarian move here just to mix it up from the desk a little bit. I would not be shocked if we see Vince Young honestly run away with this thing, but give me Reggie McNeil and Texas A&M. Larry, like you said, there's about 100,000 reasons here at Kyle Field to feel like they might make this thing a little bit worse here tonight and ultimately lock up their series. It's 4-1 here for now, but give me Reggie McNeil and the Texas A&M Aggies to take this one home. So we got 2-1 as far as predictions in the booth go. That one was a tough one, fellas. That one was a tough one. Not opting for Vince Young there was a little bit painful for me. But, I mean, Sleegy makes the point frequently. Curious to see how much time difference these guys have had. I mean, Vince Young spent a little more time playing in the pros than Reggie McNeil did. So, curious to see whether Reggie just had a little more time to game. And these guys looking like they can step right back up on the field, man. Vince Young, a broad-shouldered man there. And we are going to get the kickoff with Vince Young, one of the GOATs of collegiate football, on the sixth year for his Longhorns. Going to be a slightly different style, not slightly, it's going to be a fairly notably different style of quarterback play that he's going to have to manage with Quinn Ewers, or even if it was a put in Arch Manning back there. It's not going to necessarily be quite the mobility that Vince was able to perpetrate on defenses when it was him. But we will see, excuse me, I think I might have said that incorrectly. We are going to see Reggie McNeil will have the opening drive here for the Aggies, excuse me. And he picks up 8 yards on first down, now a 2nd and 2.
And an interesting start here. Good for Reggie McNeil, I think, actually, to get the ball first. You want to set that momentum early, especially at home. Get that crowd on your side. Get them hyped up for when Vince takes the field. It's a good throw down the middle. Solid gain to get them up to the 44-yard line.
And for the first time, guys, someone wearing Texas A&M and playing with the Texas A&M Aggies opts to go with the maroon on maroon, the dark on dark, so that's good. And how about Reggie McNeil said, I'm going to throw you one, and he just did the VY.
And Vince Young capitalizing on the offensive mistake. Reggie McNeil can't believe it. It's been a few years since he's had to make a read, and he's going to wish he had that one back. Vince Young in an unk posture right now. Is he not? That is Uncle Vince Young there.
I mean, just a little bit, but hey, he got the pick. We'll see what he's able to do with it, especially here, back in control of the team that he helped lead so much.
Oh, they're trading.
That first throw, though, is going to be an interception, and that's the last thing he wanted in that situation.
A couple of great Texas quarterbacks, whether University of or A&M, trading back and forth interceptions there. So you can consider it like a clean slate. The turnover differential now back at 0. So no harm, no foul, I suppose, for the Aggies. He's going to throw that one back underneath on first down to pick up 7 yards. And a really cool thing, and you know, we've seen it repeatedly on the Progressive Rivalry series, is these guys have a long history together. They were playing college football in Texas at the same time. If you want to look it up, you can see for yourself. They've been on magazine covers together here, kind of celebrating Texas football. So to see these guys reconnect after, coming up on 20 years since they graced the collegiate gridiron, really cool to see these guys reconnect. You wonder when's the last time they've seen each other. Gives an opportunity to catch up and reminisce on old times and hopefully pull down a win for your school. And that's going to be a nice play there for the Aggies. Might get caught at the 5 and gets most of the way there. A big play for Texas A&M down to the 3-yard line looking in.
Yeah, and I mean, just great speed from the defender there to not give up on the play, chases him down, gives the Longhorns an opportunity at a potential goal line stop. But Reggie McNeil looking back to throw, gets it out quickly, but deflected out by the defender. Gonna be a 2nd and goal now from the 3-yard line.
Yeah, you were talking about those guys in school around the same time. You're exactly right, Findler. I think Reggie McNeil last year was 05, and Vince Young, they won the national title the following year. It was interesting to hear Reggie McNeil saying, why are these guys so slow? Let's hope he can get it into the end zone. He won't have to worry about that.
And looking to be right on cue there, but falling just 1 yard short on 2nd and goal, will bring up a 3rd and goal. And an opportunity here for the Texas Longhorns to make a stop. I don't love the defensive personnel choice here. It looks to be in a nickel formation. Going to be a little light in the box, but it just doesn't matter. With a couple of these ballers they got on the defensive front for Texas, they're going to get through nonetheless. Don't worry about how many defensive backs we got in the field. As long as we have these 4 guys with their hands in the ground, they're going to be threatening defensively.
And it's looking like he's actually going to go for it on 4th here, and I don't hate the call. You're 4th and goal from the 3-yard line. You're playing against a legend from Texas and also against Texas themselves. So you know that field goals aren't going to really do you a whole lot of good. So this is actually one of the few times that going for it on 4th, I think it's actually the right call, but it's a bad handoff.
Wrong button.
The hurdle going the wrong way. That is so unfortunate. And now, I mean, you think back to the big throw downfield and the defender that was able to catch up to make the play, that ended up being huge.
We love the NFL alumni guys, or the guys that used to go to these 2 fine institutions, but you can tell a little older, a little slower with the fast twitch muscles. Hit a wrong button there, Findler.
That's right. Maybe a little slower on the sticks than some of these young guns here.
Clearly, look at him.
Point there. Oh, it's a big sack for the Aggies. Vince Young looking for something and finding nothing but the turf there. A big 8-yard loss. And fellas, we are still locked up at 0s apiece. Kind of surprising that we're maybe not as surprising as a couple of experienced competitors here. But I was about to say maybe a little surprising these quarterbacks have not been able to make it work. But like you said, Larry, these guys with a little more life experience, maybe not quite the stick skill we saw from our students here tonight.
Absolutely. How about negative 18 rushing yards apiece or combined for both of these guys? So, yeah, man, the stick skills could be in question going forward, man. But you can really see it, man, where those guys are just kind of stuck, almost in suspended animation, almost, Findler. Gotta love it, man. These 2 legends going at it.
And back to pass. Dangerous situation. He's in the end zone. That's going to be swatted up the seam on 2nd and long. Will bring up a 3rd and just as long, still on his own 3-yard line. His own uprights, whispering sweet nothings in his ear here. This looks to be a man pressure look just based on alignment here for the defense. And he can't get it out of his hand. That's going to be a safety for the Aggies. And Larry, man, by my gauge, one of the, if not the single most game-changing play in football, that's the safety.
Absolutely. Then you get the free kick, you get the ball back. Just the momentum has completely flipped in the favor of Ryan McNeil. So everything is pointing in his direction. He's had a 3-0 lead. We'll see if he can capitalize. I've got my questions on both of these guys doing anything offensively. This is going to be a slobber knocker, or as we like to call it, a rock fight of college football.
I think so. And looks for the whole shot. Ooh, gets a couple of hands on the football, but he cannot pull it down. It's going to take, I think, plays like that, right? I think Larry hit it right on the head. Based on what we've seen so far here early, we might be in for a defensive slobber knocker. But if any of these guys can get some of their offensive playmakers loose and into space, we got another. Oh, look at the boys, man. Look at the boys. Which way did he go? Oh, Reggie McNeil gotta be just disgusted by it now. A couple times we've seen what potentially was a misunderstanding calling the play in offensively.
Wow.
Really wind up hurting him there. That's going to be a turnover. Vince Young back with the football. He is down. We are not playing baseball, but he is down 2-0.
Remember the old cartoons? Remember Bugs Bunny and Elmer Fudd? Which way did he go, George? Which way did he go?
Blue on the carry there on first down. We'll pick up 2. And, fellas, I really don't think we are going to see any field goals here. If we do, buckle your seatbelt. It might get hilarious.
I mean, hey, I would love to see the attempts. Big
no
throw.
doubt.
Oh,
gotta put in.
wow,
Yes.
what a grab.
Oh, was it out?
Oh, they're giving him credit for the
he
catch
got
there. Logging him for a 1st and goal here, fellas. 10-yard line looking in. That's about as far as a goal-to-go situation can be for him. Let's see if he can capitalize. Gets tricky down here as the windows start to shrink. You don't have as much field, obviously, to spread out the defense. Some nice moves in the open field, and Vince Young doing a Vince Young impression there. Gets into the end zone for the Longhorns, and a very curious 6-2 score here for now. We're going to get our first look at a Vince Young extra point. It's up, and it's good. The extra point. The experience not opting for the 2-point conversion. No surprise there, fellas. We might not see quite as many of those now that the students are done playing. These guys with a little more experience on life, maybe not necessarily on the sticks, but we're going to be a little more conservative, I think, there. Extra point is up, and it's good. And now Reggie McNeil with his only points to show for being from that safety. He was not able to capitalize on the offensive drive that resulted. He's down by 5 points here for now, but with an opportunity just less than 2 minutes left to go before half. He's got a defender back there. That's a 50-50 ball. Good swat.
Dangerous throw, but at least doesn't end up in an interception. Vince Young was hoping that the defender could potentially come down with it. I mean, you got to take those shots every now and again, but that, I think, was a little too covered. That's a risky throw.
And I think that's what you're going to see throughout this game, guys. Both guys throwing the ball, trying to get it deep down the field. Running game has been mute so far going on in this contest. Going to see a lot of deep shots here from both of these young men. Or mature men.
You got to check yourself there, brother.
Mature men.
That's right. Some of these experienced gentlemen is what we'll call our competitors here. 7-2 here still. Reggie McNeil with a 3rd down, and really not a whole heck of a lot to show for anyone's offense. Vince Young able to capitalize on a shorter field there for his score. Reggie McNeil would love to keep this drive alive. Looks, fires over the middle. It's not going to be even close. He picks up 4. He needed 10. And making no qualms about it. Hold on. He said, "Man, we're not so far out of the game. We are going to get a 4th down try here." And right back to a similar look, except this time he does have the depth for a 1st down. A nice conversion there on 4th.
A big conversion inside the 2-minute warning, so time becoming a little bit of a factor here, especially if Reggie McNeil wants to try and retake the lead before the half. We'll see the hurry-up offense as he's not quite able to make it to the first. Still 3 away, changing the play. Seeing if he can maybe make some adjustments to match up better against this defense. Looking back to throw again, quick down the middle, and he gets it across the midfield line to get into Longhorn territory.
Really just going back to that well of, the drags and the crossers. He's liking underneath. Vince Young is going to try to nip that in the bud. You saw him bring the safety all the way up into the box. Said, if you're going to beat me, let it be on anything but this same over-the-middle read. He's made a couple of times there successfully. That'll stop the clock after the incompletion. 2nd and 10 yet to go here, just shy of a minute before halftime. wants the big one, and he can't find it. And Larry called this one out early. These guys might be looking to press the field a little bit and be cool with taking one-on-one matchups. We haven't seen it go the offense's way here just yet. But if you're not super confident on the sticks and you feel like it might be a defensive battle, you need to look for your opportunities where you could find them. So we see these guys being a little risky offensively. He's back to pass, goes Wegman, back over the middle. He's hit that read a few times, and he's got it true again. 4th and 1, and yeah, we're going to get a timeout. I think Coach suggested that he kick a field goal, but I don't think that's what he wants to do. And yeah, he's going to get clicking around here a little bit, look for something better. And depending on the formation here, I might have a pretty good idea of the play call.
Might be concerned, too, if you're Reggie McNeil. Can you run for a yard? It's been a slog trying to run the ball in this ballgame.
And it looks like instead he's just going to have drags going either way, pick the open one, and so dangerous, really tough to defend, makes a guy miss off the broken tackle, and he's got a 1st and goal, but he's going to want to finish this drive off here. I like just hurrying up to the line. I don't feel like you need to spend a timeout. You want to be the last one with the football. Scoring with, 10 seconds or less left, or just get your 6 right now. Don't worry about the clock quite so much. Get your score while you can. Reggie McNeil does just that, and he's going to take a scroll around, decide whether or not he wants to extend this to 3 or at least try to. He's going to be okay putting up the extra point here. A little sketchy on the kick, but it's up and it's true. Not going to get caught chasing points here early in the first half. I think that might be a product of these guys' experience more so than anything else. You still got a long football game. Just take the one while you feel like it's just about guaranteed and live to fight another day. That was his choice there. So it's going to be 9-7. 9-7. You don't see that all too often. You need a safety thrown in there to make for our current point total. But Vince Young, he's got 3 timeouts, 27 seconds left. His options all available to him with the capability to stop the clock. Going to hurt himself for a couple of ticks there. Incomplete, and Reggie McNeil wants to make sure he's got the defensive shell correct. He's going to spend a timeout.
Yeah, and I think that's the right call. You want to make sure that you're lined up well here because you can't really afford to give up any big plays downfield. Vince Young and Ewers here are going to be in the backfield by himself, so he is going to throw. Line holding for now. He's got some time to think down the middle. Good for a gain of about 7 to set up a 3rd and short.
3rd and short, and based on what we're seeing here, I can almost guarantee you, fellas, that Uncle Vince Young does not know how to call a timeout from his controller. He has 3 on his ledger here right now, and as you know, you can't take any of those home with you. That doesn't go in a to-go bag. Ewers on a draw. He's going to fumble it. Oofa-loo. No harm, no foul, though, as there's just not enough time. Maybe for the best that he didn't spend a time out there. It could have wound up with A&M and another opportunity to score, but as things stand, Reggie McNeil, after the safety and a score, is going to be on top of things 9-7 over Vince Young. But the Longhorns great will receive the second half kickoff here, and we'll see the Longhorns offense again with an opportunity to take the lead if they could get into scoring position.
And a great drive there by Reggie McNeil to end that first half, man. I thought he did a good job. He ran the same play basically like 3 times, hit that little out route to the receiver, number 84, and was able to cash in. Thus, he has a 2-point lead. How about this? Going deep. Oh! Bond. Isaiah Bond. Isaiah
Bond is right. We've called his name plenty here so far today. Just a really tough matchup for the Aggies defensive backs. We see why right there. And you can afford to be really bad on offense for most of the game if you can still rattle off a one-play, 75-yard score. All's going to be well that ends well. So it might not be pretty here yet between our 2 gamers, Vince Young and Reggie McNeil. But that was enough to get Vince Young back on top of things. And fellas, we were just a couple of seconds late. It was the first time here tonight, it seemed like, that we didn't get a score as the first half expired. I was thinking we might see more of the same here tonight, but it didn't take much longer than the second half getting here to see Vince Young going for a long shot and a big play. That's a red pass, going to be badly inaccurate. Lucky that one's not picked off.
Yeah, fortunate that no one was really in the area to take care of it. That's one of the things that hopefully they'll learn as they keep playing through this game, how that accuracy works on some of these throws. As Reggie McNeil looking to try and retake the lead if he can here. Big throw over to the right side. Going to be good for a first down and about 10 more.
A little bit dangerous, that football kind of whizzing over the head of the Longhorns defender. It's going to be complete for a first. Reggie McNeil in the pistol. He's got a couple options to the field side left. He's going to take his check down look to the tight end. Big number 18, seen plenty of him tonight here as well. Wegman liked something that he saw. He's going to hurry up back to the line in the pistol. Tight ends to either side and twins left. Wide open there out of the backfield, right back to his big man. And that's going to be 18 on another first down conversion across midfield. 43-yard line now looking in for Wegman. He's going to flip his formation to the wide side of the field. I think he's showing a little bit of his experience there. Doesn't want to leave his twins to the short side. Give them some space to run around a little bit. But smartly keeping a check down option on the field for himself. And he's thrown it a couple times now. Let's see what he's thinking here on 2nd and 6. No time to call an audible. He's just going to, whoa, went for the whole thing. Fellas, I got to feel like if he was able to put some air under that, he had a step on the D-back. That could have been a little bit better for him. He opts instead for a little more of a bullet pass, and that's going to be knocked down.
Yeah, the option was open. I think the space was there. It just needed a quick tap to get, like you said, that air underneath it. Looks back to throw again here on this 3rd and
Wide
6.
open.
Gets a great block on the line, and a wide open receiver down the middle will get him squarely into the red zone and a new set of downs.
Quick observation here, guys. Notice what we talked about in that first quarter, that they weren't going to be running the ball a lot because it's been tough sledding for those guys. We haven't seen a run since.
Oh, my goodness gracious. That was looking like it could have been a hero play at the back of the end zone. But a great point there, Larry. These quarterbacks really settling in, trying to get comfortable to varying degrees of success. That's another contested ball there on 2nd down. Opting for his one-on-one matchups here pretty regularly, but the A&M receivers have not been able to best these Texas defensive backs. We've seen him kick a field. No, we have not. We've seen him take an extra point, not a field goal. So curious to see after the 3rd and 10 try what he's going to be thinking. Can he get the corner? He can for the first down and more. Good for a touchdown. Reggie McNeil in the end zone will take back the lead over Vince Young, pending a potential 2-point try here. It's a 1-point game for now. He sure would love to get 2 more for himself. Extend this thing out to an even field goal contest. But these windows so tight here makes it so challenging on these 2-point conversions. This is really a play that you need to have labbed up. You have to have a couple of options specifically that you're going to be ready to run from the 3-yard line looking in, and no luck there. So it's just going to be a 1-point advantage then for Reggie McNeil and the Aggies. Time will start to become a factor pretty soon here, but we'll see if Vince Young can manage himself an offensive drive, get back on top of things. Oh, Uncle Vince Young did not want to take that out of the end zone.
I think he was trying to hit a button, trying to kneel. I don't think he knew that if he just stands there, he'll kneel automatically. So a little unfortunate, but it seems like both of them maybe not as familiar with the controls. So it's at least an even playing field in that regard. Vince Young going to be taken back over, and like you said, only down by 1. So opportunities galore here. Field goal, if you could get in range, would be huge. But you know that both of these guys are looking for touchdowns all day.
Guys, it's like me being on the sticks. I voiced the Madden game from 2014 to 2018. I've still yet to play the game, so I understand the pain that these two guys are going through. And how about Reggie McNeil? Getting it to my dear Watson. Trey Watson, a couple of touchdowns, back-to-back possessions for him. He's got a 1-point lead here for the Aggies.
Things looking good, but this Longhorns offensive drive starting to gather just a little bit of steam here. Ball on his own 35 for now. He's going to dip a little bit of play action, instead throw that orbit motion that has been so good so far this year. Some of the best stuff you'll see. Jet sweep, a lot of these orbit or built-in motion plays designed to take advantage of defensive mismatches and misalignments. A great read there by Vince Young on the corner to the left sideline is good for a catch. across midfield, and a first down.
Yeah, and great job being able to get possession of it, Brett, just before stepping out. Gets them now into Aggie territory. And Vince Young, I mean, could actually see the first running play we've seen in a minute, and it's going to be a great running play. Good for a first down and an extra 9 after the fact. Gets them close to the red zone. And a big opportunity here for potentially a touchdown, but already easily within field goal range.
And with time winding here in the third quarter, might have time for another snap or two here, depending. 15 ticks left. Vince Young is back to pass with viewers. We've got a flag on the play. It's picked off in the end zone. Curious what the call will be here. It's going to be consequential. Gets a little bit wiggly in the open field. Makes an offensive lineman miss. And I'm personally disgusted by that because I know I've looked as foolish out there trying to make a play on a pick. Nobody can catch him, and he gets all the way. But hold on here, boys. And it's going to be illegal contact by the defense. What a bail job. The flag was thrown right away. Had me thinking that it might have been maybe offsides, potentially in the area of holding, but really a lucky break there for Vince Young because it sure didn't feel like the defensive contact had anything to do with the interception. So instead of that going all the way the other way, he's still going to be on offense.
Yeah, those sorts of flags are just so brutal. Not only do you lose the 6 points that you would have gotten, but you get them a fresh set of downs and even closer to the end zone. Going the wrong way on the first play. It looks like we skip ahead a little bit here. It's going to be Reggie McNeil and the Aggies taking over at the 2-minute timeout.
Goes back to what we were talking about, guys. Can you salt this game away? 4-minute offense, can you run it? Why run it when you can go over the top?
And he gets all the way loose, over the top indeed, and into the end zone. Reggie McNeil having a chuckle about it. Vince Young in a little bit of shambles here. It's 21-14 here for now. This becomes a little more intriguing of a decision here. I got a good deal of friends that, coach at multiple levels, high school, college, everywhere in between. And that's going to be no good on the extra point. Very interesting there. Keeps the deficit at 7 instead. That's a very interesting conversation there. Larry, I'm curious to hear your take. You have a chance either, theoretically, assuming he were to make that, an extra point to get you up by 8, or to go for 2 to be up by 9, that ever-important 2-possession mark. Any thoughts from you on what you prefer in that situation? Are you going for the 8, or are you going to try to push it to 9?
In real football, I'm kicking the extra point to go up by 8. But in this, in Madden, I'm going for 2 because either way, it's still a 1-possession game. You're trying to get it to 2. Unless he goes for 2 and he tries to win the game that way, I absolutely go for 2 and try to push that thing up to 9 points. Absolutely.
I like your style, and I like the differentiation there between real football there as well. You can stand to make some concessions in virtual football gaming that you might not love your team to make on Saturdays or Sundays. But Vince Young now in a clutch situation, he loves to see that extra point get missed. Oh, and he loves to see that fall harmlessly to the turf. Reggie McNeil knows that's a little bit of a gut punch defensively. You hate when your defensive backs get to playing volleyball out there. Go ahead, make the play on the ball, and this might be game over, but as it stands, Vince Young still has an opportunity, but he's got a 3rd and 10 he's going to need to convert here first. Quinn Ewers is in the shotgun, a tight end and Twins receivers to the right, and that's going to be complete to Moore Jr., number 0. Good for a big chunk. Is anyone going to catch him? I don't think so. He's at the 5, and he gets it all the way done. Into the end zone go the Longhorns. And we got ourselves a ball game. It looking like it's going to be a field goal try here for Vince Young. You cannot count these before they're up and good.
Long snap, but he is able to get it up and through, in and good to tie things up. Close to being blocked, I'm not going to lie. That snap taking its time to get there, but fortunately able to get the kick up and good through in time.
And we have been hoping for it and getting it all night, but we have another really competitive contest on our hands here.
Okay, it's scripted.
Really haven't seen too many blowouts or, you know, excessive number of possession differences in our contest so far tonight.
2 minutes. We up.
But now at 21 apiece, Reggie McNeil in a clutch moment. Money drive opportunity. He's been feasting on that underneath throw there, breaking toward the middle of the field. He's got another one. 3rd and 1. Right back to it.
Come on, guys.
Good gain, too. Gets him right almost to the midfield marker. And I'm liking the vision that he's seeing on these, and I'm liking the hurry up as well. Getting quick back to the line. Try not to use those timeouts right now if you don't have to. You do want, if you score here, for this to be the final possession of the game. Got one open down midfield again. Breaks out of the first tackle. Good for a gain about 7.
Yeah, we just heard Reggie McNeil say, let's go, line up, guys. 2 minutes. Let's get this thing done. And right now he's on the move in
smart Vince Young
territory.
Yep. And you saw that there. He's beaten that in-breaking route to death. Vince Young pulls down the opposite side safety. Says to Reggie, theoretically, it's going to be anything but that same read. You're going to need to look elsewhere. And that's going to be picked off on the play. Vince Young gets the defensive stop that he needed. Reggie McNeil on a money drive opportunity. He's going to try to laugh that one off. But as we get closer to a money drive opportunity, let's check in with production on the back end. If we are able to set up a listen-in here for Vince Young's money drive, it feels like a good opportunity. What do you think there, fellas? We set up for something like that?
Man, get out of here. I ain't buying it.
Right.
Yeah, I ain't buying it.
Oh, get out of there. I thought that boy caught that thing. He did catch it, right? Oh, no, he blocked it. What is he doing in the backfield? The quarterback. Gonna get a heart attack next time.
Oh, my goodness.
Let's go, boy.
I can't stand you, B1.
Finish.
This nigga ran the ball over your mind.
He ran out of bounds. What's wrong with you? You say you read the ball. Snuck one in on it.
Yeah, man.
What you doing? No. I even press box. He's doing it on his own. Get out of here. Touch your head down and give me this ball, man.
Man, what?
Gracious. We ain't pay you enough for that. Come on, that boy call, man.
Yeah, we out of there.
Let's go.
Damn, man. Hey, man, I should have put more. I should have put more. Oh, I should have put more CL in at halftime, man.
Oh, man, dog.
Man.
We had to hit him with a run play underneath the radar.
Yeah, he ran a run play on me. We ain't ran the ball but twice all game. Either way.
Nobody ran the ball.
Yeah. Oh, man.
I had to put it on that boy Blue.
All right, let's see what we're going to work with. We got 7 seconds. Why you way back there, man? Brad, walk your defense down, man.
Bring everybody down. Everybody go back there.
Nah, man, bring him down. Let him come play, man. Come have some fun.
Hell no.
Give me a legal contact or something.
Everybody get there. Everybody get, even the coach get back there. Ooh, yeah.
Come on,
see you,
bro.
91.
Get out of here. I was cheated. V, why you put a code in the game, man. Your folks from Texas, man, you put that code in.
Yeah, up, down, left, right, left.
Yeah, see what I'm saying? You took a Super Bowl on me. You took a Tecmo Bowl on me, man.
Went old school, up, down, left, right, A, B, and select.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, that's it right there.
Man, that's a good game,
cool
bro.
Tecmo, buddy. That was a good game, though.
Yeah, for sure.
Hey, brought us out of retirement, bro.
Yeah, lying.
Oh, man, fellas, what a great showing there, and really encapsulating the spirit of the Progressive Rivalry Series, seeing these two greats of their own universities, Texas and Texas A&M respectively, going at it, kind of reuniting here after so many years off of the gridiron. They've been on magazine covers together, and we got to see them share a game of EA Sports College Football 25 here tonight. Vince Young able to edge this thing out 28-21. And fellas, I'm feeling like I should have gone with my heart, but it was good picks from the booth. At least we went 2 out of 3. Yes, I'm taking credit for your guys' picks. Absolutely, there I am. But Sleeky, we saw Vince Young able to do just enough there to get it done. I think as we're just about ready to hop in for the replay package, this should be a pretty entertaining one. No shortage of defense being played here. Although crazy, we were noting as they brought up some endgame stats, Reggie McNeil went for almost 400 yards in the air, but he still wound up losing the game, just could not get that running game going. We see at a big chunk of that yardage here, down all the way to the 3-yard line, looking to finish, and he can't there on first down. A little sketchy. Ultimately unable to finish that drive, but then gets it back in blood, as they say, on the safety. Nice stick work in the open field there for Uncle Vince Young. And we see back and forth they go, a big 4th down conversion to the tight end, back to the drag, able to get the corner there to the pylon, and that's a touchdown to Quinn Ewers. Quite a few yards of separation. We've called that man's name quite a bit. Bond. Isaiah Bond, he gets loose. A nice swat there. A little bit of air under that thing. Feel like it could have gone the distance. Watson in the end zone. Winds up being not quite enough. And this there, fellas, a game-changing defensive flag. We saw this really bail out Vince Young and ultimately, I think, be the single game-changing play. He takes it the distance for a pick 6, but as we saw during the game, a flag is on the play, and that is deflating there. Gets loose on a big play to Thomas here after the 2-minute timeout. You still got to think Reggie McNeil is looking good at this point, but misses the extra point. That is going to wind up costing him here. Vince Young answers with his own score. And there we see the interception that will ultimately wind up ending this thing for him. Harry Blue off the right tackle, gets the vast majority of what he needs there. And man, oh man, a nice situation to be in. There goes Blue. They zoom in. I like that. Great job by production on a replay package there, but a nice situation to be in with just a couple of seconds left. You got a couple of timeouts there, man, and Vince Young able to capitalize. A really entertaining game. Larry, we didn't quite see as much of the young gun shooting from the hip type of decision making. These guys, experienced gentlemen in their own right, and it seemed like they played like that here tonight.
Yeah, and you look at Reggie McNeil. Shout out to him. Like you said, almost 400 yards, 378, I believe, through the air. It was the -10, though, Kendler, that really caused them some issues on the ground. Really couldn't ground and pound there with those Aggies. But VY, how about that man? You talked about the old man or Uncle Vince. VY, the only thing that was missing was the ugly sweater or the quarter zip for our uncle there. VY doing his thing, man. But he was able to get the running game going. Late at the end, he talked about, he's like, I got to get it to my guy Blue. And he did. And shout out to VY, but VY, it's up, up, down, down, be a select start.
That's right. That was the proper code. He missed that just a little bit, but fortunately for him, it didn't matter. He's still able to get a win. And Texas showing a little bit of fight. It's still 4-2. They have some ground yet to cover here, but thankfully for Longhorn Faithful, we do have a couple more chances left for them here tonight. We're going to continue our student matchups, Texas versus Texas A&M here on the Progressive Rivalry Series. Fendler, Sleegy, Larry Ridley in the booth with you here tonight. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
Hey, keep your head in the game, son. The scout from football college is up in the stands.
Maybe you'd rather go to school for insurance.
I didn't raise no insurance, man.
But you did, Dad. Football's your passion, but mine's providing around-the-clock protection to Progressive customers who bundle home and auto.
Jamie, we need you out here for football.
You're giving up on your dream, James.
No, Dad. I'm giving up on yours.
Oh, James, wait! Oh, that's not the exit.
How he held me down the most. Can't stop now, gotta grind till I'm ghost. Gotta thank God how he held me down the most.
Got the whole team on my back. I ain't worried about no stats. No time to compete with so-and-so. No time to compete with so-and-so. I ain't got a brag when I'm in my bag. No, no, no. Been through a lot, don't know the half. No, no, no. When I'm on drive, never lose control. Hand on the game, never lose control. It ain't my fault that I'm in control. When I'm on drive, never lose control.
Oh yeah, whoa. Look, they can never keep me down, I'm going. And if I ever fail, just know I'll go again. I never quit, cause I know that every loss may lead to another win. I'm going up. I bet when I land, they gon' tell me it's luck again. See that I'm winning, it's harder to watch. I'm setting the stage, you should give me my props. You ain't got no soul, you lacking the spirit. You talk out your neck, I'ma show you I'm with it. I would really hate for you to sit and watch me win again and win again and win again. I know it's probably getting on me and win a synonym. So if I ever win again, just know I did the minimum. I didn't have to sell my soul. Oh, yeah. Please don't play no games with me. It was never about the fame to me. They needed the best, so they came to me. Whoa. Who the best in this thing? Tell them, yeah, that's me. Tell them who bring the vibe, say, yeah, that's me. Who make it flip, make it bang, ooh, yeah, that's me. Who make the party feel alive, tell them, yeah, that's me. My girl so proud of your boy when they ask, is that your man? Yeah, that's me. And if I'm taking a shot, I don't miss. Who knew I would be at the top like this? And no one made my goals for me. But I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be. Cause it's the path that God chose for me. So even if some doors close for me, I still won't let y'all close to me. So please step back where you're supposed to be. Put the game all on hold for me. And sit back, watch me roast the beat. It's in my genes, I'm better than them. And I know my flow too sick, I got the medicine. I'm way at the top, who could take my place? I went too hard, can't feel my face. Who the best in this thing? Tell them, yeah, that's me. Tell them who bring the vibe, say, yeah, that's me. Who make it flip, make it bang, ooh, yeah, that's me. Who make the party feel alive, tell them, yeah, that's me. Whoa. Yeah, ooh, yeah, that's me. Who that chillin' at the top, tell them, yeah, that's me. Yeah, yeah, tell them, yeah, that's me. Yeah, I'm chillin' at the top, ooh, yeah, that's me.
Yeah, feel like John Moran. Need a triple-double. Told him check the stats. Yeah, I got a couple. I don't drop the ball. Now I never fumble. I'm the MVP. Now I feel like Russell. Feel like John Moran. Need a triple-double. Told him check the stats. Yeah, I got a couple. I don't drop the ball. Now I never fumble. I'm the MVP. Now I feel like Russell. Yeah, I need it now. Told him on the lay. I've been moving, dog. Yeah, I'm on the way. I don't hear the talk. Don't care what they say. I don't got no patience. I can't ever wait. I've been trying to get it. Running up all these digits. And I've been in the gym. I've been up doing minutes. I just put in that work. Told them it's strictly business. And I see through the face. They all just burning bridges. Feel like John Moran. Need a triple-double. Told him check the stats. Yeah, I got a couple. I don't drop the ball. Now I never fumble. I'm the MVP. Now I feel like Russell. Feel like John Moran. Need a triple-double. Told him check the stats. Yeah, I got a couple. I don't drop the ball. Now I never fumble. I'm the MVP. Now I feel like Russell. Yeah, they don't want it, dog, like I want it, dog. Yeah, they say they want it, then summer off. I've been going down the list, checking numbers off. I was checking on your numbers, told them something's off. I was at the bottom, now you know I'm climbing. Now they sending deals, they know I ain't signing. They been trying to sell it, they know I ain't buying. When they send a text, dog, I ain't replying. Feel like John Morant, need a triple-double. Told him check the stats, yeah, I got a couple. I don't drive the ball, now I never fumble. I'm the MVP, now I feel like Russell. Feel like John Morant, need a triple-double. Told him check the stats, yeah, I got a couple. I don't drive the ball, now I never fumble. I'm the MVP, now I feel like Russell.
A warm welcome back, everybody, to the Progressive Rivalry Series here, celebrating an in-state rivalry between Texas and Texas A&M. Up to that last game, we really felt like Texas A&M might continue to run away with this thing. They were up 4-1 for a time, but one of the absolute legends of collegiate football, Vince Young, did what he needed to do for the Longhorns there in the last game to draw this thing just a little bit closer. And fellas, here, before we hop into our next alumni match, and this is another good one between two draft picks from these storied programs, let's take a second to say thank you. This event proudly sponsored by Progressive Insurance, offering a touchdown for your budget. Visit progressive.com to learn more and see how you can save. Before we get to the game action, let's check in on our scores and the schedule that we've been working our way through here. Texas showing a little bit of fight. And fellas, Sleegy, they are not out of the series here. A couple weeks prior, we've seen the losing team really have no chance as we got close to those last few matches. But in this case, Texas with a little bit of life here, they could fight and even the series up if they can.
Yeah, I mean, the option is there. They have a little bit of life at the end of the tunnel, and it's still very much winnable for them. Vince Young coming in clutch, actually, for Texas to keep them alive throughout this. And, well, I mean, just look at these scores throughout the day. 22-21, 35-24. I mean, we really have only had one match kind of get away, and that was Chance Johnson getting that 52-35 victory earlier. But, I mean, other than that, a lot of just close games. I mean, it's kind of setting up what I imagine is going to be a close game in real life this weekend. So hopefully we see more of the same as we get into our final three games of the night here.
And you said it there, Sleegy. Let's not forget that Chance Johnson score made a little worse on the box score, a little worse for optics as with that touchdown as time expired. I think realistically that's more like a 10-point game, but you said it, man, putting up the 50-burger, a pretty good contest there. So as we get set up here for Malik Jefferson against Stephen McGee, a little bit of background here, fellas. Malik Jefferson out of Mesquite, Texas, was drafted in 2018 in the third round. He was pick number 78. This guy is a baller, played linebacker for the Longhorns. He's going to be representing Texas. On the other side, we'll have Stephen McGee, a quarterback, went fourth round in the draft. A couple guys that saw some NFL action or at least made some NFL rosters. So really the quality of competitor stays pretty high here on the Progressive Rivalry Series. As we start to talk about some of our predictions here, I feel like, let me get us going here. I feel maybe once bitten and twice shy here. I have been riding the coattails of Texas A&M for quite a bit here. We have a defensive player against a quarterback. Quarterbacks have done, it's been a little bit of a mixed bag. There, no question. That last game, the boys were looking for any type of momentum that they could find, and it was a little bit messy offensively here. This is a tough one. I am thinking that Texas makes this one game closer here in this matchup. So for my money, give me Malik Jefferson and the Longhorns pulling this one out. I'm taking the defensive player over the quarterback.
Wow.
Let's send it over to you here, Larry. What are you thinking for your prediction, man? I'm back on Team Texas. I was feeling a little bit left out there. I absolutely was. Vince Young able to get it done for you guys. You guys are both on hot streaks now. Larry, what are you thinking for our next matchup?
I'm with you here, brother. I'm going to go Texas as well. Look, typically I would take the quarterback just far as, just the mental capacity, things that they do, just everything that they're all about as far as being in the playbook and, knowing schemes and things of that nature and the schematics and things of that nature. But with Texas, they got to sweep. They got to win these next 3. If you're Texas A&M, you just need one more win to sort of put this thing on ice. I like the Longhorns here. It's all about the rating. It's all about the team. They have the better team. But once again, they've got to go out there and prove it. And it's also about the guy that's on the sticks, man. And that's the ultimate thing that we have, the variable that we don't have a control of.
And that's what it keeps coming down to. Our guy Sleegy, despite really not having any much background on these games here tonight, has picked correctly more often than he's picked incorrectly here. I'm tempted to defer to this man's judgment. Yes. I mean, he's on fire. He's on fire here right now. Sleegy, are you making this 3 for 3 Texas, or are you riding with A&M? Who you got?
So look, the caster inside of me would love to split the desk. I mean, that's just what we do, right? But I've been trusting my gut. It's only failed me one time tonight. The other 5, I've been right on the money. And I think I'm going to have to side with you guys and Malik Jefferson here. I think Texas is going to find a way to stay in the competition here. Now, whether they win out the whole night is a completely other question. But I think for this game, going into it, Texas needs to stay alive. And this is Texas we're talking about. They normally are able to pull it out when the cards are stacked against them and they really need to make something happen. So, yeah, I think we've got a consensus on the desk here. Texas, I believe, is going to take it.
So the desk is going 3 for 3 here, boys. Curious to see how this winds up going. And now, as we start to move through our alumni matches, we've noted kind of the difference in aggression that we saw between the students and now some of the alumni who have a little more experience. Some of these guys have made NFL camps. Larry, if I could throw it to you here, are you expecting that trend to continue? Do you think some of these guys with a little more experience, are you expecting it a hair more conservative of a game plan? Are they going to take a page out of the young guns book, be going for 2, high flying? What are you expecting here?
No, traditional mindset with these guys, man, that have played. You go back to the early 2000s, maybe even the mid, I guess we call those the knots, right?
Right, yeah.
So, yeah, absolutely. A conservative mindset. You'll see these guys more trying to run the ball, although I love the fact that VY and Reggie McNeil both were trying to take their shots deep because they couldn't really run the ball. You'll see a lot more of that traditional mindset, traditional sort of offense and the way they operate from their offensive system. So I think that will continue.
And Sleegy, as we kind of make our final approach here as we get the game set up, similar question right over to you, brother. We're looking, Larry, expecting to see a little more conservative game plan, let these guys' life and football experience kind of take a walk for itself out on the field. You've been Swami so far. I know you have no reason to kind of know either way, but what's your expectation as far as aggression factor goes for this game?
No, I think I'm right in line with Larry. I think this is going to be a more conservative game. You mentioned it yourself earlier. Once we kind of got out of the students, that wiseness takes over, that experience from all that time on the field, I think plays a part here. And, honestly, I'm actually going to take a page out of the book from the Yappers yesterday, and I'm actually going to set an over-under for this game. I do think
they were yapping yesterday. They sure were.
I think that we're going to have an over-under of right around 20.5, and I'm going to take the under on it. I think this is going to be a more low-scoring affair with some more methodical long drives down the field as they try and run that clock.
Yeah, Larry, I think I'm with you. I'm absolutely hammering that over. But, listen, we really doubt the powers that Sleegy has been showing here so far today. So remains to be seen. But with that, we are all set here for kickoff. Malik Jefferson representing the Longhorns against Stephen McGee and the Aggies. It's going to be the A&M offense taking the field here first after the opening kick. And he'll take that out of the end zone. Modest return will take him out to the 13-yard line. He's got a whole heck of a lot of field yet to go here.
This is so interesting.
And we'll see the A&M quarterback great on the sticks and at the helm here.
This team is so talented with so much talent, man.
And we'll make sure to keep some listen-ins in mind here. Looking like he might be a yapper in his own right there. Nice completion for Stephen McGee. Breaks the tackle, and he's got himself a first down.
And, speaking of Malik as well, got to call out real quick. I'm loving the Texas gear.
That
sleeveless hoodie. That sleeveless hoodie is clean.
Larry, he's looking like he could step back out on the field and be a difference maker tomorrow, man. What do you think?
I was just about to say that, man. He still looks like he can play today. I mean, looking real good, man, for an older gentleman, but I love it. And just the colors on that sweatshirt, that hoodie, thing right there is tough, my man.
That burnt orange, man, just looks so good. Recently got a chance to open a show just outside of Texas home stadium there. We were on Bevo Boulevard. We got to see Bevo the Longhorn lumber his way out of a trailer. And fellas, man, it's an absolute spectacle. What starts as kind of a pedestrian walkway, when Bevo is ready to enter the stadium, they clear out a bunch of space, and it's a quick turnaround. They clear out the pedestrians. They set up some barriers so that Bevo can walk down. They got the marching band, really just pageantry of college football. It's really cool to see that live and in person. And not for nothing, Stephen McGee doesn't look like he's skipped a day here in the gym either. I bet he could still sling that thing about 60 yards, Sliggy.
Yeah, I mean, he's looking absolutely fantastic. I'm not sure what the pause is for. Maybe one of them making some coaching adjustments. Might be Malik Jefferson over there just trying to get out on the field. But yeah, I mean, both of these guys keeping in shape real good. Like, I mean, they both look like, they've maintained a lot of the physique. Sometimes once you get out of the game, you don't want to do that rigorous training schedule anymore. But it feels like both of these guys have really wanted to maintain that image, and it's really paid off for them. As now another throw down the middle after that short pause, going to be good for another first down as Stephen McGee closing in on the red zone.
Yeah, Stephen McGee on the move. And guys, he was there around the same time as Reggie McNeil as well. He redshirted the year before, so he's there around the same time. Had a cup of coffee with the Cowboys and a few other teams. So here's a guy that knows what he's doing, man, behind center.
I like that, man. Larry giving us a little bit of context as to who we're seeing and the connections that they make all the way across the Progressive Rivalry series here. 1st and 10. The Aggies are moving, and I spoke a little too soon. That's up, and it's going to be picked. Malik Jefferson going the other way, makes a nice juke in the open field. And down close to midfield, his own 43-yard line off of the early interception. And in a game that is dictated by your possessions, giving away one early puts you in a hole.
Yeah, I mean, that it does. Turnovers have been such a critical point of the game all day long. They continue to be here. And Malik actually getting the interception from Malik Muhammad. So Malik getting it with Malik there on that one to find the interception. And now taking over from the own 43. Great starting field position for their opening drive.
Viewers will hand off out of what looked to be a pistol set there. Picks up 5 yards. Now 2nd and 5. Getting a little closer to that midfield mark.
When winning teams win a rivalry game like this, they get the bragging rights. That just seems like it's magnified in this state.
And a little more on Stephen McGee, guys. He was the backup to Reggie McNeil in 05, and then he started taking over once Reggie McNeil left. But he did get a win over Texas and played well and scored the game-winning touchdown in a rivalry game. I believe that was in 06 or 07.
Oh, nice. Some more great info there from Larry, pulling in some context for us. 3rd and 5 after throwing out of the sack there against the defensive pressure. A big conversion opportunity. Stephen McGee will bring that slot cornerback up to the line, threatening pressure. I'm not sure whether he'll still come on a blitz if he's got an opportunity to cover out there. Let's see what he's thinking here in the slot. He's going to bring some pressure, but he's not coming from the right direction. Slot pressure comes off the left side. That's going to be a handoff right B gap. And a nice gain there for the Longhorns. Picks up a first down. Special teams clock manager is going to be a misclick on an offensive play call here. Anything in here is going to – this is an accidental play call here. You might see a timeout. Let's see what happens.
Like he might
Unless he
stick
just
with it.
calls in the fake spike. There's only one real offensive play out of this yet with the slants. That's insane that he ran it. But, okay. Loss of 3 on first down off of the misclick there. You never want to wind up in a spike formation if you don't have any clock issues. That's going to hurt him 3 yards on first.
Yeah, one thing I was going to say as well, I do like that we're seeing, early on here, Stephen McGee trying to user control these linemen to bring that additional pressure in. We're going to see him try and come around this right side. Great blocking. Quick throw off to the right. Juke to make one miss, and it'll be good for a gain. Sets up 3rd and 5 from the Longhorn, or from the Aggie 36-yard line.
And guys, we were talking about Stephen McGee. Remember earlier we saw Vince Young and Reggie McNeil on the cover of Dave Campbell's Texas Football. Well, a few years later, Stephen McGee was on the cover alongside UT quarterback, University of Texas quarterback Colt McCoy. So a couple of guys were on a big-time magazine cover with Dave Campbell's Texas Football back in the day.
Texas quarterbacks, so many great players have rolled through these programs here. Stephen McGee certainly among them. He's looking for a defensive stop here on 3rd and 5. Malik Jefferson is back to pass. He looks, he finds Moore Jr. Number 0 there near the right sideline after the pickup into the red zone. 18-yard line looking in, and looking fairly confident offensively here is Malik Jefferson. We'll see how his offensive plan develops here as these windows shrink, getting closer to the goal line. 40 seconds left, now less in the first quarter. A little bit of built-in motion there. Or not, that's a manual motion, never mind. Quinn Ewers inside. I like that. Bobble in the motion to try to see if the defense will give you any tells. Sometimes utilizing motion like that, you can get a pretty good idea of whether the defense is going to be in man or zone and kind of use that knowledge to your advantage. It didn't matter much there on first down. No gain. Brings up a 2nd and 10. Way back to pass. Maybe a little too far back to pass unless. Had an opportunity there in the end zone. That's going to be incomplete. I feel like if he stepped up in the pocket there, obviously had a relatively open look. But I think the depth that he dropped back to there might have came back to bite him. Easy to get caught up kind of just falling back and back and back, especially if you get any type of pressure in your face, but will make completions down the field that many more yards more difficult. And now 3rd and 10, Malik Jefferson is in the shotgun. Got options every which way, twins to either side, and the running back off his right hip. He'll take the snap, back to pass. He's back far again, although this time looks to step up, and Quinn Ewers right on cue. And I love the call there, Larry. You mentioned earlier in the night, you cannot take big hits, especially with your quarterback in the open field. We see him not get greedy there. Might have had half a mind to lay a truck stick down, try to get in the end zone. He takes the slide instead, and to his benefit, he still has the football.
Love it. Great call there by Malik. Getting the quarterback down and try to save himself. And you know what? Now he's got the ball inside the 3. 4 opportunities to go ahead and pound this thing in. Heady play by Malik Jefferson.
And play action there, kind of counter to our expectations. I was thinking, especially out of that heavy set, we might see a couple of totes. But if you got something cooked up to get you in the end zone, get that on the field early and often. Now Malik Jefferson, after the extra point, is going to be enjoying a 7-0 lead. And fellas here, Sleegy, we are big on at least bringing some attention to the quarter length, right? And we've seen a few different varieties. Sometimes you got to do a speed run on 1-minute quarters if the servers aren't cooperating with you. We see 3-minute games, I think, most frequently here. But in one of our showcase matches between Malik Jefferson and Stephen McGee, they crank this thing up to 4-minute quarters. Gives you a little more time to settle into your offensive and defensive schemes. Are you looking for the extra time to come to bear here?
I think I am, yeah. Especially, with how sort of, we've been kind of, Larry, absolutely on the money so far. Been kind of conservative up to this point. We haven't seen too many deep throws It's been a mixed combo of trying to run throughout different parts of the field, trying to find these short checkdowns. We almost saw a good pickup there, but the Texas defender just knocking it out before he could come down with it. So time gonna be a factor. We'll see how much clock management comes into play as we get closer to the 2-minute warning. Another throw here into coverage. Fortunate to not get it picked off. It's just incomplete.
And you talk about the conservative nature for both of these guys. Ryan McGee, not Ryan McGee, Stephen McGee, no rushing yards so far. You look at Malik Jefferson, a lot of rushing yards and very little passing yards. So both of these guys playing closer to their nature, the linebacker and the quarterback. So I'd like to see what these guys could do going forward.
Yeah, it's a good spot there, Larry, and that's going to be picked off by the Longhorns. He's got some space ahead of him, one guy to beat. Oh, he can't get it all the way done. But you can't hate winding up with the football on a 1st and goal situation with just a couple of feet yet to go to pay dirt. We're going to see everybody get into their respective goal line formations. A good personnel match by the defense, smartly. But in a situation like this, when you got all the beef on the field, I feel like I tip the hat to Texas. Let's see if I'm right or wrong. And rumbling, bumbling, stumbling for 6. Malik Jefferson is back into the end zone. The Longhorns will extend their lead.
And my 20.5-point under is starting to look like maybe I made
it's getting real dark for you, Sleeve.
A little low. You know, I might have made it a little low. Maybe a 28.5 point would have been more favorable, but still, fantastic start here for Malik Jefferson. 2 scores to Steffen's none. He's going to have an opportunity here. Still a lot of time left to play in the half. 3:39 to go. So he'll take the knee to get out to the 25-yard line.
But Sleegs, to your credit, though, I want to be fair to you. They are playing 4-minute quarters, so we do get those extra 4 minutes. A lot closer to the more competitive style, the Madden Championship Series in MCS, where they played 5-minute quarters. So this is about on par and on brand for what you see in competitive games.
Good points there, fellas. McGee back to pass, goes window shopping there. A little scary. That's able to fit its way through the defensive shell, and good for a completion. 4-minute quarters also mean that, listen, turnovers are always going to be consequential, but you can say that in 4-minute quarters, you at least have enough time to rebound. Oh, a scary throw there. The defensive user is in the neighborhood. So as consequential as they are, you could say that at least you have a little more time to rebound. I don't think you could say that, you know, you could go ahead and throw as many picks as you want in a 4-minute quarter game. That would be taking it too far for certain. Gives a sweep off right tackle. Had a whole bunch of pulling offensive linemen there on the Bucs sweep. I'd love to see your big dogs in space. Not going to find too much open greenery there for the ball carrier on a 3rd and 2, and Stephen McGee would love to have this one.
And he would another handoff, but that's going nowhere. Tackled for a big loss. And are we going to see a punt? Are we going to see it? I think, you know, it's possible with the situation looking like he's not liking the idea of a punt. 4th and 6. I mean, look. If you talk to one of the bean counters upstairs, I think they're saying 4th and 6 is a punt situation. Just we're on ESPN Analytics, but it is not. He's going to try and go for it.
He'll try to throw and pick up the 1st down.
And on the attempt, it's going to be picked off. Maybe a slightly better result, but not if he gets a return. You could call it an arm punt there. Obviously, on 4th down, you're going to want to put the ball in play, kind of win, lose, or draw. The worst case scenario on a 4th down is you don't even put anything in the air. You get sacked, throw it away, something like this. So, I mean, it's certainly silver lining because it's an interception going the other way anyway, and you're down 2 scores now, and it could get a little bit worse. But all things considered, I suppose not the stone-cold worst-case scenario there. But as he tries to get an offensive play call in, that's going to be a little too slow there, and it's going to hurt the offense by 5 yards.
Back them up 5. We'll put them back in their own territory at around midfield, or near their own territory at least. 1st and 15, probably going to be looking for a throw or maybe a short pass to start things off here.
Going to the running game.
Don't you love that? Off to the right side. That's fantastic. Enough for the 1st down and more.
And you got to love when your gamers make the booth liars right away, man. I was a victim of that pretty much all night yesterday. I certainly was expecting the same with a whole big chunk to go before earning a first, but able to keep that thing on the ground. Blue, such a great playmaker for the Longhorns, and will extend the drive. Here we go, reaching the 2-minute timeout. 1st and 10. Malik Jefferson in control now, and Longhorn fans would love to see this. It's going to be a touchdown. Texas is back in the end zone. It's been all Malik Jefferson here early. He's going to extend his lead yet again.
Yeah, and a great throw over top. Saw him in the open, able to connect. And now BAT going to be up and good. Perfect. My 20.5-point under is in shambles, but the Texas offense is most certainly not. Absolutely just firing on all cylinders right now. A 21-0 lead in the first half. Stephen McGee, this mountain that's in front of him is just continually getting higher and higher and higher.
All Malik Jackson so far, man, a guy that's been running the ball. Now he goes through the air. As we like to say, took the guy to the corner store. And you know what you get at the corner store when we were kids, guys? Get you some chips, get your little jungle juice, maybe some oatmeal cream pies, some of the things you get at the corner store, or AKA the bodega.
I like that. I like that. He had dinner reservations for 6, and he was right on time. 21-0 is your score here for now. Stephen McGee is going to need something offensively. Defensive user winds up in no man's land. Looks to make a move in the open field, but cannot beat that last defender. But as things stand, that's a nice gain across midfield down to the 35-yard line looking in. And a couple of times here tonight, fellas, it has been all signs pointing to whoever's in a big lead, but we have seen these competitors here tonight come charging back, even from big deficits. So I, for one, am not willing to count Stephen McGee out here just yet.
No, not just yet. Not a fantastic game, but still doable. The clock going to keep running here. 2nd down and 10 lines up. If you can get a touchdown, I think here in the first half, it'll set them up pretty well to try and make a recovery in the second. There'll be another big throw down the middle. Fortunate not to have that picked off. He gets a hand on it to knock it down instead. 3rd and 10.
You see Stephen McGee there asking what the heck happened. With a little more air under that, you got to feel like that might have been the score he was looking for. Instead, he gets a more bullet-type animation. And that's been another one of the cool differences of College Football 25 compared with other football gaming titles we've seen. The passing system, they give you a couple options. You can go back to the good old-fashioned classic. I know when Larry was the voice of Madden, it was as simple as just holding down the button for a little ways is going to get you a bullet pass. But now as they introduce what's called revamped passing, you have a little more control over the loft of the ball. I would call it a little more difficult to get those bullet animations. So every once in a while, you'll see kind of a little blooper, a little pop fly out of the quarterback's hand that you feel like probably was not intentional. Other side of that coin is what we just saw there, that low trajectory of a bullet pass, not enough to get over the top of the defense, and we'll have a flag on the play. It's going to be illegal contact, and instead of a turnover on downs, that keeps the offense on the field.
Yeah, and that's a critical foul for Texas there. Instead of it being a situation where they can get the ball back, Texas A&M now with a new opportunity right outside of the red zone to be able to try and push in to make this scoring opportunity happen. Drops back, looking to throw. He's got someone open, but into triple coverage. Not the throw you want to make there. That's going to be intercepted and returned back to the 22. Malik Jefferson just doing it all right now.
And you see Stephen McGee reeling there. Had to run his hand through the careless whisper of hair he's got under that hat there. 21 Rock is your score here for now. It's been all Longhorns in the contest, and they do need it now to get back into this series. They have an opportunity. Certainly the closest series, or I should say the potential to be the closest series. Well, really, it's already the closest series that we've seen. It's a little bit of a low bar after the LSU-Alabama week and then Ohio State running away with it over Michigan last night. If you joined us for that on the Progressive Rivalry series, 28 ticks left before halftime here for Malik Jefferson. He's going to motion out into an empty look. Quinn Ewers in the shotgun. Ball on the right hash. He's going to float right, looking for an option. He looks for the whole thing, And the defensive safety able to get a couple hands on that, but cannot complete the catch. Stephen McGee got to feel like he had a chance to pull that one down. What looked like a wide-open offensive look closed the gap quickly from the Aggies' defensive back. Malik Jefferson, listen, he's got to feel great, obviously, up 21, every bit of 3 possessions here. But something like a defensive score, a little pick six for Stephen McGee changes the outlook of the game big time. Ewers back to pass. He dropped back a little bit too far. Now on 4th and 10. He's got 18 seconds left. Curious to hear from Larry. Larry, you've been loving the aggression of these players going for it on 4th down. Does the time situation here make any difference to you? He's going to put out the punt team. I feel like I like it. How are you feeling about it?
I'm going to rubber stamp this as well, Finn. I mean, you look at it, 18 seconds left. By the time he gets the ball, it'll be under 10 seconds. Hasn't really done much on the offensive side of the ball. Defense has been playing pretty well. This is just like real football. Put the ball in the hands of your defense, get a stop, 1 or 2 plays, and get into the locker room. Easy call.
Somebody has to help.
Yeah, you said it. I think that was absolutely the right call there. And I think the differentiating factor, certainly the time on the clock. I mean, say even, for example, you send the offense back out and you do get it converted, but you take 4 or 5 seconds off the clock. Now, what are we looking for? A 60-yard drive with 14 seconds left? Not sure it would have been worth the risk there. So he's going to punt. But obviously now Stephen McGee with a little bit of an opportunity here. He gets a nice gain there. And with 5 seconds left, the clock is stopped. He's going to need the whole thing here. We'll see if the defense gives him any type of opportunity, any type of opening to get loose. Now, defense not in a prevent set. More often, you might see a 3-deep. Well, he's going to create a 3-deep set there kind of manually. Looks for the check down. Why? With 5 seconds left. One. The quarterback able to make the stop. Oh, man. Larry, you got to make the quarterback miss there, right? I feel like a defensive back, if you're getting the play made on you by the quarterback, it's going to be a long film session for you.
It's like the punt returner letting the punter make the tackle. You cannot let the quarterback in the open field make that tackle. He cuts it back on the inside. Maybe he skates, Findler.
Maybe so, but it's going to be a mystery here for now as we get to halftime. Your score, 21-Rock. And unfortunately for Aggies fans all over, this is going to be Malik Jefferson back with the football. He's already up by 21, ahead of steam, all the momentum he could hope for. And if he could get this second half finished up, he's going to bring the Longhorns 1 game closer. Let's not start counting wins here too early. The fat lady not indeed on the way to the venue yet. She's still at the hotel, getting word. She's about to get mobile here in a second.
Big throw.
She called her.
Oh, he didn't come down with it.
He did not. Open look. Can't complete the catch.
Hey man, they've got a
I thought for sure he might have had enough possession before he stepped out, because it looked like he trying to make a football move as he started to go out of bounds before he lost it. But I guess not enough for the referee to count it. So 2nd and 10 from the 25 now. We'll see if he goes for another throw, if he opts to run instead. It will be a run down the right side, but it gets nothing. Only back to the line of scrimmage, sets up 3rd and long.
And guys, what did the late, great Mercury Morris say when the Patriots were trying to go undefeated, and I was there for that Super Bowl working in Boston in 2007, 2008? Don't call me when you're in my town. Call me when you're on my block. Well, Findler, the fat lady, she is close. She's in an Uber heading to the building if he gets another score here.
Oh, she's absolutely got the Uber there on the way. But hold on a second. That's going to be a 10-minute wait, not a 5-minute Uber. He's going to have to wait a couple minutes there in the hotel lobby. You guys know how that goes. And now 4th and 14, maybe seeing, again, and we mentioned this in our prediction segment here, kind of asked the question as to whether we were going to expect some more aggression from these seasoned veterans or a more conservative game plan. But Larry, I think you said it just a couple of moments ago, the way your defense is playing, and obviously, you know, the time situation there very much different, but it was 4th and a country mile. So rather than put your offense in a compromising situation where you got to go to a play call that you're going to need a miracle on, instead he's going to punt the ball and trust his defense. Stephen McGee has not been able to get anything going here yet.
Dynamic camera effects off. Sweet.
And we might see a depth chart adjustment. Pretty cool that we've seen so much of Marcel Reed here tonight. 87 speed freshman. Got to see him competing a little bit earlier in the Progressive Rivalry series, but I suppose by rating, the third overall on the depth chart there at quarterback. So a auto reorder just to make sure all his best players are in their best places. And now Stephen McGee, after forcing another punt, if he can find, listen, he's going to need to get offense going to match, but I mean, at least defensively, he's fighting.
And that's all you can ask for, Fiddler, is fight. That's a very key word in the Madden college football competitive gaming community. Show some fight, and that's what Steven is doing. If he can just get something going offensively, get a stop, this thing can turn on a dime. We've seen that in previous contests, that you can rattle off 1, 2, 3 scores in the matter of a minute. We saw that early with the Nick Scorton match.
Absolutely, we did.
Yeah, and it takes you to depth chart.
A little bit of exploration throughout the coaching menu here, just kind of feeling things out. Maybe we're going to see another change. I mean, we saw Reed earlier put himself in. We see Reed put back in it overall.
I don't know,
it would
man.
be an interesting decision.
I don't know, man. Mr. McGee might be looking for answers in the depth chart, but I'm just not certain that that's where he's going to find them. It's going to need to be the X's and the O's and the Jimmies and the Joes. A little bit of both of them here on the virtual gridiron, as they say. But he's going to make a couple depth charts adjustments to see if he can put himself in a little better spot here to try to mount a comeback. Not a great offensive scenario to find himself in on 2nd and 15 with how tight these throwing lanes have been for this Longhorns defense. But Stephen McGee needs to get something going, and he needs it now. We'll find out whether any depth chart adjustments are going to help him out a bit. He looks to the drag. That's going to be complete on 2nd and 15. He's got more than the first down. Make somebody miss a great move in the open field. And we call that left sticky there, fellas. You know when you get wiggly like that, that's all the left joystick. The right joystick going to give you all your ball carrier moves, your back juke, your jukes, and your truck stick. But if you can get wiggly on the left stick there, it's going to make a big difference. Remains to be seen whether it's going to be too little too late here for Stephen McGee, but another good call there against pressure. We'll call in the slip screen, and that's good for a pickup of 7.
And look at those passing yard differences. 199 passing yards for A&M to Texas's 55, but Texas with the 3-score lead. It's crazy to have that much progression on offense and still have no points to speak of for it yet. We're going to see another drop back to throw. That's going to get intercepted. No one's catching him. I'm calling it right now. There's not a soul on that field that's catching him. He is gone. He's out of here. He's all the way downfield. Touchdown, Texas.
And Sleegy did not need to whip out his crystal ball on that interception. Able to call that one about 50 yards out from the end zone. Malik Jefferson scores yet again. This time it's his defense getting it done. And the fat lady is in the Uber. She's got her ETA set up here now. He is en route to the venue. And Stephen McGee, now listen, he's got a 4-minute fourth quarter yet to come, but he's down 28 points here. Now the consideration might start to shift to don't get shut out.
Man, I tell you what, not only is that fat lady in the Uber, she just sent me her location. She's very, very close, Finland.
Yeah, she's en route, and she's going to be here pretty soon, it looks like, unless Stephen McGee can send her away here for now. He's going to take the quick out to the left sideline. That'll stop the clock for him. And he is going to need a series of fairly miraculous football events to wind up even in striking distance here. Malik Jefferson has to be feeling pretty good about his current situation.
Quarterback wants to throw on 2nd down.
Oh, he caught it. Oh, he kept it, too. That was a big one. It looked like that defender might have been coming down to try and just snag it off of his hands, but not only able to make the catch, but able to survive the impact from Jahdae Barron coming in, trying to just make some sort of play on the ball. First down. We'll see what they do from here. On their own 42-yard line. Throw. That's going to be intercepted.
Oh,
hey, I'm going to call it again. No one's catching up to him.
No crystal ball needed. The fat lady has pulled in. She's got it. She's got her parking validated here already. She's going to get set up in the dressing room here, I fear. The defense really been the difference maker for Malik Jefferson, which is saying a lot because he's done great offensively here as well. And maybe a little bit surprising that our quarterback of this contest in Stephen McGee has been so neutralized through the air. Larry, there has just been no space to throw, and even as a former quarterback, he's not having a great day in the air.
Well, it makes it easier on the defense, and you look at a guy like Malik Jefferson, a former linebacker, right? He's used to this. Take away one of those options there, force them to throw the ball. They took away the run. Now you can just pin your ears back, and this is what happens, man, when you get a little jittery quarterback back there. It's hard to complete passes when you're on your back, Findler.
And I like that you called that out in a situation like this. The defense essentially just has full clearance to go ahead and get after it. Worst case scenario, you get the coverage busted on the back end. I would go so far as to say you almost don't care about giving up one if you could just be aggressive instead and try to get these, log a couple more turnovers. But puts the handcuffs on the offense and lets like you said, Larry, lets the defense just kind of pin their ears back, play as aggressively as they want to. They have nothing but a ton of cushion here for this big 34-point lead. As a completion there goes for a first down. Stephen McGee, when he's, and it's so tough with these Texas defensive backs because you could let something rip that you feel like is open when you let it go, but this closing speed and how athletic these D-backs are can sometimes come back to bite you. What looks open at first will often wind up well covered. But there he's able to pick up another first down. Clock is going to wind, and time certainly of the essence here for Stephen McGee. That is to say, unless he hasn't kind of already made the decision that he's going to want to get on the board, get this goose egg up out of here, but then maybe just play some bend but don't break defense against Malik Jefferson. That's going to be incomplete on the defensive swat.
Also, I like that he's trying to, get some throws out into open space here, but he's got to be careful about throwing into coverage like this. I mean, we've seen a few pick sixes already, I think even one more interception. As I'm talking about it, I don't know why to cut back into the midfield. It might have had a running lane, and he just creates his own. It doesn't even matter. It doesn't matter if he runs out of the running lane. He can run back into the running lane.
A little bit of flavor there, too. Running lanes or not, it just seems like it doesn't matter. Stephen McGee can't do much but lay back in the couch there. A tough matchup for him here. And pending the extra point for the Longhorns. It's up and it's good. And fellas, we got ourselves a good old-fashioned blowout here. We have not seen a game, wind up quite like this yet here tonight, which has been a treat. A couple nights on the Progressive Rivalry series, we've seen scores of a lot to a little, reminiscent of just what Malik Jefferson has going on here. He's up 41 rock over Stephen McGee, and I think Stephen would absolutely love to get that goose egg off the board. He might be able to sleep a little bit better tonight, but as things stand, he's going to be having nightmares about Malik Jefferson and this Texas Longhorns team.
Time for Stephen McGee to get off the schneid, guys. We go back to what we talked about. Malik Jefferson doing a great job defensively. He's given up some yards. McGee is thrown for over 200 yards passing in the air, but no one's getting behind him. Look how deep that safety is. 20 yards off the ball. That's what you have to do and play defense. Give up all the little stuff. Don't get beat deep. And Malik Jefferson's done a great job with that UT defense.
And look at that smile on Malik Jefferson's face. He's loving it, right? He doesn't even know how he keeps getting these interceptions. He's like, hey, you guys are red, we're orange, right? I don't know if there's a colorblind setting, but you're throwing it to the wrong team.
Oh, man, yeah, Malik is loving that one. And when you're on top of things 41-0, it's going to be nothing but smiles here from the Longhorns. Ewers is going to be in the gun and not satisfied to try to tote this thing out. No, fellas. This is the Progressive Rivalry Series. 41-0? How about 49-0? 48-0? Whatever he likes to see here. I think he's got options, and he's just going to call out the extra point. It's going to be 48 in just but a second here. Man, oh man, this is a beatdown.
You don't even see the stadium pulse meter anymore. You guys notice that?
Yeah, right. It just completely disappeared.
It's gone.
I think some of the crowd starting to go home.
I'm surprised there's still that many Aggies fans in the stands at this point. I mean, 3:49 to go, down by 48. Texas A&M hasn't even been able to kick a field goal through. I mean, if you look over at the corner there to the tunnel, I think that's the fat lady coming out the stand right
There
now.
she is. She has arrived at the stadium. She is warmed up, and she is belting it out right now, fellas. That fat lady is singing. We've been waiting for her arrival. She's been on the way to the stadium really for most of the game. Unfortunately for Stephen McGee here. He's back in the gun, has completed by this point maybe as many passes to the wrong jersey as he has to his own Aggie receivers. He's going to go down on the sack there on first down, second, and a long way to go.
Not a lot of productivity on
And now I remember, I wish I could forget, but I do remember a couple times, happened in high school, didn't really happen in college, but Larry, you know, in the instance where you wind up down bad like this, I know a guy like you has played so much football. Hopefully it's never been quite this bad for you, but it reminds me, you know, back in my days playing football in New Jersey, we had got the start as a sophomore. We played in Giant Stadium, it was at that point, in the New Jersey State Finals. Ran up against a team by the name of Wayne Hills. All of the Olsons, the great football Olson family. The dad was the head coach over there. Greg Olson had come through that program as well. We were 10-1 at the time, and in the state finals in Giant Stadium in New Jersey, brother, we go down 46-0.
Wow.
Pain.
That will leave a mark, man. Are you okay?
Absolutely. No, I still remember it even to this day here, obviously. We had a first-team All-State quarterback going to a first-team All-State receiver. We averaged 46 points a game, and funny enough, that's exactly how bad we lost in the finals, man. A great team.
Wow.
But, Larry, man, you ever wind up on really the wrong side of a beatdown like this? What do you think the mentality's got to be? Okay, before we're interrupted by another interception, what do you think the mentality's got to be here?
Get out and
Just
get
get
home
home.
safely. Get home safely. Get no one else injured. I was actually at Kyle Field in 1995, and we took a beat down. I think the quarterback was Corey Pullick. R.C. Slocum was the head coach there. Had a great team. Had Dat Wynn and those guys, man. We went in there, and those fans, they were swaying. The cadets, they were kissing. And they say, beat the hell out of Middle Tennessee State. And that's exactly what they did. We got on the bus, flew back to Murfreesboro or Nashville, and into Murfreesboro. Hey, it was kick a little tush, and it was back on the bus.
Just get home. I think you have it just right there. Only goal here is to get zeros on this clock. Really, it should be, I think, for everybody. You get home, try to be as healthy as you possibly can. Don't risk any injuries here when you're down this bad in real life.
But we did take a nice paycheck back home to Middle Tennessee, and it helped the whole athletic department. So the athletic department can thank me and my teammates for going out there taking a beating.
And you see, I didn't even make any I didn't even make any bread when my high school team went down 46-0. I took that beating for free.
That's the worst way to take it.
Well,
I mean, you got to at least get something out of it.
Well, I didn't get anything
man,
personally.
man.
We got free Chick-fil-A on the flight. That's about it.
Okay, it's better than what I got. I just got a real sore ride home. It was a long one too. That was a tough night. Good experience, though. Always fun to reminisce on some of our experience on the gridiron. It's funny, you know, the conclusion of my high school story, that they beat us in the New Jersey State Finals my sophomore year, 46-0. That was at Giant Stadium. Junior year, wow, 10-1 again. It's Wayne Hills again in the New Jersey Finals again. This time it's at Rutgers. That one was 23-12. We lost again, but I mean, after 46 Rock, you felt like 23-12 was a win. And I remember that roster. I think I mentioned it a little bit yesterday, but so it was, at the time they switched up groups. At the time it was New Jersey Group 3, which was not the biggest of public schools, but it was the second biggest. And this Wayne Hills team had, I think it was 9 of their starting players on Division 1A scholarships. You didn't see any 1A scholar. Well, you didn't see it often. Some of the best teams might crank out of that New Jersey group. They might crank out 1 or 2 commits there. But after a kid with a full ride to play cornerback at Wisconsin goes the other way for a pick six, we realized that we might have been a bit overmatched.
In over our heads, huh?
Truly we were. I mean, they had a great defensive end that made our senior offensive captain tackle look foolish. It was shambles, man. Obviously, I remember all the details about it. And then, so I was sophomore, junior year, circle back around senior year. It's Wayne Hills a third time, but this time we don't get him in the finals. We get him first round of the offs. And I'm not memeing. This is not for content. That one was even worse than sophomore year was. That was in the playoffs, a decent team we were, the worst out of the three. 49-0, 46-0, and 49-0. Ended all three of my seasons, man. No love lost for Wayne Hills, New Jersey, a great program. Some great football being played in New Jersey, especially lately.
How do you handle a loss like that? Like in that situation, like, especially like without, because I'm assuming that was your last season. Like, and that's the last game that you play. Like, how do you handle that?
It's tough, man. It's a formative experience. It really is. The older I get, the more I look back on times like that, if you win the game, it's going to be a different type of memory for sure. But the challenges that you go through when things really don't go your way, I got a chance to coach youth football for a good many years after that. And I was big, in talking to my kids about it sucks to lose. You play the game to win the game. But having said that, when you do take L's, you will learn 100 times more from an L, both personally and X's and O's, than you would from a win. If you win the game, all you could take away from it is we did a good job. What do you adjust? What do you learn from? Where do you go from there? Just keep doing a lot of the same thing? An easy way to kind of get complacent there. It's tougher when it's the end of the season and you got to go through a whole off season before you could put any of your lessons into practice. But it's like, you line it up again, man. It's just ball up top. You learn what you can. And it's, like I said, some of those challenging, formative experiences. Like, I don't know if I would have been talking about it quite like this in such vivid detail if we just went ahead and romple stomped everybody in the finals and, we never lost the game. I'm grateful for, not just football. Football's a great microcosm of life, though, isn't it, Larry? Just so many lessons that you'll get from the gridiron that you can apply to so many different realms. And, I, for one, am grateful I got a chance to learn some of those tough lessons.
Yeah, Sliggs, I was going to say, he learned from it very easily. It's just like a heavyweight boxing match or a big prize fight, right? You take one on the chin, you get knocked out. That's what happens.
That's it.
And you get up.
That's the only way to go about it, man. As the age-old saying goes, if you get knocked down 7 times, you got to stand up 8. So it's just a matter of standing up here. And Stephen McGee, obviously, on the big stage here, always tough to wind up on the wrong side of such a beatdown. But we got to give him credit for showing up here tonight, doing his best to show out. Obviously ran up against what looks to be an unstoppable force here in Malik Jefferson. 0 on his scoreboard there for now. We're seeing some timeouts. I can't imagine who is calling them nor why they're calling them. But they're going to extend this contest just a little bit more here. Malik Jefferson already with the 50 burger.
Well, they might want to get in some of the scout team guys, the guys that practice hard, right?
Yep.
You want to get them in the game.
Right. Give your young guys an opportunity here.
Absolutely.
Always fun when you get late in a contest like this. You start to see some players that you don't really see too often. 4th and 1 here. 31 seconds left in a blowout. And it came just in time for the Longhorns. Will draw one game closer in the series. Throw out of the sack on 4th down. Steve McGee with one more opportunity here to get on the board. He's got absolutely no shot at winning this football game. Even if Malik Jefferson commiserated with him to try to help him do so, there is still not enough time. Even if Malik Jefferson
Texas put 0 people out on the field and just let them go out with their offense and do whatever they want, there's not enough time.
Still game over.
I mean, look, there's still an opportunity, though, to at least get rid of the goose egg. And, one thing that I always take away from situations like this, if it's a team I'm watching that I'm rooting for, right, as like a fan, is just like, all right, well, let's at least avoid the blowout. Like, if we can get 3, if we can get 2, if we can get 1, it doesn't really matter to me. Just anything but that big old 0 sitting on the score line would be fine with me.
Texas A&M showing for a good boatload of passing yards despite not being able to score any points here with so many possessions after the Longhorns have scored 55. I mean, you're bound to run up some type of yardage, but it's all going to be for show if you can't find the end zone. He's been unable to find the end zone so far here tonight, and on a 4th and 10, he's going to go ahead and go for it. 17 ticks left. Scored significantly more points for the defense than he did for his own offense, like significantly.
I mean, I think there's been more pick sixes than there have been offensive touchdowns for Texas in this game.
May well have been.
Like, it's just been, I think the only way to describe it is a slaughter. I mean, it's just been a slaughter. We've had a lot of close games. Yesterday was nothing but close games. Today has been pretty close throughout, but this one, just getting away from Stephen McGee. Got to give him a little bit of credit for still at least trying at the end, but Malik Jefferson, no mercy from that man at all. No mercy at all. Yet another touchdown on the board, and he's looking to make it 62-0. At least he didn't go for 2.
I guess. Yeah, at least he didn't go for 2. That feels like a pretty low bar, but Malik Jefferson is going to laugh that one off. There is no room for mercy on the Progressive Rivalry series here, boys. Such a storied contest as it is between Texas and Texas A&M. Malik Jefferson wants to leave as though there were any doubt to be left. There really wasn't, but, I mean, committing to leaving no doubt. Our high score here on the night by a nice little chunk, 62 points to rock. Has been easily our most lopsided game. Really, if I'm not mistaken, Sleegy, I don't think we've seen one this bad through all 3 event nights. Correct me if I'm wrong.
I think there was one in Alabama LSU where they got to like 80, but at least the other.
Was that Jahmyr Gibbs? Was that Jahmyr Gibbs and Brad Wing?
I believe it was.
It might have been.
He's just going to run the clock out. This reminded me of when I used to play Madden with my brothers back in the day, where they could run it all the way back and then back down the field to score on me. It finally comes to a close, 62-0. I think that is the biggest blowout, because even though it was something like 80 points, I think at least his opponent was able to get like 28 or 30. So not quite as severe of a loss as this. I mean, it's always bad when you can't even get a single point on the board. But sometimes that's just how the cookie crumbles. 62-0.
I mean, fellas, not a whole heck of a lot to talk about in the way of a recap here. I think we all pretty much have the same ideas about what we just saw. That was a romple stomping. That was a beatdown. That was a lot to a little. A good old-fashioned blowout there on behalf of Malik Jefferson. I think Stephen McGee is probably going to want to shield his eyes from this replay package that we're cooking up here. But man, oh man, Texas coming storming back into the series count. And fellas, get a little bit comfortable here, okay? We're going to see a lot of Texas plays being made, the first of which that interception in the first quarter. And even crazier to take note here as you look at the clock on the Ewers scramble. Our first quarter ended 0-0. It wasn't until the second quarter that Malik was able to get his first points on the board, but in only 3 quarters of scoring to put up 62 points, man, holy mackerel, a really tough night here for Stephen McGee.
Yeah, and I mean, look, he was really trying to make some of these plays, but just ill-advised throws. That one there into triple coverage doesn't end up being a pick, but I mean, Malik just punishes all day long. Big touchdown over to the left side. Another quick play here from the Aggies. This one was one of the better ones that they looked at. Cut back, got him into decent space. You know, looking at the 30, it's like, all right, you know what? Maybe they can make it happen. Nope. Another interception there, and this is where the pick sixes really began. I mean, we see just a huge run all the way down. On the next drive, another one immediately, just able to return it back. And, you know, we're in the third quarter now with 35. Absolutely. We still got like double the score left to play into the third. Another interception. started to run back in, made his own lane, and still able to return it all the way back. I mean, Malik was just ruthless.
Yeah, he had 20 points, 21 points in the third quarter. He ends up with 62. So, yeah, just how many pick sixes is that? That 4?
I lost count. Does anybody have a calculator here? Does anybody have a scientific calculator, please? We need this count accurate.
All right, so I believe that was 4 pick sixes. I don't think I've ever seen anything like that at any level of football, real or virtual. So just a great performance there by Malik Jefferson. And Stephen McGee, he's going to have to get his lick back next year, and he's going to have to do it on the road at DKR. So we'll see how he does next year. Hopefully he's back down in Austin, as they like to say, where they keep things weirder.
Yeah, and fellas, man, like we said, the only thing you can really hope for in a game like that is to end it, is to go home, is to get the heck up out of Dodge as quickly as you can. I think Stephen McGee is probably making haste to power off his system here right now. I know I would if I was him. I think he's making no stops to the power button there, but makes things a little more exciting here for us in the booth, because now these last 2 games, highly consequential. For now, we have a 4-3 series lead for Texas A&M. Really exciting stuff here, fellas. Folks, keep it locked. Don't go anywhere. Fendler, Sleegy, and Larry Ridley will be right back with more action from the Progressive Rivalry Series. We're going to crown a winner in just a second.
Hey, Flo. Cool leg warmers.
Thanks. They're just for the bus ride to work. They're not part of the official uniform.
No tunes today?
No. My apartment was robbed last night. Took my cable-ready TV, VCR, portable cassette player.
Yep, all the latest tech.
If only Progressive had renter's insurance, like their home insurance.
Then we could bundle our cars and get the same 24/7 protection. I think we just invented that. This is the best day ever.
Well, I still got robbed.
It's still a pretty good day.
Better move, you might get knocked out. Knocked out. You better move, you might get knocked out. Knocked out. You better move, you might get knocked out. Knocked out. You better move, you might get knocked out. Knocked out. My heart on my sleeve, stress, shield my greed. That's how I get it. Success ain't no giving. Some days I don't eat, I don't sleep. When I'm focused, I'm dangerous. Down, wonder when I'm anxious. Ain't no limit till I tank. I'm running on fumes. The opposition don't amaze. The roads racing through the pavement. Get your hands out of my bag. I know this because I've been in it. I don't need to brag. I guess that's what happens when you taking care of your business. But some family, you do the math. I'm out of my pocket. Houston, we got a problem, man. Perfect, let them watch me. Elevating, got them nauseous. Cause I'm the pilot in the cockpit. Nose diving in the house and whoo. Watch out, get ahead. Watch out, get ahead. Watch out, get ahead. Woo. Watch out, set it up. Bet you I shut it down. Watch out, get a win. I don't think they really wanna come against the winner. Got a finger run up in on a grenade. I ain't never been there when you think you compare. I'm a line, but the winner about the cage. I need all the wins. Yeah. Ain't no L's, I gotta get a no call and quits. Yeah. Gotta keep on moving no matter how hard it gets. Yeah. Better move out the way, cause I'm coming with harder hits. My head is as hard as a brick, but I'm harder than all it is. You better move, you might get knocked out. Knocked out. You better move, you might get knocked out. Knocked out. You better move, you might get knocked out. Knocked out. You better move, you might get knocked out. Knocked out.
I don't feel right unless the odds against me. Back against the wall of my strength. Yeah, I can't let it break. Everything I've been through, it made me better. Ooh, a little hate, it just made me better. Been through everything, it just made me better. I can't waste the pain, it just made me better. Working every day, it just made me better. 1, 2, check, a 1, 2. I'm going in, is that an L? W is still a win. Got it off the muscle. All I know is hustle. All I know is making something out of nothing. What you think they see it? I had to hop in the kitchen. I'm really on fire. You know, ignited. Yeah. I know some people don't like it. I'm moving with flavor. They probably a bite it. Yeah. Trendsetter, being better. I can't take the credit. Yeah, I wait. Yeah. Been on fire, boy. That's flambe. Only time you see my head down is when I'm praying. When my back is turned, the only time they wanna see it. Water on me, floor is cold as ice. I'm finna trade, yeah. Serve it to the people, they need hope. There's no delay, yeah. The odds against me. Back against the wall of my strength, yeah. I can't let it break. Everything I've been through, it made me better. Ooh, a little hate, it just made me better. Been through to say. Tell it to your mammy, it don't matter, I ain't listening anyway. They just mad to see decide to drop, they look like ocean spray. You can get it too if you just work more than you talk today. This what happen when you take your pain and make it motivation. It ain't gonna be easy trying to be a legend, it's the payment. You need execution, not excuses, dog, you gotta face it. They don't want the truth, but if you quit, you don't deserve to make it. What you think they giving greatness out? Now you gotta take it. They don't know the hustle, they confused when they look at you. Till you hit your goals, they all shy, they think you Pikachu. Put your mind to it, you can do it, yeah, and I'm the proof. Unless the odds against me, back against the wall, my strength be, yeah. I can't let it break. Everything I've been through, it made me better. Ooh, a little hate, it just made me better. Yeah, been through everything, it just made me better. Yeah, I can't waste the pain, it just made me better. Yeah, working every day, it just made me better.
I bet on myself. Yeah, I bet on myself.
Yeah, I bet on myself. Yeah, I bet on myself. I don't need you, I do it myself. Yeah, I bet on myself.
I bet on myself. I bet on myself.
Yeah, I bet on myself. Okay, dream so big that they think I'm crazy. Let out the beast, no, they can't tame me. Don't play with me, better mind your business. I cannot stop now, I ain't finished. I'ma keep on going till I got that. Okay, the way that I'ma do it, they can't top that. No way. Critics trying to hate, but I don't talk back, I know that. Plotting on the kid with the bull, tell him all that. I'm the one that I'ma gamble on, I ramble on. I'm about to get my ramble on, and I'm the one they really couldn't get a handle on. Then when they see they missed the boy, they get a tantrum on. And I know they never thought we would make it. Underdogs, it wouldn't be Gable. Labels gon' ask what we bring. Tell them we bringing the table. Yeah, I bet on myself. Yeah, I bet on myself. I don't need you, I do it myself. Yeah, I bet on myself.
I bet on myself. I bet on myself.
Yeah, I bet on myself. Take off your shoes, crib brand new. Yeah, I'm about to go in like a damn fool. I'm leaving your mans, them in shambles. You know, light up the wax like a candle. I've been on fire, watch me heat up the track. I took the crown, I ain't giving it back. Unless you got L's on your wish list. Messing with me, you gon' big a statistic. Really, you think you'll get it back, that's silly. I'm about to run the game, no kidding. I'm way too cold, too chilly. Yeah, they ain't wanna hear me, yeah, now they gon' feel me. You did? Look at my team gon' weigh y'all. Now we running the game, they can't play y'all. We don't need an assist, now we counting up chips. I think it's time that they pay y'all. Let's go. Yeah, I bet on myself. Yeah, I bet on myself. I don't need you, I do it myself. Yeah, I bet on myself.
I bet on myself. I bet on myself.
Yeah, I bet on myself.
Frank Banley. Let's go. Yeah, make it look easy. Hey, stand up guy, boom, 10 toes. Big body pull up in a Range Rover. I can change the whole game when I say so. I pull up, shut it down, yeah, they know. Running this game ain't a thing for me. I never switched up, no change in me. The only thing changing this season, you go against me, then you know that you tweaking, okay? Cause baby, I'm him, I be on 10. Two-stepping in the party, I do not dance. Watch how I move, make it look easy. Counting up wins, that's part of the plan. Blackmail, taking up my haters a CC. That can't fail, all my victories will repeat. I'm knee deep, need a dub, best that you seek me. I'm too sick, yeah, I know I make it look easy. Yeah, tell them don't try to play me. Yeah, I'm drippy on the daily. They can never count me out.
A warm welcome back, everybody, to the Progressive Rivalry series here. Fendler, Sleegy, and Larry Ridley all in the booth with you here tonight. And we have been treated, outside of that last blowout, we just had to kind of work our way through. We have really been treated to some competitive college football 25 here tonight. Our series has Texas A&M maintaining their lead, but it's starting to dwindle after a couple Texas wins in a row. For now, we have a 4-3 series. Before we get on for our last couple of games of the night that's going to decide our series winner here. Let's remind the folks watching at home that this event is proudly sponsored by Progressive Insurance, offering a touchdown for your budget. Visit progressive.com to learn more and see how you can save. Fellas, we have 2 games left on our big slate here tonight, and Texas has an opportunity here. We are about to tune in. This is another good one. Obviously, boys, we have been star-studded all night here, but another great contest between Texas and Packers. Great Jermichael Finley, the tight end, of course, and against Jaworski Lane. We got comms from production early. This was news to me that these guys are actually half brothers here. About to go head-to-head in our 3rd out of 4 alumni matches here. Jermichael Finley foregoing both his junior and senior years at Texas, in good graces with the coaches to go ahead and declare for the draft. Jaworski Lane, obviously, I mean, it's tough to have a career as storied as Jermichael Finley, but in his own right, a Texas A&M great. Learning a little bit more about him as we get set up for the game here. Played halfback for a couple seasons, but by his senior year, moved to fullback. And boy, Larry, man, I'll tell you what, I have been dying to see an offensive lineman on the sticks. Give me a fullback on the sticks. I am curious to see whether his position, the fullback, it's a dying breed. We don't even really see too many of them in the NFL here anymore. Are we finally going to see somebody commit to the run and tote this ball a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, we're going to go back to when I was in school and playing back in the 90s. You see a lot of, triple option, a lot of smash mouth, a lot of ISO. I want to see this from Jaworski. I'm with you here, man. I want to see Lane sit back there, hand it off, man, and watch these guys take off, man, and fight in a phone booth. Make this a real battle and a real fight and a low-scoring game. Maybe Sleegs is right. Maybe over-under 21 and a half if he plays the correct style.
Are we really willing to do an over-under again here, Sleegy? I don't feel like you should do that. I feel like you should probably retire from over.
No. I'm willing to set an over-under. I'm not setting it at 20 and a half again this time. I'm going to set this one. Let's see. I'm trying to think of, how the games have been going. I'm going to set this one at 33 and a half.
I was going to say 32 and a half. That's crazy. 32 and a half.
Oh, y'all boys got a freak nasty little hook in there. Okay, let's get on to our predictions. I feel like it sometimes can be bait. Obviously, 2 great football players here, no doubt. This is to take nothing away from Jaworski Lane, but a more recognizable guy in Jermichael Finley. Your knee jerk might be to just go with the name that you know here. Let's start with you here, Larry. Jermichael Finley for Texas, Jaworski Lane for Texas A&M. You got to make a prediction. Who are you thinking?
The name that I do know is Jermichael Finley. Great tight end. Played with the Green Bay Packers, man. Go, Pack, go. One of my close friends. Of course, I don't know if you can see him on the picture back there, but that would be me. And also,
very cool,
Amon Green, AG. Played with the Packers. Both of them failed to get a Super Bowl, though, playing with Aaron Rodgers. They played with Brett Favre. That 09 year, I believe my guy was hurt, too. And so was Jermichael Finley. So I'm going with the Packers. I'm going to back the pack, man, and give me Jermichael Finley, the former UT standout in Texas Green.
Really kind of the heyday, at least recently, of Green Bay Packer offenses. That name, Amon Green, man, Quadzilla here, no question. So Larry is going to opt for Texas and Jermichael Finley. Let's send it over to you there, Sleegy. Same question, man. Got a hot contest between 2 half-brothers. I know we're going to be taking advantage of the listen-in feature. I think these guys will probably get a little bit chirpy. Who are you thinking we see come out on top?
I mean, look, it's going to be too much of a backstory for me to go into, but I know for college I'm a Georgia fan, but for the NFL I'm a Green Bay fan. So of course I've got to take Jermichael Finley. I mean, you got to back the pack every moment that you can, and I can't see an opportunity to not do it here. Plus, I mean, it sets up the perfect storyline for the final game, right? It would tie them up. It would make the last game mean everything for winner take all. So got to take Jermichael Finley in Texas for the opportunity to set things up for a really phenomenal finale.
And Sleegy, you kind of stole quite a good deal of my thunder there. I am going to make this 3 for 3 from the desk. I'm going Jermichael Finley and Texas here. To your point, Sleegy, kind of this is a selfish pick for me because I am really hoping that our last contest of the night is going to decide the whole series. How exciting that would be. So listen, I know we're not supposed to have any type of dog in this fight from the booth, but selfishly, this would really be cool to see this series go all the way down to the last game, especially after such a hot start from Texas A&M. But so we got 3 for 3 from the booth there, fellas. We're thinking that Texas might even this thing up. Larry, what are you thinking?
There's nothing wrong with that. There's no rooting interest. We can root for stories. That is allowed. So we're rooting for a story. 4-4, 9th game. Let's do it.
That's exactly right, man. And I always feel like I can get away with rooting for whoever is down. So I feel you're exactly right there, Larry. I don't feel quite so bad about it. Texas down by 1 game over the course of the series here. But I do believe we are about ready to get started. Our second to last contest of the night. A couple alumni here. Jermichael Finley against Javorsky Lane. I would hate to meet this man Javorsky Lane in the egg. I don't like that at all. I'm not hearing you out. Nope, I'm making a business decision. I'm in the path of this thing.
I mean, the size can make a big difference coming in here. And, you know, with getting the ball first as well, I've mentioned this a couple of times already, but it gives you that opportunity. You know, you don't get it back at the half, so you got to think about it differently. It gives you the opportunity to set the pace of the game. If you can get an early score, especially with being the home team, get the crowd on your side, make it more difficult for Texas when they come out. It can go a long way with getting you in the right spot to make things happen to get a victory here.
And we've seen this from a couple of our gamers here tonight, just making sure the depth chart is all correct. A couple of the guys utilizing that auto. Okay, that's hold on real quick there. We just caught it kind of an expert move. We've mentioned it before when these guys hop into the depth chart and use that auto reorder depth chart feature. A great way to just put your best players in the best positions that they can be in, but it can also backfire sometimes. For example, there is a position specific to the depth chart here in College Football 25 that will indicate your slot corner. If you leave things as is after an auto reorder, they're going to, by and large, most of the time, your best slot corner is also going to be your best cornerback. So on just a native auto reorder depth chart, sometimes you could take CB1 actually and kind of put them further into the box. It can give or take that a little bit. Generally, you would not prefer it to go like that. But I say all that to say he went back to fix that. He hit auto reorder, and then you saw him make a stop at slot cornerback. That indicates to me that this is not indeed his first game of College Football 25. And Javorsky Lane started off in that heavy set there with a couple of tight ends and a fullback. I think kind of what we expected from him there, but now right back into the empty. Hold on, keeping us on our toes. But he's going to keep it on the ground. Reed's got a head of steam. He makes a move in the open field. A nice juke to the left sideline. He's at the 20-15, 10. Oh, Larry, we've been looking for that all night. That fumble coming out of the quarterback's hands, getting contacted in the open field. But smartly, Javorsky Lane there made sure he was close enough to the sideline that even worst case scenario, like we saw there, ball just went out of bounds. No harm, no foul.
Javorsky Lane, man, might double and maybe at night you might see him at the club, man, throwing people out, man, playing security. But the fullback played with the Dolphins and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Off to a great start, man. I would love to run behind this guy. Bowling ball, 5'11", like 260. Give me some more.
Holy mackerel. Looked for the highlight hurdle there at the goal line. Can't get it done there, but he sure gets it done on the very next play. Javorsky Lane takes advantage of his opening drive offensively there, finds the end zone, and it'll be up to Jermichael Finley to answer his half-brother. Pick is up, and it's good. It's a little spicy. It's a little spicy inside that right up right there, but it is good. Extra points and field goals and offensive hot routes when they're coming from the Longhorns have been dicey all night here tonight. With this home field advantage that, Sleegy, you called it out so early, man, and after all these games that we've seen, you got to be feeling pretty good about the early call that, listen, although the Longhorns might have a ratings advantage, you were thinking that the home field advantage was going to weigh a little bit heavier. You wound up being absolutely correct here so far.
Yeah, I mean, it means so much. It's such an important part of the game to not be able to call your hot routes, to not be able to call audibles when you need to every now and again not be able to get the snap when you want it, and and especially when they're coming around with the kicking game, the way that meter just goes back and forth like it's caught in the crosswinds of a tornado, like it just makes it so difficult. If I had the choice of taking a team with a better rating or the team with the home field, as long as they're somewhat close to each other, I'm taking the home field advantage 9 times out of 10.
Wow.
A wild take there, Larry, but listen, man, I don't think it's insane. And
No,
he
it's
did
not.
qualify it, right? He did
It's
qualify
not.
it. If it's a huge difference, right?
right.
If this is, App State's
Right.
great, but
I was gonna
somebody
say
like App
FIU.
State against Bama, right?
Right.
Yeah, that might be a little too mixed matched, right? But I mean, you're talking. I mean, Texas A&M,
right? No slouches.
Let's not get it. They're a top 10 team,
right?
Not at the for the CFP poll right now. I believe they're 15th, but I mean, they still have a path to get in the playoffs. They've got a path to get into the SEC championship.
Absolutely.
It's not like they're a slouch. So I mean, the ratings difference is going to come down to a few key positions, but they're really not too far off from each other. But what the big advantage is that crowd, especially here at College Station.
That's true.
One of the more difficult places to play in college football, and it just makes a big difference.
Absolutely. You're talking about Texas A&M. They were ranked 15th in the college football playoff rankings last week. This week they failed. They lost to Auburn. They're ranked 20th. But you look at Kyle Field. When this game first came out, to surprise to a lot of people, Texas A&M, Kyle Field was the #1 place to play, toughest place to play in college football 25. You're absolutely correct, Sleeks.
And you see kind of some of the ripple effects there. Since then, they've gotten nerfed down a little bit. They're no longer the single toughest place to play, but really, I mean, it almost doesn't matter. That ranking not quite as important as that stadium pulse maxing out on the decibels here on a 3rd and 8 opportunity. That's going to be picked off. Jaworski Lane picks off his half-brother, Jermichael Finley, and makes a move there in the open field after the interception. It's been the story of most of the night here, fellas. Whoever is going to throw the least amount of picks is going to wind up in a much better situation. But as things stand, Jaworski Lane, he's got the rock, he's got a 7-point lead, and he's got an opportunity to extend things here even a little bit more. First quarter action. He wants the whole thing at wide. Set is so tough. Comes back to the ball, but he can't make the play.
That's a good ass pass, though.
It's a good throw. I mean, he had the arm to get it there, but just not able to come down with it. Tried to turn around, bring the grab. He got his hand on it, but just not enough to bring it in. So 2nd and 10 from the 47.
Yeah, the banter back and forth between these guys, man. Jermichael was like, that was a good old pass, though, giving his half-brother some love there. But how about the J-Train? That was his nickname when he was at A&M and playing in the NFL. Jaworski Lane, big dude, man, doing his thing. How about this for you guys? A little backstory here, a little bio for Jaworski. Got into the beef industry. Isn't that just apropos being from the
That makes
Texas
sense.
area?
That really tracks.
Absolutely.
That tracks. A nice pass lead. Oh, my God. Gets over the top.
Where's the beef?
Down there. Holy
Where's
cow.
the beef?
In this case, the beef looks to be in the end zone. That's where he's looking for him, at least. And that's going to be a touchdown, but he misses the extra point. A doink off that left upright. We'll see if it winds up mattering. But Jermichael Finley is going to need to catch his breath a little bit, slow things down. Keep in mind that you have plenty of ball game yet to play here. And the way I was calling it, most of the night last night, when we were celebrating the Ohio State in Michigan game, is, like User says, you can lose a game in the first half, but you can't win a game in the first half. You can't get caught up trying to score 13 points at once. That just can't happen. Best you could do is 8 points per possession. So a little bit of patience here, I think, would go a long way for Jermichael Finley in this Longhorns offense. There's no need to try to get all of this back in one clip. You just can't do it. One thing at a time, take what's open.
Just one foot in front of the other. Oh,
I don't
getting
know.
close to being offside.
Yeah, you better take that last step back. Oh, Blue looks to reverse field there. I don't mind the move behind the line of scrimmage. He only gains 3, keeps the offense pretty close to on schedule. 3rd and 4. And we'll see what happens here. But with these guys yapping like they are, obviously they got history in background as half-brothers. We'll see how this play goes, and it's a big one. Blue breaks out 30, 20, and he'll get caught there. Fellas, let's see what these guys have to say about their current situation if we're ready for a little bit of a listen-in between half-brothers Jermichael Finley and Jaworski Lane competing here. Jaworski's on top of things. Let's see what these guys have to say about their current situation.
Every time was sport, 4 quarters.
Go get him, too.
Hey, you better. Stop. Obviously.
Hey, good effort, too.
Come on now. We finna come in Kyle Phillips.
Good effort, too. Oh, that's that East Texas boy. That East Texas boy came and got him. Yeah, you sure did. You better hurry up.
Hey, you better believe it, sir.
Yep, that's true. But I'm finna make a stop.
I will, as long as they put it in the box.
I'm finna make a stop.
I need you to put it in the box.
On your number 6 Longhorns.
Get it on.
Hey, that's a good run, dog.
Hey.
No.
Hey, tell me. Nah. I've been going behind my blocks.
Hey, he running that skin, dog. Hey, you running that skin, dog.
I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it.
I let you run it, though. Keep killing that time. I'm cool.
I'm feeling it, coach. I better get loud up in Kyle Field.
Oh, he running that skin.
Hey, you're a smart man.
He running that skin. Hey, you been practicing.
I'm gonna tote that pill.
And we see there, these guys not getting cheated, man. Chirping away. Sounds like Jermichael Finley's got a little bit of a peanut gallery in the background there, trying to help him to victory. He was able to find the end zone there. And now into the second quarter we go, with Jaworski Lane back on offense, utilizing that high-powered jet sweep there. It's good off right sideline for a first down pickup. And we notice here again, fellas, call some attention to the quarter length in this one. 4-minute quarters. That makes for time to do however it winds up going. It could make time for a worse blowout. It could mean time to mount your comeback here. Will remain to be seen how that extra minute per quarter will play here. Jaworski Lane, just a pickup of 3 there on first down. This is more what I was expecting. Yeah, some handoff left tackle in that heavy set. He gets nowhere fast. But as a former fullback and looks like to be an absolute menace, I would hate to meet that guy in the A-gap. I say again. But he's not able to get much going there out of the heavy I-wing set. Looks for the whole thing over the top. He's got a couple of steps. That's going to be complete. Touchdown. Jaworski Lane over the top for the score. Jermichael can't believe it. He's sick to his stomach. And opting, even after the miss. There you go. Oh no, not Jaworski Lane doing a little dance on him. Oh, man. You get a big man touchdown, you're going to get a big man celebration.
Absolutely.
I love the vision on that throw, too. Saw that opening as soon as it happened. Instantly got the throw out to him. Beautiful play, beautiful execution. Gets him an even bigger lead here. Now Jermichael Finley, still a little bit of time left in the second, so it's not panic. It's not a panic situation at this moment, but he does want to try and probably be a little efficient with the ball here.
Oh, buddy, the post gets underneath the zone, and Moore Jr. gets the corner.
Don't get more efficient than that.
Don't get more Jr. efficient than that. True indeed. And the Longhorns answering back and forth we go. That over-under line looking a little precarious here. I might be hammering the over if they gave me a live line here. The extra point is up, and it's good. And we're back to a 6-point contest. Obviously, the difference being that Jaworski Lane missed extra point, keeping him at 20 points. Jermichael Finley's 14 here for the Longhorns. And that's what Jermichael needed there. You can't let this start to run away from you. If you're able to match energy, get back in the end zone, you'll still compete. We've seen our gamers here tonight willing to throw interceptions. You get them to line up enough times, and it looks like Jaworski Lane might be a player in his own right. But if you keep making them line up, you are bound to get a break your way defensively. He's going to hop back in with Jaworski Lane to the I wing. Oh, man, and the ability getting it done for the D-line, but nonetheless, whoa, a 6-yard gain out of what could have been a drop for a loss. You see Moss there shaking him off in the backfield and rumbling for a nice gain of a handful.
Yeah, whenever there's contact behind the line, to be able to even get past the line of scrimmage is, impressive in and of itself, but a gain of 6, I mean, that's huge.
You said it there, Sleegy, especially when it wasn't looking like you were dead to rights in the backfield. To wind up with any yards at all, not a bad situation to be in. Certainly a little better situation than he finds himself in now, needing a 3rd and 5 to keep his drive alive, or at least get to a decision time on 4th down.
Gotta love it.
I'm loving this banter between these two. It's great.
He's got the check down to Moss. Moss taking advantage of all the looks he's gotten offensively here so far. It looks like we might see some more I wing. Jaworski Lane clicking around. I like this. You have a few different options on how to call your plays, right? The game will get, you can go coach suggestions. Helps you randomize some of your play calls a little bit. You could go play type, go shopping based on outside run or inside run or a pitch or anything in between. And an outside run right on cue for Moss. He might be a little fatigued here. Was looking a hair slower than we've seen him moving so far here tonight. Curious to learn whether or not some wear and tear is starting to hurt Le'Veon Moss. But it hasn't mattered here early. I'm loving these pro formations. He's right back into an I form with the strength right to the field. Ocean's in the wide out. Dips what looked to be an inside handoff, but he gives the reverse instead to Campbell, and that's a nice gain for another 1st down.
Yeah, gets him into the red zone as well. And, I mean, the timing on that I don't think could have been any better. Another half second later on the handoff, and he would have been gobbled up in the backfield. But just enough speed and right on time to get out of the reach of the defender. It's going to be another handoff, this time towards the left. Little move to break away from the first defender. Good gain of about 4 to set up 2nd down.
Yeah, guys, and that stretch play by Jaworski, doing a really good job, man, for Lane. And he's going to keep it going here, man, as he tries to get into the end zone and extend this lead to a 2-score advantage.
Let's see if he can finish the job here. Clock starting to wind a little bit closer to halftime. He can obviously pick up a 1st down here with 3rd and 8 yet to go. That would make it and goal if he can convert this or better. And Jaworski Lane, he's up by 6 points for now. Field goal would make it 2 possessions. We haven't seen too many special teams here tonight, and it's going to be decision time for Jaworski Lane. And I think smartly, Larry, we've been talking about it all night, the difference between the young guns and the old cats. We're going to see a field goal try here for Jaworski Lane. You can't count these ones early, but it looks like it's going to be true. It's up and it's good. And finally, someone playing possession football here. And he puts up the field goal. It's good, and that's 2 possessions.
It is. Takes a 9-point lead here, and you can see Jaworski saying tempo, tempo. We'll see if I got Jermichael Finley can maybe pick up the tempo here, but he's done such a great job rushing the football with blue. I think we'd probably see that continue here for Jermichael.
And that free kick out of bounds is going to help with the starting field position as well. 60 seconds, 3 timeouts. He's gonna be able to work the field a little bit here, especially, I mean, yeah, starting here at the 41-yard line. It's going to be massive to get them off on the right foot.
Back to the ground goes Jermichael. A great blocker in his own right at the tight end position. We'll pick up a 1st down, and as we get a little bit closer to halftime, less than a minute left, Let's queue up. I think this might be a good opportunity to hear from the guys again here on another listen-in. Like Sleegy, like you said, man, these guys are not getting cheated here, chirping back and forth, and in a clutch situation. Let's tune in for our second listen-in of the game between Jermichael Finley and Jaworski Lane.
Oh, no! Snoop Dogg!
Oh, man!
Hey, what you gonna do? Yeah. Okay.
But that's cheating, bro, I tell you.
Man, we can't stop the run.
Go to the top and get that, man. Man. Hey, this might scrape me off the ground.
Hey, don't worry about it. Come on with it. Come on with it.
Nice, sad day, boy.
You better call another timeout. You better call another timeout. Great tackle. Way to keep him in bounds.
I can't even get gassed up. Come on. I really do. Stay right there. Stay right there, man. Come on,
We'll take that. We'll take that. We'll take that.
Boy.
Let's go. Let's go.
I got it.
Let's go.
Come on now.
Woo! Woo! Ow! Woo!
No, don't do that.
Hey, boy. Hey, I want to score.
Put him out of there.
Well, you know when you got an unexperienced quarterback. Uh-oh! Oh! Oh!
Why are they not going to the top?
Oh! He's going down.
Why aren't they going to the top?
Hey, it's a sad day in Austin. Hey, you gotta take advantage.
What is
Hey, you gotta take advantage of your mistakes. That's what Elko was preaching.
What you gonna do? You ain't gonna get your easy points? You don't want to. You better get them easy
Yeah,
points.
you gotta score right here.
Because
But I can't let you
we gotta
score
go
though.
off the top.
I can't let you score. Stay in your zone. Come on, 18. Come on, 18. Come on, 18.
Boy.
Come on, I need to play. D-line, I need to play. D-line, I need to play.
I need it. Thank you, sir.
I take it. I take it.
And man, oh man, fellas, they're making our lives easy being that entertaining, chirping back and forth. These half-brothers going at it. It's been Jaworski Lane on top of things here early on. 30-14 is your score for now, but after missing that field goal to wrap up the first half, could have made it a 3-possession game. Unable to convert that try, though, and we were talking behind the scenes here a little bit. I think everyone in the desk kind of relieved to see somebody with the mindset of Jaworski Lane. Larry, been waiting for it all night. A guy that's just willing to try to close this thing out. Really doesn't need to feel like it needs to be too exotic there. Tries the field goal. He's not able to convert it, but I like where Jay Lane's head is at for now.
Yeah, I like the aggressive approach. You keep bringing up the hammer and the over and under. By the way, we are with the over now with 44 points there. Like what he's trying to do. And I love the fact, the banter, the back and forth. He was yelling at Jermichael. It's a sad day in Austin. Right now, it's a great day in College Station.
Yeah, that got a good chuckle out of us.
The funniest thing to me, Especially with them being half brothers, but it was hilarious. Jaworski Lane doing the horns down.
Wow.
I mean, that's rubbing salt in the wound right there. That's funny though.
Ooh.
Fortunate to get rid of the ball. I thought for a second that might have been a fumble.
And how about the SEC guys allowing the horns down sign to go on this year as their first year in the SEC? Good call by the Southeastern Conference to allow that.
Oh,
You got to give it, you got to take it as well.
Oh, see, that was open on second down, not so on third down. That's going to be incomplete on the contested ball. Now a 4th and 2 for Jermichael Finley. And though we have quite a bit more football yet to be played, you got to feel like he really probably needs this one. Goal line set here for the offense against a much lighter nickel double-A gap set for the defense. Every once in a while, you'll get pressure leaking up the middle, make things a little difficult for yourself. Nice run vision there. The A gap all jammed up on either side. And instead, he takes that off the right guard's right shoulder and will rumble for a first down. A nice personnel matchup there for the offense. They had way more beef on the field than the defense did, and they took advantage there on the first down conversion.
Yeah, I mean, going for it on 4th there, I think a little risky, but you're near midfield, so it's not the worst decision. It pays off the dividends, though. Getting the sticks moved, and now he's got some options to work with here. Good protection all day to throw.
That's big.
He's going to get a long one downfield. He's going to catch it. Wow, for a moment, thought Anderson might have been able to get hands on it for an interception, but it's just over the top of him and right in the waiting arms of the receiver. What a throw.
No, sir. That was like the old Pittsburgh Steelers and Oakland Raiders, the sea of hands, right through his hands, Findler.
Holy mackerel, man. You said it. And that I said it as soon as the ball was in the air. I said, that's bait. That's one of those situations where the receiver, when you let the thing go, it looks like he's open by 15 yards on every side. But by the time that football gets there, winds up a little more hotly contested. Now on 2nd and 9, looks to cut it back, and he does. Potentially a little miscommunication there offensively. Not sure if he was anticipating a handoff there. Takes his first couple of steps backwards, but he's able to manage a no gain on the play. 3rd and 8, 9-yard line looking in. He could get a first down here. And Ewers out of the gun on 3rd and 8. Oh, I don't know, fellas. A little bit conservative there, down by 16. What do you think about the 3rd down call for inside zone there, Larry?
Not feeling that. I want to try to get that ball to Blue, maybe on a stretch or on the outside. Definitely don't want to run on the inside. Speaking of Jaworski Lane and being in the beef industry, that's where all the beef is for the A&M Aggies.
Mm-hmm. Let's go. And now on 4th and 7, not too much of a surprise here that we're not going to see the field goal.
Oh, didn't see him.
That defensive pressure gets home. An interesting strategy there for Jermichael Finley on offense. He got right back into a really heavy set. A whole bunch of backs in the backfield there, a couple of tight ends. It screams run. Not surprised there that he goes to the air to try to pick it up, but now Jaworski Lane, Jay Lane, with the chance to really put this thing away. Fellas, Sleegy, we've seen that he is okay to take a field goal try. Obviously, he missed one that could have made it a 3-possession game, but curious to see whether if he has the option, he would opt for another 3 or at least a try at it to stretch this thing out to the ever-elusive 3-possession line.
I mean, I think he would go for it unless it's something like, fourth and short on the goal line. I could see maybe going for it in that situation, because worst case scenario, you keep them backed up on their next possession. But anything outside of that, I do think that the field goal is going to end up being the right call. That three possessions, I mean, even in 15-minute quarters, is so hard to overcome for any team. It would make it a much more difficult sort of predicament for Jermichael Finley to try and come back. Because another big throw, that's going to be a touchdown. I don't think that safety's catching up to him.
Oh, the hurdle, I don't know.
The hurdle slows him down enough that he does.
I think you would have been correct there, Sleegy. He's looking for a little bit of a highlight play for the replay package later. But that will take him well within field goal range. And any points here feels like it could be a step in the right direction for Jay Lane. He might be on the phone right now calling that Uber for the fat lady, but he's going to need a couple more points here to feel great about finishing this one off. That will be our last play of the third quarter, heading into the fourth here now to keep their series hopes alive. Everything on the shoulders of Jermichael Finley, and it's not a great situation for the Longhorns to be in here. Down by 16, Jaworski Lane deep into the red zone here. Even 3 points extends to 3 possessions here. He needs to make a play defensively, especially. If we could see one of those pick sixes we saw so much of in the last game, to put him right back in the mix here. But for now, he's going to need to hold up on a 2nd and 12. That's going to be wide open. He is not, indeed, going to hold up on 2nd and 12. That's going to be a touchdown. Texas A&M. Jay Lane is back in the end zone, putting hands and feet on his half-brother, Jermichael Finley, representing the Texas Longhorns here.
Hell of a play there.
That dive roll.
Here we go. Get to him again. Come on, man.
Yeah, I was just going to say, you just got to love that dive roll into the end zone, too. The celebration at the end, just adding that little bit of extra flair to it. And now this is just going to make it even more difficult for Finley.
RPO me too, Findler, man. And how about that? Green with the money. He catches in, as they like to say, green for the money, gold for the honeys.
And that RPO was just wide open. He didn't need to worry about making a read on any type of defensive back over there. There was no one in the vicinity. And hold on a second. Hold on. Jermichael Finley says, not so fast, fellas. I'm trying to stay in this game. I'm trying to keep the Longhorns alive here. And if anything would get things rolling back in the right direction for the Longhorns, it's going to be a special teams score just like that. We'll tighten things up just a little bit here. I don't know, man. Jermichael Finley spent a timeout sometime in the third quarter that felt, I mean, he didn't have a defense out yet. It was a little bit of a liberal use of the timeout there. And as you start to get low on the clock, he's going to send out the onside kick unit. He's going to want to steal some possession backs here early.
Didn't like going for 2 there as well, guys. You're down 17. You want to kick the extra point, keep it to 16. That way you keep the integrity of the 2-score game intact.
We've said it over and over again, man. Possessions, possessions, possessions. More important even than the score differential is going to be how many times the other team is going to need to get the football to get back in the game. If I'm Jay Lane here, and we've seen that he's a heady player here already, I wouldn't go so far as to call him conservative. Maybe just smart, honestly. Might be a little bit of a misnomer there. As to what we've seen here so far, Thomas on a jet sweep goes for the hurdle, but that's not going to get over the top. That's fumbled on the ground here. And again, if Jermichael Finley is going to get back in this game, he's going to need to see a few more plays just like that.
Yeah, I mean, he's been using the hurdle a lot, and honestly, the first time he used it, worked out pretty well. Every time since then, it just slowed him down, and then that time right there, causing the fumble mid-air, gives Jermichael Finley an opportunity. Big throw down the field. That could be an interception, and it is. Perfect timing on the user pick.
Oh, buddy. Okay, this is what we're doing here now? This is what we're doing here now. Okay.
He just gave away 6 points.
Yep, after the pitch,
just gave it away.
A charity 6 points to his half-brother. He's keeping it in the family there, I guess. You see Jay Lane looks disgusted by the decision. Brother, that's all on you hitting that
Exactly.
L1
what are you doing?
button,
That's you.
That's on you, man. You can't put your hands up on that one. Shake your head about it. That is all on the user there. Let's see if the potential overconfidence, and I suppose that will remain to be seen, but we're going to find out whether or not it was indeed some overconfidence. Looking for the highlight play off the pitch, finds nothing but a Longhorns touchdown instead, and now suddenly we're locked into a 10-point ball game. Jermichael Finley fighting, and I hate even more so here that he used that timeout, man. Just looking at only 2 on your ledger rather than your full slate of 3 changes your end game considerations a little bit. You can't necessarily count on that second possession if you're going to need an onside kick about it. We saw this come to fruition a little bit earlier in the night. But if he's able to get a defensive stop here, an interception again, something like this, he's right back in the mix. Just like that. Oh, that was the play he needed, fellas. Oh, an ill-advised throw on the RPO. This variety had a slant on the backside. He's going to go right back to it, right back to the stretch, and a better result here for him. will pick up a first down.
Tried to spin on 6 of them. I mean, I respect the commitment to try and get as many yards as possible. Would have been incredible if he could have actually pulled it off. But still, great gain, great first down. Going to be another handoff, this time over to the left side. Almost close to a hold on that block, but it's still going to be a good enough run for another first down.
And fellas, I don't know if you caught that there. That was a really unique offensive formation. He was in the gun. You caught that, didn't you, Larry? I know you got an eye for ball. Normally, if you're going to see 2 backs in shotgun, they're going to be split backs. In that case, he had both of his backs stacked to one side of the offensive formation. A really cool and unique setup that you don't see all too much of. But with 134 ways to play in college football 25, all these playbooks and how deep they are, guys did a really good job capturing the essence of these schools and the way they like to play football. 2nd and 13, handoff left sideline, gets out of bounds. Silver lining, I suppose, for Jermichael Finley, but not looking good here for now at the 2-minute timeout, especially not down 2 possessions, only 2 timeouts to your name.
Yeah, that missing timeout really starting to become a major factor in this game. Even if he's able to get a pick 6, you pretty much have to go for an onside kick at this point. It's one of the downsides of using those timeouts early, but 4th and 7, is he going for a fake? I think that's what I saw there on his screen. One of the little bit of a benefit of us getting to see what he chose and see if it works out.
Oh,
and he is going to go for the fake.
It's a good eye.
And he stepped out.
And fellas, listen, man, let's do the thought experiment here. I don't want to harp too big on just one timeout, but if we look at our game situation right now, he's got the rock in a 2-possession game. If he has that 3rd timeout and he can get in the end zone here, he has all the options in the world as to what he wants to do as far as kicking it deep or looking for an onside opportunity. He is kind of tied. Oh, it's a nice boost there by Blue. He's kind of tied his own hands a little bit. And we saw a little more aggressive play in a very similar, really the exact same situation, where the team with hopes of a comeback had just 2 timeouts. We saw, I forget who it was, but we saw him go ahead and kick it deep. And it didn't go well for him there. Now 2nd and 4, and he's going to take his 2nd timeout. I hate that one far less because you're already pot committed at that point, and it's just a matter of keeping some time on the clock. But if you've already burned the one, swatted by the defense, that could have been big, and that would have been the game ender. But being pot committed, already having burned one of your timeouts, I can't hate the 2nd one as much.
Now, the big decision here is if he doesn't make this 3rd down conversion, you got to kick the field goal. You have to. I mean, you don't have any other option. You're just going to be able to get the first down here. Great run. Get out of bounds. Get out of bounds. There you go. You don't want to have a situation where the clock's running because you can't really afford to use that timeout at this point. You got to hold on to it for a situation where you might end up needing it later on the game. He needs to get into the end zone here. And I'd say the next 2 to 3 plays, unless he can continuously just get out of bounds on some quick throws. Oh, that's game.
Sleegy, he cut you off a little bit there. That is indeed going to be game. We'll see if he can get the rest of the way loose. Ewers giving chase, not the back juke. No. That was completely unnecessary. He did not need to do that. He could have just gone ahead, take his possession, and
we're going to see it. We're going to see it.
Wow. Fellas, hold on a second. That is the victory formation in a really cool quality of life adjustment we see this year in college football 25, that if the opposing team is going to be unable to stop the clock, that will just run all the way down for you there. That's exactly what we saw to end up that game. Jay Lane pulling out a 10-point win over his half-brother, the superstar, Jermichael Finley, makes the desk 0 for 3, but like we talked about, fellas, I think all of us were kind of hoping that we would get a series clinching match here, but Jay Lane had other plans there in his matchup tonight on the Progressive Rivalry Series. He didn't want things to be quite so exciting with the 10-point win over his half-brother, Jermichael Finley. And with that, fellas, listen, we're just going to finish this thing out, needless to say, but that will indeed clinch the series for Texas A&M. It went back and forth here at some times, but that big early series lead, too much for the Longhorn competitors to overcome here as we send it to the replay package. Should be a little more of a mix between the Aggies and the Longhorns than we saw in our last match. A smart move there from Jay Lane. If you're going to take contact in the open field, let it be by the sideline, looking for the hurdle to get it done. Doesn't get it there, but he doesn't need to wait all too much longer. He's back in the end zone. There goes that missed extra point. Did not wind up being consequential. It's a little bit sticky there with Blue. You can get sticky with Blue. Get sticky with our guy Bond out there at wideout. Maybe a little less so with Quinn Ewers, though. And Campbell gets loose for the big touchdown there. Quinn across the middle. Splits the zone coverage there. And Moore Jr. all the way down for another touchdown there. At this point in the game, it's 30-14. Jermichael Finley fighting, but not quite hard enough. Jay Lane with a little extra sauce on the end of that thing, dives into the end zone. And here goes Bolden trying to fight. Again, you got to give Jermichael credit for going all the way down to the brutal end here. And to that same point, you got to give Jay Lane some credit for sealing the thing out. And, well, not too much credit on that. Larry, I know you hated that decision.
I did. And you go back to when it was 37, I believe 14. He scores, goes for 2, just kicked the extra point. You're down 16. He gets another score. And on that last drive before he throws the pick to end the game, he's only down 8. Different way to go about play calling.
That's a great job on the zoom in there by production, man. Nasty business on that little bit of a back juke. So now, as we kind of gather ourselves here, fellas, we are 5-3. And listen, man, the folks at home have been locked in with us here all evening tonight. I think we are going to go ahead and bypass the short commercial break here to keep this thing right on moving into our next, which will also be our last match of the night. And this is another good one, man. Yeah, it's for just kind of bragging rights, I guess you could say. The series is out of reach here for now, but this is going to be a game you're going to want to see. We are going to have another Texas legend, really a football legend here. Jamal Charles is going to be taking on Leon O'Neal Jr. here as we check in on the full scorecard and the slate of games that we have enjoyed so much here tonight. You could take a look for yourself there, top to bottom. Obviously standing out, that Malik Jefferson 62-0 effort over Stephen McGee. I think Longhorns faithful were hoping that was going to be enough to kind of propel them with some series momentum into those last couple of games here. But we got to let our guy Jamal Charles and Leon O'Neal Jr. get their game in nonetheless. Maybe this could be a one-game series after all. It's going to remain to be seen here. Obviously, a guy like Jamal Charles really doesn't bear much of an introduction. He's one of these guys that if you ever got a chance to watch him play, great Chief, and once he got to the NFL, man, one of these players who at any point, if he has his hands on the rock, he can go the distance or do something that you've never seen before. An absolute speedster. And Larry, I mean, a great of the game.
Very good running back, man. I would implore all of you young people out there, man, go to your YouTube or Google and look up Jamal Charles. Bad dude before he got hurt, man. I mean, just an awesome running back. We're talking about an all-pro, a Pro Bowl running back for the Kansas City Chiefs, man. And guys, we were just talking about that last game there. Yes, there's still something to play for. Bragging rights are still on the line here. And maybe Jamal Charles can really put it out there and show some fight for those hook'em horns down there in Austin.
No doubt about it, Larry. And listen, man, we all seemingly took the bait there. And I know there was some stuff working behind the scenes. We were hoping that Jermichael Finley was going to be able to pull this thing out to even the series up. And I think that's where we were coming from. Now that we have kind of just, you could call it almost a standalone game here, Larry, are you going with name recognition here and picking our guy Jamal Charles, or do you think Leon O'Neal Jr. is going to get to pull one over on the Texas legend?
You know what? I've been rolling with the Longhorns all night. We're gonna switch it up. We're gonna go gig 'em. Give me the Aggies in this one. But if you are a Texas fan, you can still hold on to the fact that you can win on aggregate. Point differential. They got that 62-0. Maybe they can win this entire series with a point differential there. Aha! Something to play for hook'em horns.
I like where your head is at there. Same question over here to Sleegy. Leon O'Neal Jr., a defensive back. out of Cypress Springs in Cypress, Texas. So we have, an offensive versus defensive player. I know that's at least worth considering in these predictions here, but Sleegy, same question to you. Are the Longhorns going to be able to pull one off here for posterity's sake? Maybe, as Larry said, get your aggregate win, or is this going to be more of what we've seen here tonight with yet another Texas A&M W?
I think I'm going to do something along the same lines of Larry. I'm going to switch it up, but in a way that is maybe not quite what you're thinking. I have been trusting my gut all day, and for the most part, it's been pretty good. I'm 6-2 on the picks. My gut has kind of just known the way that these games are probably going to go, but this time I'm going against it because my gut says Texas A&M, but I'm taking Jamal Charles because I don't know if I could forgive myself for not picking one of the legends of football himself. I think that he's going to bring it back. He's going to at least make it a respectable scoreline for Texas, make it 5-4 at the end of the day.
And Larry, man, I know you caught that little bit of a humble flex. Our guy Sleegy slipped in there. He's keeping track of his predictions, and if I was doing as well as he has been, I would be as well. But I know you caught that 6-2, by the way, on the night. All right, Sleegy, I'm hearing you out.
Humble brag.
That's
Very
exactly
humble.
right. I'm certainly hearing you out. Okay, so the desk is split here on predictions here for now. It might be bait here again. I am going to go with name recognition. I can't imagine that a player like Jamal Charles is going to be without stick skill on the virtual gridiron. So I'm going to go ahead and for our last matchup of the night, I'm going to go with Sleegy here, Larry. I'm going to go Jamal Charles. I think, the most hopeful for a really competitive game, fit to bring home the night here and the Progressive Rivalry Series as we celebrate this Texas A&M and Texas rivalry. And now that our predictions are in, if we are just about ready to move into, we'll call it our grand finale here of the night. One more game yet to be played. Texas A&M has locked up the series for Aggies faithful, but Jamal Charles, a legend of the game, bears no introduction, but we did our best job at introducing this man. Nonetheless, is going to be on the sticks for the Texas Longhorns. And there he is. Another one of these guys, really both of them, that seem like they could probably step right back on the field and be effective. And it will be the Longhorns with the first offensive opportunity as we kind of get a lay of the land here. We are back to the slightly more standard 3-minute quarters. I don't know how much, online head-to-head you guys are able to get in college football 25, but in the, should you say, the competitive regs mode, I guess you could call it, Larry, the road to the college football playoff, the quarter length is indeed at 3 minutes. So this is, for what we have available in the game right now, it is the competitive setting. A couple differences as to what you'll see from Madden regs. You cannot change your playbooks in road to the college football playoff. So, not only are you going to need to pick a team with personnel that you like, but it's going to need to match up with the offensive and defensive playbooks. I know for me personally, as a guy who loves to run the ball, I don't have any particular love or hate for Michigan, but, between that playbook where they have so many overloaded, really heavy sets out of 22 personnel and that two-headed monster they have in the backfield, that is often my choice there in head-to-head. So say all that to say, these 3-minute quarters kind of par for the course here, but certainly tightens the game up just a little bit. Mistakes can be more costly in the shorter game. And this is Arch Manning for the first time today, fellas, on a read option, and he pitches it.
I've been waiting for it, too.
Wow.
I've been really hoping someone would bring Arch Manning in. Ewing, I do think, especially at this moment in time, we've seen a little bit of Arch Manning this season. I do think Ewing is just, he's a next level quarterback. He's going to be fantastic once he moves to the NFL. But it's nice to get a look at Manning. Because, you talk about a family that just absolute, just incredible lineage across every single one of them. It's like football just runs in their blood. It's unbelievable.
It really does, and especially when you keep in mind that Arch, a casual fan would just probably guess that he's going to be Peyton or Eli's son. No, this is the other man. This is the son of the other Manning, and I think you said it, man. It's genetic. It runs in the family. All these guys know how to do is sling the rock. Do a pretty good job on the Manning cast as well. His uncles do. That's going to be complete down for Bond. A nice play, Jamal Charles. to the very dangerous number 7. Looked to be a contested catch, and you see the receiver matchup there. Isaiah Bond with that 98 speed has caused such problems for these Aggies defensive backs really all day here, and that's been a lot of the same there on the big completion down to the 12-yard line.
Guys, do we have a quarterback controversy in Texas? Jamal Charles being the Longhorn legend, playing with Arch Manning. Is he sending subliminal messages out there? I'm just saying.
I don't know. But Arch Manning is going to throw his first interception. Quinn Ewers or Arch Manning, if you're throwing at the dome piece of a defender, you might get that thing going the other way. I don't care who's at quarterback. But, man, you said it, Larry. What an embarrassment of riches for Texas. To think that you have one of the best quarterbacks in college football in Quinn Ewers, and whenever he goes down, and he has been a little bit injury-prone here so far in the real season, that you can step in football family royalty in Arch Manning and really not lose too much, man. They can do no wrong at quarterback right now.
Absolutely. Quinn Ewers just banged up his ankle last week in that win against Kentucky. So, guys, look, there's a lot of reports out there that maybe this could be the last year for Quinn Ewers. Maybe he doesn't go to the NFL draft. Maybe he enters the portal. So that's something, watch that space to keep an eye on how Sark and this Texas team will sort of handle this situation with Arch and Ewers being there. I find it hard to imagine to have 3 straight years of Arch on the bench, guys. What do you say, you?
Truly. I think I agree with you there, but you feel like you're wasting his time, but in the very next breath, you think about a situation where you've seen something similar at the professional level. I'm sure it happens plenty in college here as well, but like an opportunity like Aaron Rodgers had to, we know the greatness that he wound up, achieving for himself, less so in New York, but really a great Packer, obviously. So it's just going to remain to be seen here, I think. But he gets a chance to play backup for a time. He might have been ready to step right in, and I think it's kind of in that same vein for Arch Manning. Obviously, if the football falls into his hands, he's going to be the man for the job. There's a reason he was so highly touted, coming out of high school, ultimately winding up at Texas. But I agree. I agree with you, Larry. I think it's a double-edged sword. You would hate to feel like a talent like that kind of goes to waste just sitting on your bench where you could have gotten a few years out of him. You're only getting 2. By that same token, being able to kind of settle in as a backup might not be so bad for the young man's mentality, able to watch Quinn Ewers be as successful as he has been and, potentially just be ready to step up into that role once it's vacated. Curious to see, like you were saying, whether or not he's going to declare for the draft here or not. I don't think Texas can go wrong, really, no matter what happens in the quarterback room. Like I said, a true embarrassment of riches. But as we check back in here, that's not a catch that you want to make. And it doesn't happen often that you would have preferred an incompletion. But Larry, he would have been better off letting that thing fall to the turf.
Absolutely. Back to the Quinn Ewers and the Arch Manning thing, though. You're talking about Arch Manning, literally a top 5 recruit. Great pedigree coming out of the New Orleans area. I think the Newman High School area out there near NOLA. But 3 years on the bench in college when you get 5 years to play 4. Maybe he plays 1 year and he gets into the draft. We saw Anthony Richardson basically start just 1 year and go top 5 in the NFL draft. But if I'm Texas, I don't want Manning to sit on the bench 3 straight years. That's a lot to ask.
And then on that Richardson point, you start to wonder whether or not there's got to be a break-even point, right? You obviously want as much experience as you can coming out of college, and we've seen with Richardson, he's got all of the physical tools in the world, but you wonder whether or not kind of his lack of game, really, to be frank, his lack of game experience, he was drafted on potential alone. So I think to your point, having a player like Arch Manning on the bench for 3 years in a row, you would hate to think that he might actually hurt his professional stock by just not getting quite enough reps at the collegiate level, playing in a conference like the SEC. And as we were yapping away here, fellas, Jamal Charles stood up on defense for the Longhorns, forces a 4th and 21 punt. I don't know if he's going to get too many second guesses here from the desk. He was about at midfield, so it wasn't bad field position per se, but that was 4th down and a mile. He's going to elect for the punt instead of getting risky with it.
Yeah, and I think that's the right call to make as well. Just get that space. It is a game of field position at the end of the day, and you got to respect that on the field. Give your defense an opportunity, and look at that. It pays off immediately. Intercepted, and it's going to be Texas A&M taken back over on the 25-yard line. A scoreless first quarter. We haven't seen too many of those today.
Sleegy, kind of crazy that as you were talking about the potential for a defensive opportunity, literally interrupted by just that. And now let's not forget, even in that 62-0 absolute beatdown, this was certainly an exception to the rule, because you're right, Sleegy, we haven't seen too many scoreless first quarters, although maybe just a couple here tonight. But lest we forget, that 62-point beatdown had the first quarter concluding at zeros apiece. Crazy.
It is wild. I mean, I think we saw like 30 points scored within 2 minutes near the end of the game. It just kind of got out of hand. So hopefully we don't have another beatdown like that. But if the rest of this game turns into a barn burner of a shootout, you're not going to hear any complaints coming from me.
Me neither, and I don't think you'll hear any from our guy Larry either. We got a 2nd and 9 here for now for the Aggies. Reed, such a dangerous freshman. We've seen a couple of these Aggies gamer, and off the hurdle. That can always be so dangerous. I mean, your risk versus reward proposition there on opting for a hurdle. If you get it to go, and man, oh man, you don't see him go very often, it's going to be about the coolest play that you'll ever see in your life. But we saw it in the last game. You get caught in the air like that, you can put the ball on the ground just as easily.
And you're also asking for a concussion, too, the way you're coming down, almost like a daggone suplex in the WWE.
It's such a dangerous play. I think that's why, especially in real life, you don't see it too often unless you're Saquon Barkley over there that can do a hurdle in reverse. But overall, I mean, it's really kind of critical that you time it at the right spot, especially in this game here, because, I mean, we saw in the last game as well, an attempted hurdle ends up causing the ball to be fumbled. So a lot of risks involved when you're trying to make space like that. But 1 yard away, 2nd and goal. It's going to have to take one heck of a stand here from the Texas defensive line.
If anyone can do it, it might be some of these defensive players here for the Longhorns. That's a nice effort there on 2nd down to bring up a 3rd and goal. And Sleegy, man, I'm going to be honest with you, brother. I'm going to need you to never bring up Saquon Barkley again ever in your life, because I don't know if you've noticed, but if you take a look around my background here, I have a signed Saquon Barkley jersey. I have a signed Saquon Barkley helmet. I am indeed a big Giants fan, as the Aggies will get into the end zone there. Those are both Giants pieces of gear. Okay, just to kind of let you know where I'm at with the whole Saquon Barkley thing. I got a bunch of signed memorabilia in here, and I'm just watching him do work for the Eagles, man. All right, listen, I got to lock back. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. I really don't appreciate it.
I can feel your pain on that. I can feel your pain.
Findler, where's your Daniel Jones signed jersey?
Okay. Listen, hey, Larry, you got jokes now, don't you, buddy? Yeah, you got some jokes here late in the night. Yeah, okay. Ha, very funny. I don't have a Daniel Jones signed one, okay? I'm not in the market for one of those things either. I'll tell you what for. And let's see here now if Jamal Charles and this Texas Longhorns offense can answer the score from Leon O'Neal. We got about a minute left before halftime here. It looks like these guys are doing just a little bit of yapping here, especially Leon O'Neal. He's leaned in close to his camera talking about something here. I would love to take a quick listen in here before halftime to see what the heck these guys are talking about. Jamal Charles looks to be a little more stoic, but Leon O'Neal good to yap a little bit. If we got a chance for it, let's go ahead and throw this to another listen in here just before halftime.
They're not going to be able to kill us no way besides that running back first, man. That's how we get their rhythm. Let's go, Calfield. Let's go, Calfield. Okay. 33. Supposed to man be a quarterback today. I like that, though. I like that. 33 in Kyle Field, man. 55 seconds on the clock, man. You see them fans going crazy. I'm waving the towel right now. You see me on the sideline waving the towel? I'm waving the towel right now.
Cover three, y'all.
Oh, he threw another one.
It's not working.
He threw another one.
I got it. Dang. I don't know.
Three of them. We did it. Come on, man. Oh.
Take that.
Bro, we gotta really call out these blitzes. Lord have mercy. The screen, yeah, he's out the screen. Look, I'm over here playing, what's the name right now? I know what kind of game this is, man. I got, what, 3 INTs? I just know I give you one. It's ugly.
Come on, man. This shit bad, bro. Come on, they wouldn't even let me move my man. I knew he was coming.
Yeah, I told you I just got blown out earlier. I had to lock it in.
They wouldn't even let me move my man. There you go.
Nah, that's how they be.
On this side, y'all.
Okay. That's what y'all doing. Y'all seen that pressure though. I ain't gonna lie. I ain't got time to think. Like, why is he untouched? I'm about to max protect, bro. Cause why is the nickel coming in, killing shit like that? Oh, he coming again. I see him. Oh yeah, let me throw that one away.
Don't do it.
You gotta throw that one away, Marcel. I ain't gonna lie to you. I ain't trying to drop your draft stock, man. You know, you're a young bull, man. That'd be great.
All right, let's get it. Right.
This is on me. That's me. I messed up, bro. But I ain't gonna lie, that D-line coming. But you know, I take it though. I take it though. You know what I mean? 10-0, man. 10-0 start. Offense can't get going. I love that. I love that for us. Man. Come on.
It's college. At least getting field goal.
Let's see what he's doing with it, man. What tricks he got up his sleeve with, man. I ain't gonna lie, that pressure is killing me though. Like, I got plays, I can't do my plays because that pressure. I'm backing up. I'm on that. Yeah. The defense different. That boy Quinn in the game. Yeah, that defense ugly right now. But you know what our problem is this year, bro? We can't finish sacks. Like, these past 2 games I've been watching, they getting back there. We cannot finish these sacks. Oh, it's another one. Oh, grab it! Time out. Oh, grab it! Oh, come out! Oh my God, that is crazy. Oh, Dawson, what was you doing? Why was Dawson trying to catch the ball like he was the receiver? Like, go up and go grab it. Oh yeah, we good.
I stopped that ball way before the thing, bro.
The field goal weird this year too, though.
Yeah.
I missed.
And fellas, there a little bit surprising as we get to the halftime period. We saw Leon O'Neal trot out the field goal unit. His was up and it's good. And we were saying, you know, in the background here, Jamal Charles, we were kind of rooting for him to take that field goal opportunity there. We were feeling like that was going to be the right call. Unfortunately, he's unable to drain it, though. And instead of just being down 7 here at half, he's going to be down that full 10 points here instead. Leon O'Neal, 2 possessions up and an opportunity to make things a little worse here for Jamal Charles and the Longhorns.
It's probably the best secondary they have.
Yeah, but I mean, I like the decision for both of them to go for those field goals near the end. You got to take points when you can. I think if he could have just gotten a little bit more power, it might have been more accurate on its way towards. But Jamal Charles, an opportunity here to get a defensive stop. It's going to be important. I think if Leon O'Neal is able to get up that 3 scores, we've talked about it before, but it's so difficult to try and climb back from 3 down. If you can, it's 2, it's really manageable, but 3, it starts to kind of get out of hand. It starts forcing you into some awkward positions. Is Leon O'Neal able to get at least a first down here on the first set of the downs?
And guys, it's got to start on this end for Jamal Charles. He's got to get a stop, but only 2 first downs so far, almost 2.5 quarters in. That dog won't hunt, man. He's got to find a way to be a little more explosive.
You said it, Larry. It's not been working for him so far here today. As you get into the second half, you might look to see a couple adjustments, change some things up for yourself. Reed looks to escape the pocket left. Man, a righty rolling to his left, managing to get his shoulders back around and complete there to Moss in the middle of the field. A pretty impressive athletic feat there from the freshman quarterback who we saw gaming. It seems like it was just a couple minutes ago, but it's been a pretty long night of action here, fellas, and I know I, for one, have been enjoying it. Been an honor to be in the booth with both of you guys here tonight on the Progressive Rivalry Series as we enjoy the finale here tonight. If you were around before we kick this one off, you will have seen that the Aggies did indeed lock up the series. So Jamal Charles, even with the win, can only get to within 1 game. But nonetheless, these guys, you cannot take the competitor out of these guys, Larry. It really doesn't matter how long they've been out of the game or what the version of competition is. Obviously, these guys cut their teeth on the real gridiron doing their thing, but you just cannot take the dog out of these guys, and they're going to compete till the bitter end.
Yeah, we're seeing some fight from Jamal Charles. It's just difficult right now. He can't get anything going on offense. We'll get the ball here late stages of the third quarter. We'll see if he can get something going here on this possession here. But at some point, he's going to have to try to do something on the ground or maybe try to find his touch through the air, maybe put Ewers back in, and maybe put his boy Manning on the bench.
Curious to see whether he makes any type of adjustments there. And Larry, man, you called it. Hold on, we might have a new Swami here in the booth. Right on cue. That's going to be Ewers at the helm now. He'll be true for the completion on the left sideline there for a gain of 8. And Jamal, and obviously, you know, our alumni competitors not going to be able to put themselves in the game. I'm sure Jamal Charles would love a weapon like he was on the field for the Longhorns. You don't see that type of speed very often, and Blue doing a good Jamal Charles impression there for a big first down play. And fellas, listen, we see the Longhorns, if they can score points here, even if it were to be a field goal, this is still a football game.
As bad as it's been, it's still just a 10-point lead.
And he's moving right along there. Ball might have came free, but thankfully for the Longhorns, that's going to happen out of bounds. And he sees something he likes from the defensive front. He's going to hurry up to the line. Always seems that that's going to be more about taking advantage of the defense than it is getting back on the line or saving any time, especially with the clock stop. But that is a crusher there on second down. The big sack when Ewers cannot find a read that he liked there. And to be honest, it didn't seem like anything was open. Now on 3rd and 17, I think you'd like a big chunk of this back. Give yourself a 4th and manageable. He's not going to get any of it back. Incomplete on 3rd down, 4th and 17. And we will see the punt team here. Listen, we've talked about this plenty tonight. He's got 17 yards yet to go, and based on how he's been playing offense, I don't feel like he had – oh, that's a bad punt.
That's a bad
It didn't seem like he had any reason to believe that he was going to be able to dial up a 17-yard first down dot. So he did punt, but it felt like it was almost for kind of lack of any better thing to do with the football. I mean, you could take a try at it if you want to. The punt's not going to help your field position all too much here. But in just a 10-point game where something like a pick six or a defensive turnover could really turn the tide for you, Jamal Charles will opt to punt that away, put his defense back on the field. Now, the other side of that coin, obviously, Leon O'Neal and the Aggies, if they're able to get a touchdown here, that's that magic 3-possession spot. And I know, Sliggy, you were talking about it a little bit. It does kind of feel like that feels like your break-even point. Oh, 2 hands on the ball for the D-back. He can't make the pick. You know, 2 possessions is one thing, but if your opposition has a full complement of timeouts. That 2 possessions feels a little more flimsy. It's really when you get to that 3 possession land. Larry mentioned it a little bit earlier in the show here today. It was a bigger deficit. When you're enjoying an advantage like that, and it's going to be a fumble, Texas kicking it around, but they're going to pick it up.
Oh, boy.
And hold on a second. Jamal Charles wanted his defense to make a play, and it looks like he's going to get exactly what he was asking for there. At the end of the third quarter, it's a 10-0 ball game for now, Leon O'Neal, but he has given Jamal Charles an opportunity to not only get on the board, but ultimately to climb back into this football game.
Yeah, and I mean, almost a disaster there as well. Forces the fumble, but then the lineman just struggling to try and bend over to be able to get to the ball. Fortunately, one of his other teammates able to come through, get to it in time. I think that's going to be called for false start.
A little bit of offensive cheating
up about
there.
5 yards.
A little bit of offensive cheating there, unfortunately. And we do see that fairly frequently if the offense is trying to make adjustments as the play clock is really winding low. Every once in a while, they're going to get penalized with just such a flag there. Jamal Charles wanted the whole thing. We've talked a lot about, field goals, who takes them, between the students and the alumni. We've seen these guys probably our most, you could call it conservative, but really while we were doing the listening, we said in the background, it's not that it's conservative, it's just the right play. And we've kind of been conditioned through some of these more aggressive gamers to not really expect what you would expect under normal circumstances. But really, these guys just playing it smart, I think, here so far. Our most traditional decision-making, should you say, and that is a big loss.
Crusher.
And I just don't think you have the option to punt this thing here, fellas.
No.
I don't think you 27 yards to go, but you are running out of time.
This is a gotta-have-it drive for Jamal Charles. He's got to get some points out of this drive here, or it's probably likely going to cost him the game. If he doesn't score here, we'll likely give him a Katie bar the door. And that's almost like a death sentence.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And unfortunately, that big sack taking him well outside of field goal range, especially as the away team. You do not want to send out the field goal unit from the 43-yard line at Kyle Field. That is going to be a souvenir for somebody a few rows up on the sideline, I think. And this is going to be a delay of game. Yep, it gets even a little bit darker here for Jamal Charles.
Now, one thing I will say, and you see it sometimes in real-life football, it's a little bit more difficult to pull off in the virtual field. But one thing you can try to go for is you can try and see if maybe you can bait a pass interference down the field. Lob it up, give it some time, and see if you can bait one of the defenders into trying. But no, just not even able to get the release on the ball. Going to be a turnover on downs, and unless Leon O'Neal makes a drastic mistake here, should be able to close things out.
There he is in the picture-in-picture. We see Nick Scorton. We were able to see him on the sticks a little bit earlier today, and as you were saying there, Sleeg, you would have to take a really drastic set of mistakes here for Leon O'Neal, and that was very nearly right on cue, where I was so rudely interrupted by a poor offensive read. We saw Nick Scorton. All he needed to do was take some knees. Instead, he opted to extend the game. He wound up with, I think it was a 10-point win for himself, but certainly kept things much more interesting than he absolutely needed to. Jamal Charles got to be feeling sick, like he had an opportunity to pull one down there. He's going to need a turnover. He's holding on to his 3 timeouts for dear life right now. How important those are in late game situations like this, especially when the difference is only, quote unquote, 10 points. 3rd and 4, a conversion here would go a long way for Leon O'Neal. Got a little bit of a glitch in the feed there, but it looks like that was going to be incomplete, and now a 4th and 4 for the Aggies. Leon O'Neal, a decision to make here. He is going to send back out the offense, and I could go either way on this. I mean, obviously your defense has pitched a shutout so far, so I feel pretty confident going ahead and punting this thing and letting Jamal Charles kind of flail around for the last minute and a half here. But just as easily, if you have something cooked up for a first down, that puts Jamal in a dire situation here. He might need to start thinking about those timeouts. but that first down pickup hurts him pretty bad. Back to pass here again.
Wow.
Oh, man, and throws into some traffic at that. Leon O'Neal kind of taking a page out of the Young Guns playbook there with some aggression. He does not want to tote this thing out. He's going to look for points in bunches instead. Nice to take away the pitch man there. That's going to be fumbled on the play. Texas football. Texas football, fellas. And not only is it Texas football, again, Jamal Charles must find offense. He cannot wait any longer. There's not going to be a second chance here. He needs offense, but the fact that he's been able to hold on to all 3 of his second half timeouts keeps him alive here.
Yeah.
Quarterback has to get down.
Yep.
Got to get downfield, and, I mean, we are in a situation now. He can't afford to kick. That was just not a great throw, but he can't afford to kick off either. I mean, you are in a must onside situation. I mean, there's just no doubt about it. Minute 14 to go. I mean, even with all 3 timeouts, if you were to get a streak down the sideline for a score, it's still an onside kick territory. So might as well start using them to make sure that you can keep as much time as possible. Stays in field. That clock's going to start ticking, and each second is closer and closer to just not being able to pull off any sort of comeback anymore.
Yeah, if you're Leon O'Neal, you got to understand, you're running the quarterback with Marcel Reed. You have to get down. He gets down, it's game over. Instead, now he's on defense trying to hold on.
And he'll need one more effort to hold on here. It's Arch Manning. Kind of interesting. We've seen really a 2-quarterback system. I don't know if it's situationally or based on formation. Jamal Charles drops way, way, way back, and you see the frustration on the football legend's face there. He doesn't like it. Like we were saying a little bit earlier, man, you cannot take the dog out of these guys. They're competitors, whether it's on the real gridiron or the virtual variety. Man, and even pitching here and hurdling. But Leon O'Neal, good to live dangerously, okay? He's going out on his shield big time. He's not quite too concerned about Jamal Charles getting back into the game. And honestly, I can't say as I disagree with him all too strongly. Jamal Charles still with a goose egg here tonight.
Yeah, just, I mean, he's had a little bit of success on offense, but getting into the end zone or even getting that field goal earlier, it just hasn't been quite in the cards for him to get points on the field. We're going to see another throw, so an opportunity for maybe an interception.
Oh, boy.
And there it is right there, right as I say it. Oh, my goodness, what is happening? No, that was the last thing you wanted to do. Oh,
Cut it out.
Jamal, not like this. Not like this. Stop pitching the ball.
If it's gotta go some way here, fellas, let it be any way
and the horns
but this
down.
one. Anyway, but this, oh no, horns down, and Jamal Charles hates it, man. Thumbs down for the horns down. And now with just 26 seconds yet to play, gonna be an extra point attempt here for the Aggies. It is going to be all she wrote. Jamal Charles will nonetheless have an opportunity to wipe that goose egg off the board. But now, even for doing a good job to hang on to your second half timeouts, if you don't do a good enough job offensively, it's just not going to matter. You can take those home with you in a to-go bag.
And do you hear that, chat? You might need to turn the volume up a little bit, but if you listen closely in the background, you can hear that fat lady. She's already started singing. It's over in this game. Jamal Charles might have an opportunity with his timeouts to maybe get some on the board, but the game just out of hand at this point.
Last loss that we just took, man, I had to go get some.
And really a strong finish from our Texas A&M gamers here today. Saw them jump out to a nice series lead early. The Longhorns came rumbling back, but fall just a couple of games shy of ultimate victory here tonight on the Progressive Rivalry Series here as we celebrate Texas and Texas A&M. Another one of the great rivalries in college football. And where was this earlier? Isaiah Bond over the top. This is the first time he tried the speedy youngster, and he's good for a touchdown. But like Sliggy was saying, that is going to be too little too late. And you got to wonder why that's the first time we're calling Isaiah Bond's name.
Yeah, I mean, he's been so good for everyone on Texas throughout the entire day. I mean, he is Bond, Isaiah Bond, for a reason. at least able to avoid the shutout, will try for the onside kick. I mean, at this point, you don't really have anything to lose.
Yeah, why not?
Oh my God.
Oh, he missed it. Can someone grab the ball? There we go. I mean, all right, hold on. Now I'm going to say something here. I'm going to say something here. There is like an infinitesimally small chance. If he can get a vertical immediately into a touchdown, score, and then get another onside kick, he'll have maybe 2-3 seconds.
Maybe.
It's
best case scenario.
hypothetically possible. He's got R1 down the sideline.
And just like that, Sleegy, I think that hypothesis may well have fallen flat there. Now, I like it, though, for, from the booth, you got to use your imagination a little bit. And
no, he's right. There was a chance.
There was a chance. It was a slim chance, an exceedingly slim chance.
He had R1 open on the sideline. He hits that. I mean, who knows? I mean, we got one more opportunity here.
He's going
to hit triangle.
Oh, he had him. No, he doesn't have him.
Oh.
Not
1
for
second
nothing,
left
man.
on the board. Might be able to get within 3.
Yeah, he could, but that's just going to be for the box score, I suppose. Got to be a little bit frustrating for Jamal Charles. I mean, obviously, he's looking for big chunks here, really just trying to get in the end zone here if he can, but we saw the best production from him offensively in these waning moments where really it's already GG's, and he does get the completion off, but there is no 10-point nor 11-point play in our beautiful game of American football, so that is going to wrap things up here tonight. Leon O'Neal putting a cap on an excellent showing here by the Texas A&M Gamers with a 17-7 win over Jamal Charles. And now, fellas, we knew that the series had already been decided. This kind of just piles on here for Texas A&M. But with that, we are able to crown our winner here tonight. A little surprising for me. I know that it was ratings advantage or not. That home field advantage might have played a little bit into Texas A&M's favor. We've been talking about it all night here tonight, but a warm congratulations to our champions on event night 3 of the Progressive Rivalry Series. Your Texas A&M Aggies bring home the championship there as we get ready to look back on that last match featuring a couple of superstars. Jamal Charles versus Leon O'Neal Jr. I think Jamal would have loved to have seen himself in the backfield in a couple of these instances here. We saw the Arch Manning pitch to Moore Jr. for a nice pickup there. Really some of the only offensive production that Jamal Charles was able to manage until late in the contest. We see Leon O'Neal here with Reed at the helm, the talented freshman that we got to see on the sticks just a little bit earlier today. A nice move on the jet sweep, gets most of the way done here, and maybe a little shorter on highlights than we've seen, especially in the 62 Rock ball game here, but it's going to be enough for Leon O'Neal to feel pretty good about this one. A nice cut there on the option read, but that's going to get dropped for a fumble. And for as many opportunities as Jamal Charles had to get back in the game, it was just not enough. One of those situations, okay, on the pitch. Great slow-mo. Oh, look at production, man. They're working for their bread here tonight. Great job on the replay package there. And Ewers goes for the big shot. The first time we called Isaiah Bond's name was in a 17-point contest there that late into the thing. A little bit surprising. Really, kind of a little bit surprising overall here, fellas. We talked about it at the very top of the show. I know I was kind of a proponent that just the mismatches, we saw Isaiah Bond get loose literally whenever he wanted to. If the Texas players were willing to take advantage of that matchup, they found him open early and often. But Texas A&M, Sleek, you said it a little bit earlier, man. Let's not make this seem like these two teams are in different stratospheres. They certainly are not. And Texas A&M, it comes down to the user, Larry, and the users at the helm here tonight for the Aggies, sufficient to get it done. Were you impressed by what you saw?
I was. I thought Leon did a really good job. Really, he got outgained by Jamal Charles. Jamal Charles played a heck of a ball game. Couldn't convert offensively, especially when we got in the red zone. Turnovers were a huge issue. Where was Isaiah Bond throughout the contest? I thought if he could have just found Bond and used him a little more, things may have turned out better and probably in his favor. But great job by Leon O'Neal doing the job and putting the Aggies on the board, and they take the series 6-3, man. So good job by the Texas Aggies.
No question about it there. As we take a look at the now completed match schedule, Jivy went down 21-22 to Roughless Cat. That was when Texas A&M got on the board there for the first time. It goes 1-1 when Anthony Hill Jr. is able to even things up against Marcel Reed by a score of 35-24. Back in favor of Texas A&M as Chance Johnson takes the win 52-35 over Jelani McDonald. We saw that last-minute touchdown, a little bit of nasty business there for the box score. Torian York keeps things moving for the Aggies. 40-34 was the contest there against Ryan Wingo. Nick Scorton with a couple opportunities to just lock the thing up in his game. Kind of lucky to have wound up with a 10-point win there. He made things as interesting as he could, but ultimately takes away the W. Vince Young able to show up for the Longhorns and beat Reggie McNeil by a score of 28-21. And fellas, this was the big one. Malik Jefferson with just an absolute no mercy beatdown of poor Stephen McGee. Our most lopsided game of the night, truly in a landslide, and the game itself was a landslide. That's 62-0 in that alumni match. Jermichael Finley against his half-brother, Jay Lane, the big dog, former AMU fullback, 37-27 there. And as our last contest wrapped the thing up here tonight, Leon O'Neal Jr. 17-7 over the late surging Jamal Charles here. And if I am not mistaken here, boys, one of our featured segments here of the night, the Progressive Series Snapshot. Now, we've often been kind of deferring to production to pick their favorite ones. We weigh in here, no question, as well. But this is going to take us back to the Ryan versus Torian game here. And you are not going to get cheated on some of these highlights here on the game. You had the long pass there for the touchdown to Ryan. This 2-point conversion, it goes back the other way. And we kind of mused about this a little bit later, fellas. This ultimately wound up being what could have been a 4-point swing, as you'll see as we get a little closer to the end of the game, in a situation where he's able to get that 2-point. He could have been in a spot where a field goal could have won it. You see there a drive conversion by the Longhorns, matched expeditiously by the Aggies. Tried to stay out of the end zone, but he couldn't. And then a pick over the middle for Torian York to seal that thing up in the fourth quarter. It's a little bit interesting there late. Almost forgot about that one.
How crazy was this sequence?
Yup. Wild sequence. So entertaining. I think this was the star of the night here, no question, on the Progressive Series Snapshot. Kind of our favorite. What really started as a drive recap has become our favorite series events of the night. And I think that is absolutely a worthy candidate there for the Progressive Series Snapshot here, fellas. Before we move to sign this thing off here, Larry, thank you so much for joining us here tonight, brother. Any parting thoughts you would like to leave the folks at home with here tonight on the Progressive Rivalry Series?
Love this idea, man. Shout out to our proud sponsors, man, and our partners at Progressive Auto Insurance with the Progressive Rivalry Series. This is a great idea. I'd like to try to get some more teams involved in this. Maybe in Alabama and in Auburn, Iron Bowl, love Michigan, Ohio State, Texas A&M, Texas. A lot of great rivalries out there, man. I want to continue this and get some more legends in here. Love the alumni, love the influences as well, and the student athletes. Shout out to you guys, man, for being here and standing up strong and putting on a great performance for all of us here during this Progressive Rivalry Series.
I think you alluded to it, man. We've been treated to some really star-studded matchups. I, for one, am hopeful that we will see some more nights just like this. And over to my man Sleegy for your parting thoughts here, bro. Let me just tell you, man, it has been an honor to share the booth, certainly with Larry Ridley here tonight, the voice of Madden for so many years. But me and you, brother, I think we held it down for these three event series nights, man. It was an honor to share the booth with you.
Yeah.
Do you, sir, have any parting words for our good friends watching at home?
Absolutely. I mean, this has been just such a blast. It's been so phenomenal getting to work with you, getting to work with Larry Ridley. I mean, I've heard your voice so much throughout the years playing Madden. It's cool to actually get to work an event with you, you know,
Likewise.
again, to Progressive for making this possible. But, you know, kind of also shout out the guys in the back helping us make all of this possible. Matt, our producer, Jesse, our technical director, Nikolai, our broadcast engineer, Jack, our graphics operator, and Ramesh on our replays. Without them, I mean, none of this is even remotely possible. So huge shout outs to them in the background making all of this possible. Again, one last time to Progressive. They're so big into the esports scene, whether it's, you know, across the board. It's not even just football, whether it's Rocket League or anything else. They're really just committed to making it possible. And it's always such a fantastic time to work with them. It's been so much fun. And honestly, I'm just honored to have been able to have been a part of it.
Oh, Sleegy, I can certainly echo those sentiments. And you said it, man. A great job, really, top to bottom, from front end to back end, and especially great job to these two gentlemen on either side of me here, Larry Ridley and Sleegy. My name has been Andy Fendler. For these guys and production, we want to thank you so much for tuning in to the second edition of the Rivalry series. We hope to see you again soon, and we'll leave you with the Progressive Protection Bundle. Until we meet again next time, Fendler, Sleegy, and Larry Ridley signing out from the Progressive Rivalry series. Get in there.
Run, boy. Run,
Get
run,
there.
run, run.
Give it to me. Give it to. Go home. Go home. Go home. And there it is. Kicking it down the middle. Kicking it down the middle. Kicking it. You better not kick it down the middle. Down the middle.
How's that a pin? Oh, you gotta give me a better ball. Come on, push it.
Come on, Lil. Go get it. Go get it. Yes, sir. Please, man. Come on, bro. That's another way to beat it. That's another way. Wow. JT. Oh! JT! Yo! JT! Yeah, JT. Good job.
Throws to the tight end. Fires into trap back, picked off. Got some room to run. He's at the 40. He's at the 30. He's at the 10.
Let's go to the crib. Oh, no, no! Go get him, too! Go get him, too! Go get him, too! God damn.
Run. Pitch it back. Pitch it.
Pick the back, pick it up! Pick it up! Oh, pick it up! Go! Go! Let's go!
But he can pick the ball.
Hey, get your head in the game, son. The scout from football college is up in the stands.
Maybe you'd rather go to school for insurance.
I didn't raise no insurance, man.
But you did, Dad. Football's your passion, but mine's providing around-the-clock protection to Progressive customers who bundle home and auto.
Jamie, we need you out here for football.
You're giving up on your dream, James.
No, Dad. I'm giving up on yours.
Oh, James, wait! Oh, that's not the exit.
I don't feel right unless the odds against me. Back against the wall with my strength. Yeah, I can't let it break. Everything I've been through, it made me better. Ooh, a little hate, it just made me better. Yeah, been through everything, it just made me better. Yeah, I can't waste the pain, it just made me better. Yeah, working every day, it just made me better. 1, 2, check, 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 a 1, 1-2, I'm going in, is that an L? W is still a win. Got it off the muscle, all I know is hustle. All I know is making something out of nothing. What you think this is? I had to hop in the kitchen, I'm really on fire, you know ignited, yeah. I know some people don't like it, I'm moving with flavor, they probably a bite it, yeah. Trendsetter, being better, I can't take the credit, yeah, wait. Yeah, been on fire, boy, that's flambe. Only time you see my head down is when I'm praying. When my back is turned on, only time they wanna see it. Water on me, floor is cold as ice, I'm finna trade, yeah. And serve it to the people, they need hope, it's no delay, yeah.
The odds against me, back against the wall, my strength be, yeah. I can't let it break. Everything I've been through, it made me better. Ooh, a little hate, it just made me better. Yeah, been through everything, it just made me better. Yeah, I can't waste the pain, it just made me better. Yeah, working every day, it just made me better. Hold up, what they finna say? Tell it to your mammy, it don't matter, I ain't listening anyway. They just mad to see decide to drop, they look like ocean spray. You can get it too if you just work more than you talk today. This what happen when you take your pain and make it motivation. It ain't gonna be easy trying to be a legend, it's the payment. You need execution, not excuses, dog, you gotta face it. They don't want the truth, but if you quit, you don't deserve to make it. What you think they giving greatness out? Now you gotta take it. They don't know the hustle, they confused when they look at you. Till you hit your goals, they all shot, they think you Pikachu. Put your mind to it, you can do it, yeah, and I'm the proof.